chance to talk with everyone about Arabic literature. Thanks to Porter for moderating, and to Yasmina and Chip for joining us. My name is Kevin Blankenship, as was mentioned. I'm a professor of Arabic language and literature at Brigham Young University in America. I specialize as a researcher in classical Arabic literature, and I do some translation myself, especially from poetry, which I really enjoy. I grew up with no background in the region, but early exposure to its literature, especially at university, and really fell in love with the culture and language early on. So, and every chance I get, try to write about it for a general audience as well.
Wonderful language. Would you speak to us, Yasmina, about your background and how you come to be one of the very few agents working in Arabic literature?
Thank you, Porter, and thank you for inviting me to this session. I was looking forward to discussion and always keen on shedding light on Arabic literature in translation. So my name is Yasmina Jaisati. I created the Agency for Arabic Literature called Raya in 2004. I didn't really know what I was doing back then. I was just trying to find a way to make Arabic literature known to publishers. I was studying in France at the time, and I was told by accident by a friend that what I was trying to do was called agenting. So I just basically read books that I loved and went knocking on doors and tried my luck. It took me a while to sell the first book, but so Raya has been growing. It's still, of course, a small agency dedicated to Arabic literature. And I suppose we'll cover the reasons as to why an agency focusing on Arabic literature of high quality is kind of limited in growth. And well, I've been lucky enough to have authors who have been, I was able to see grow with me, and now also more established authors have joined me. So it's very thrilling to have reached the stage. And recently, I've also joined Storytel, the audiobook streaming platform's publishing manager. And so this gives me a very different insight into Arabic literature as well, from looking this time into the Arab region. So that's very interesting for me as an agent.
I think it's fascinating. The Storytel connection is wonderful, because I understood from some of my associates at Storytel, folks that I've interviewed in the past, that when the company entered the Arab world and the Arab market, despite the fact that there are so many Arab worlds, really, I mean, we talk of it as a monolith, and of course it's not, so many cultures. But despite that, they found that there was not a lot of audiobook material available at the beginning, and they had to do a good deal of original presentation. Is that still the case, or is there a good deal more coming online now?
So that's an interesting question. So yes, I mean, I think Storytel have entered the market in 2017, and you're absolutely right when we say Arab world, but in fact, there's so many countries that just have in common the standard Arabic. Spoken Arabic is very different, and that's very relevant when you speak of audio content, right? Because it's not about reading a book here, it's about listening to it. So that's an interesting difference for Arabic audio compared to other languages. It's still the case that, unlike other countries, publishers themselves don't record the audiobooks, and therefore a lot of the work is on Story side, the publishing arm of Storytel, to acquire licensing rights and to record the books and distribute them on a Storytel platform. So that's certainly still true. And originals have been, from the beginning, the idea, like having these shows that are written initially for the audio platform first, and then potentially licensed into paper. So that's also still true, definitely. Yeah.
It's good to know. In a way, this is something I love about Jonas Tellender and Storytel, is that in many parts of the world, he's not only going in and selling what's there, but he's actually generating new material, which is so valuable. At some point, we probably have to call Storytel the publisher it is. And that's an exciting element of what they're doing and what you're doing with it. So I'm glad to hear that. Let me come to you, Chip. We've worked together so many times in the past. And one of the things I love so much about your background is that you have this great understanding of the classics and work so well within them, but you also know the contemporary side of Arabic writing and Arabic writers today. Can you tell us a little bit about how you come to do what you're doing?
Sure. Thank you, Porter. Yes, we do go back. I'm delighted to be talking here on this panel with Kevin, with Yasmina, and thank you to the Sheikh Zayed Book Award for organizing this. So my path to Arabic literature is a bit perhaps convoluted. I didn't start learning Arabic until I think I was 30 years old. My background as an undergraduate was in classics, so Greek and Latin. and then worked in book publishing in New York as an editor, acquiring editor for a number of years. Sort of mainstream trade houses like Little Brown and Basic Books, and eventually began taking Arabic in the evenings as sort of first as sort of a to follow an interest I'd had. As my father had actually worked teaching literature, English literature in Baghdad in the 1960s. So I'd had sort of a tenuous connection to the region. I'd heard him speaking about it. He didn't know any Arabic. So I eventually began taking it and realized I would never really learn Arabic properly, or certainly have any sort of fluency in it unless I really moved to the Arab world. And as a result, I sort of, by hook or by crook, I managed to get myself hired by American University in Cairo Press as their acquiring editor, senior editor there, and spent 2 years working with my wife as well. She was the foreign rights manager for the AUC Press. And that really was my baptism by fire into the world of translation and Arabic literature and who the contemporary Arabic authors are, simply because AUC Press was so heavily involved with translations, with sort of, in many ways, sort of carrying the flag for kind of a lonely battle, as it were, for a number of years. It was such a limited field of readership in English for Arabic literature. Long story short, I returned. I got my PhD in Arabic literature, contemporary Arabic fiction, and since 2011, I've been working as the editorial director of a book series, The Library of Arabic Literature, which publishes classic Arabic texts of all varieties. We try to keep a very broad remit, from poetry to history to travel to cookbooks to law to Islamic law to philosophy, in new translations, facing page translations, and then bringing the books out in English-only paperbacks. So this is a way we've tried to insert getting Arabic literature into the bloodstream of people who think of themselves as interested in world literature. Additionally, I translate contemporary Arabic fiction myself, novel short stories. I have two short story collections coming out next year.
So we've actually got two translation experts here. And then one of the things you're mentioning the Sheikh Zayed Award. One of the things I love about it is that with 9 categories, they're able to Dr. Ali and his group are able to actually give us both things. We're getting something for the contemporary audience every year in the awards program, including for children. Yeah. And yet we're also getting things for scholars. There is rigorous scholarship being awarded by this program as well. It sometimes seems to me, Chip, and tell me if I'm just making this up, could be, but it sometimes seems to me that we're almost talking to two worlds when we talk about Arabic translation and the need for it in the world. We do have such a big and vibrant scholarly basis of interest there. And yet we have the mass market, we have the trade, as we call it. Because at Publishing Perspectives, we primarily cover the trade, although we also deal with academic. I tend to watch what's happening in that audience and how aware they are of Arabic literature in the contemporary side. Is that right? Is it almost a two-tracked situation at this point in the evolution of translated Arabic literature?
I think so, yes. I would say, multiple tracks. Obviously, I mean, talking about a translation of adult novels, that's a very different market, obviously, from the children's literature, which is blossoming in Arabic and certainly has blossomed in English language, for the last 20 years, the children's publishing. It's wonderful to see this kind of growth in children's publishing in Arabic. But certainly for academic or scholarly sort of the awards that are given to sort of scholarly literature or scholarly texts for the Sheikh Zayed Book Award seems to be a different sort of approach, a different sort of readership there. I mean, obviously, that's going to be Kevin, you may be able to speak to this too, as sort of a much more, people who are perhaps able to read it in both languages to begin with. But in some ways, highlighting some of the intellectual work being done in the Arab world, which is very important. But obviously, from something like Publishing Perspectives, point of view, there's really, interest in reaching out to people who are generally interested in literature and the literary world, and have generally been, this whole Arabic literary scene has been a closed book to them, to use an expression, simply because it has not been available in translation, and people just don't know where to start, publishers included.
Yeah, if I could dive in here for just a second, and
Please do.
please
I
tell
was
me.
going to ask you to. Yeah, jump in.
Yeah, appreciate that. Please tell me if the audio cuts out. I can repeat a point.
Okay.
If I can embarrass Chip for a second, this is something that Library of Arabic Literature I think does pretty well, which is trying to bridge these two worlds. On the one hand, these are great scholarly resources, the books that they're producing. On the other hand, they're very aware of sort of the broader audience, the mass market audience, people who are interested in literature but are not specialists. And so there's an attention to putting out these English only paperbacks and getting the kind of translation that are readable, to use a sort of a controversial term within translation studies. And this difference you point out also from a translator's perspective, this is something that was first pointed out to me really by someone who is here with us in spirit, if not in person, Michael Cooperson, who recently translated with the Library of Arabic Literature. He said that, you're really, a translation, there you go, shameless plug for imposters.
Good job.
Translating for a scholarly audience and translating for, a non-specialist but educated readership are two very different animals in some ways. And, in my own thinking, that comes down to expectations and purpose. What's the purpose of a translation for a scholar versus what's the purpose of a translation for a generalist, educated but non-specialist reader. And so in some ways it's very hard to bridge that divide. And again, I think Library of Arabic Literature does that, better than most, but it's an ongoing challenge.
Yeah, I love the point you're making. And I've been aware of Michael Cooperson talking about this. He was saying that a great many very fine translators actually fall into the side of writing it in English. And it may take some time for them to become good at writing in English, because their main interest, of course, was the translational value and the research. And I found that fascinating, because it means that you're right. There is a certain special task for the person who is translating to the contemporary audience, who reads a certain kind of literature and expects a certain kind of standard. Yasmina, along these lines, may I hope I don't put you on the spot here, but one of the things that I've understood over the past few years is that in the Arab worlds, plural, there is not necessarily the same tradition of editing for material that there is in the Western world. And that often a translator who may find a piece that's wonderful, and she or he is eager to see this thing come into translation and going from publisher to publisher, may be starting with a manuscript that doesn't have the drafts, that doesn't have the great scrutiny that heavy editing in the Western world gives a piece. Is this still the case, or more a tradition of editing starting to grow?
Well, it is still the case, I have to say.
Okay.
Well, for a variety of reasons. I don't want to to give publishers too directly, because it's something we've been discussing a lot, and I've actually asked straightforwardly to publishers already, why aren't we, editing the manuscripts more? And I've had personal experiences where I could see that the book I was representing really had a lot of potential. It was great, but I could see that it did need some sort of editing, because it was for variety of reasons, and it did turn out to be a very sour experience for the acquiring publisher, because they didn't have a lot of experience with Arabic. They didn't expect this kind of unpolished material, and it took them a lot of time editing it afterwards, and that's not good. I mean, for me as an agent, you want them to be happy to repeat the experience, and they're not likely to repeat it if this is the kind of cost they have to put on top of the translation cost. So this is certainly an obstacle. Of course, I mean, some books are more finished than others. Like some writers are just better to be, are more, how can you say, more polished in the way they write. Some writers will benefit. But of course, I'm in favor. I think any book would benefit from another pair of eyes. I think it just makes a better book. But definitely, yes, it's unfortunately still a problem. The reasons, if it's of interest, I've raised the point with a few publishers, and what kind of comes back very explicitly or between the lines is an economic answer. So what I hear what I hear as an answer is, well, in the end, and that's the number I keep hearing. I don't know, what it's based on and where the number comes from, but most publishers will tell you that 40% is the size of the loss to piracy in the Arab region. Wow. And so they're like, what's the point of investing more and even more in a book if in any case we're going to lose money? And that's the same answer when you ask them about marketing for a book, about, and so in the end, I think there's something a bit dysfunctional in the way Arabic book industry works today, and this is certainly one of the problems that we have, and I hope we'll find a solution to at some point.
Well, we cannot throw stones, though. One of the great things that the self-publishing world in the Western, particularly the English language markets, has begun to show us is how many authors do not understand the editing process and don't understand that they mustn't approach even the market, let alone a publisher, with their manuscript until it's had that kind of attention, and until, meaning developmental editing, as we call it, as well as line editing and textual editing. And it's become a big issue for them, again, because of economics, as you're saying, not so much about piracy in these cases, but because it costs a great deal to hire a good editor. And yet the publisher needs to see something valuable come in that's had that attention. They don't want to take just the first thing the author hands off. And it's a problem. There's kind of a chicken and egg problem going on there for them as well. And I'm not sure where the solution's coming on that end either, but I think the problem is pretty stubborn. As we know, in our, some of the leading writers in the Arab world, both classic and modern, simply have not been translated. Let me ask, this is funny because in a way I'm going to ask the global question first rather than building up to it, but why is there such a problem, or is there a problem? Should we call it a problem? Why is there such a challenge in getting more good Arabic literature out into the world? Which of you wants to be the brave one and try putting your finger on at least one point that seems to be a sticking point? I bet, because of my nature and my background in news, I often go to the political. I look at cultures that have resistance to various concepts they have in their minds, usually quite false. And there may be a political resistance, I think, to Arabic in some parts of the world. And that may not be at all justified. Then you look at what foreign publishing houses are looking for, how they feel about it. As you're saying, Yasmina, how much of a risk do they want to take on something? Does it have to do with the language itself? Is there something innate and intrinsic there that's a problem? Any of you jump in and tell me, what do you think the main challenge we're looking at that point is?
Well, I'm happy to jump in.
Okay.
I'll try my luck.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm sure there are a number of factors, and I'm sure other reasons will also be put forward. I think political in the general sense, I think, does play a role. So often I'm asked, what about Syrian literature? Is it still in demand? What's the current events? How do current events impact the demand for literature? And I always answer it's a double-edged sword. On one side, yes, of course, people want to know more about Syria, but on the other, if you ride this wave too much, you kind of saturate the market and kind of focus the attention and associate Arabic literature to political events. And you don't want that. I don't want that either.
Right.
So it's a double-edged sword. And as an agent, and when I meet individual publishers, I always feel like I need to, help them unlearn certain ideas they might have about the region, certainly part of the process. But that's one side of it. I think one important side of it, kind of a bit of self-criticism, looking at what we can do as Arabs, to promote our own literature. I think apart from editing, and people who've had bad experiences are certainly not likely to repeat the experience when it comes to a poorly edited book, for example. But I think also a lot more can be done when it comes to promoting our own literature. If you look at the Arab region today, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard this before, there was a report done, I think, by the UN at some point where, the conclusion was Arabs don't read. I've heard this sentence. I read it so many times. But I keep saying, honestly, with the absence of real distribution networks and the absence of proper diffusion, the absence of proper marketing, all of that combined, and people still do read. So, kudos to readers. They still, find their way to books. So I think we need to do more in informing people about what books there are. And I think definitely the gap between the Arab countries, Arab publishers and international publishers is certainly smaller than when I started, because people meet more and there are more opportunities to meet. I think there is a more like in-depth thing to be done, and I think information is one of them. We don't have enough information tools. I mean, that are meant to the wider audience. I don't mean like, you know, scholarly efforts. I mean really publications. Of course, like you have some blogs here and there, but nothing that has enough, how can I say, aura. And I also think we need to do more in terms of evaluating our production. Because I mean, you see this being done by various media outlets. Of course, today with social media and all of this, you know, people still question, you know, what's the role of a critic today when you have influencers selling books online. But I think a critic still has a role to play. Like it's different. They're not just doing publicity, right? They're evaluating the book somewhere. And somehow we do have critics, but it's not the same kind of scale. So I feel these are like two important obstacles to literature traveling. Of course, there are other reasons, but this is something that at least we can try and address, and the rest has to come from other sides as well. But so information and evaluation, I think, things we need to work on as, you know, as our stakeholders of the book industry.
These are very cogent comments. I started my career in journalism as a critic, and I was fortunate to be trained by the National Critics Foundation here. And what I learned doesn't actually happen in practice, even in the West, very much anymore, which was actual criticism rather than reviewing. Now we have consumer review, and I think that trend has taken our part of the world's markets a bit off track as well. So in the informational and in the evaluative space, there's much less understanding and depth. But I'm also struck by your mentioning distribution. I think, honestly, I think there's a gold mine waiting for somebody who wants to get into the many cultures of the Arab world and create distribution across their borders and across their cultures, because everywhere we hear this. And one of the things that Mohammed Rashad, who is the president of the Arab Publishers Association, told me last year during the Abu Dhabi fair, is that what's happening there is very upsetting in terms of the throes of the lockdowns, of the deepest parts of the pandemic we're still coming out of. He said that during those times, it was very easy to spot which publisher was capable of moving into an internet contact with readers and trying to find consumers and operating online, and those who weren't. And those who weren't really fell by the wayside, and some of them were lost entirely, which is terrible. But there again, what almost is a substitute for distribution at this point is at least internet fluency. If you can get a customer and get a publisher and get a retailer online together, you can do it. But that's not what distribution really is. We actually need somebody moving this material around forcefully and growing the internet structure around it and the framework. There's much to do.
A lot.
Yeah.
I would just pop in too.
Please,
seconding what Yasmina said. I mean, certainly it would have been very helpful when I was sort of in, this is now the late 90s, trying to sort of acquire literary fiction or translation in at places like Little Brown, you know, kind of hitting a hard wall. This was really the political side where America was, you know, that Americans aren't interested in translated fiction. We don't care what it is, forget it. It's, you know, cost. There's an extra cost for translating. We can't get the author on NPR because he or she doesn't speak English, and forget it, just too much. But the one thing I did have, of course, was, you know, the French Publishers Agency putting together a glossy catalog of the latest French books and descriptions in English, and German publishers, the German Book Office doing something similar, the Dutch Translation Fund. There had not been anything like that, even if I were aware at the time of something similar from the Arab world. I know occasionally you'll see about things like this, like Egypt at one point, the GIBO, the General Egyptian Book Organization, had started to do things like catalogs. So it would be wonderful to see more of that. And I'm sure, Yasmina, you're put something similar together on your own for Raya. But again, that was something that's kind of a basic sort of, here's what's coming out, here's what you should be paying attention to. And frankly, of course, for book publishers, things like the Sheikh Zayed Book Award and other awards that sort of, if you have no clue what's going on in literature in Arabic right now, well, this book won an award. These the authors you should be paying attention to.
That's right.
Here's a place to start, even if you don't. So I would just briefly say the other thing too is that was one reason that translation has been difficult is, first of all, Arabic is a difficult language to learn, like Chinese. It's a big barrier to get to that level, and so it's been a pretty small pool of translators. Obviously, it's growing. It's wonderful. It has been growing. There's far more translators for whom translators, let's say Arabic to English, whose native language was Arabic or come from an Arabic heritage, which is wonderful to see too. But that does mean it was, for a while there was kind of a stuck simply because there was a very small pool, and therefore not a lot was making it through the pipeline, and therefore English language publishers, for example, didn't have much to go on, and there was not sort of a great competition for sort of a sense of there's an urgency about this. But of course, there really is. There is more firm, and I do have to say just one last thing. Certainly for U.S. publishing, the environment, the milieu of sort of the publishers out there, smaller publishers willing to take more risks. There's less of a sort of a blanket fear that translation doesn't work. But it just warms the cockles of my heart when I see New York Times is reviewing a translation like any other novel, whether from Arabic or Japanese. It's okay, the water's fine, and actually readers do quite like literature and translation, and why not? It only enriches the language and the reading experience.
I see that too. I see more publishers becoming brave enough to put the translator's name on the cover, which, of course, in the West used to be something you never did, because then they'll realize it's a translation. Horrors. Now they're putting the translator's name on with pride. They're pointing out this translator won a Booker. That's pretty good.
Right.
It's wonderful to see this, and you've made a good point. I think awards are playing a role in this. In a way, I'll give you an example. Books from Norway is one of the great national outreach services that we all look at and use it as an example. Because the Norwegians have been wonderfully ingenious in selling their material across borders and across frontiers and getting it translated by coming together with a national site and a national movement to get it all out together. The publishers are all combined on this, and they're working together with it. We see it now in Italy. We see a Brazilian effort coming along in a really good way. I love seeing these national and regional efforts to move literature out, as you're saying, with display, with a nice catalog of what we've got, explanations of what it means, and contextualizing so publishers can find out, why should I look at this? Publishing Scotland does this in an amazing way. What I'd love to see is what you're talking about. And at this point, it's falling to the awards programs to do this job. And this is something the Zayed is doing. In fact, some people will know Michael Kupperson, whom we just mentioned, because he won a Zayed last year. He is one of the award winners from 2020. And you see this display of material come out from the Sheikh Zayed Book Award every year. This is the missing catalog. This is the missing gesture to the world. Look what we have. Here is our store window. Here is our display. The International Prize for Arabic Fiction does a wonderful job, although they just choose one piece a year. I'm particularly interested every year because they're working in contemporary, and not being a scholar myself in Arabic, this is something I can get closer to quite quickly. So I do love this aspect of what the awards are doing, but we need exactly what you're saying. We need some, and I would like it to combine many of the Arab cultures, some outreach effort to promote and to say, look what we have here. Come find us. Kevin, where are you on this? Is this making sense in what you're seeing too? Is there this need of outreach going on?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to echo what both Yasmina and Chip said, but but to dovetail immediately on Chip's point about taking risk. This is something that kind of has bothered me for a little while, is to see publishers and also critics, as you mentioned, sort of going with what's being risk averse, I guess. To take an example, you look at today's list of on Real Clear Books, like what they have listed right now, and there's reviews of things by or articles about E.M. Forster, about D.H. Lawrence, about Machiavelli, about you name it, and it's all the same names that I always see. I failed to mention at the beginning also, I write for the mainstream press pretty often about books and culture and things. I talked to, speaking of, we're talking about Michael Cooperson a lot, who again is with us in spirit. His Impostures was reviewed in the Wall Street Journal. And I had occasion, I emailed the reviewer to say, congrats on a great piece. And like, I really appreciate it as a classical Arabist, and we don't often get this kind of airtime. And he said, what's funny is I chose that book because it was summer 2020 and it was the COVID year, and publishing schedule for other books were backlogged, were delayed.
Right,
and so,
right.
I had kind of a bag of books that I wouldn't normally have and that I wouldn't normally go for, but because there was it, on the one hand, great, any way that we get the name out there, that we get the word out about Arabic literature. On the other hand, what does it say about the industry that the reason that they take risks is because they're forced to?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
a little more imagination perhaps on the, and not to single out this reviewer, obviously, this is an industry-wide problem, I think, but, that's one thing. I don't entirely blame people in the West, people in the English speaking world for this, because there's sort of this inertia, towards certain things and away from other things. So, we're talking about, lack of familiarity. People used to take Greek and Latin in high school. And so it's no wonder that, we have so many more translators, among other things, in the class writership. For example, that we have so many translators in the, one colleague said that translating the classics, meaning the Greek and Latin classics, has a longer translation history than some national literary traditions. And so no wonder that people in the West are more familiar with these works versus, they don't take Arabic. We don't take Arabic in middle school.
Right.
We don't take Arabic in high school. And so unfamiliarity with sort of the language and also the categories. So some categories from the region have made it through, like in poetry, for example, people know what a ghazal is,
Right.
like a love poem. People know what a pantoum is, but there's all these sort of basic categories. Everyone knows what a sonnet, well, not everyone, but, the sonnet is something familiar to us that we're aware that, even if I don't know exactly what it is, I should be familiar with it. It's something that I should know about.
Right.
But, a qasida, which is kind of the classic Arabic ode, or in other languages too, so we still have a lot of work to do, both from a translational side and also from a promotional side, as you said, to not just introduce titles and authors, but also basic categories, and to get people familiar with basic language and culture, and get them talking about it as if it were, part of the landscape in which things are already there and already participating.
You're quite right. I think, in fact, speaking of sonnets and our familiarity with that, as you say, such as it is, very few of us know there's more than one kind of sonnet, for that matter. But if we think Shakespearean when we say the sonnet, right, when we're looking at our 14 lines, one of the things that I think has always helped, of course, with that body of material is performance. The fact that we understand a lot of that writing through performative signals that have come to us over the ages, plays and film adaptations, music based on a lot of this music, a lot of this literature. There is such a thing in relation perhaps to 1001 Nights, which I almost hesitate to mention. But again, looking at some of the things Cooperson has said, the adaptation format seems to help travel literature, if you will, into other cultures. And I wonder, now, there are some examples, but I wonder if more performance elements and support could have, or might still, help power, help drive, and become a vehicle for Arabic literature into non-Arabic cultures. There seems to be less performance connected with it. Or is that just me? Am I incorrect on that?
Yeah, it's certainly there's a modern theatrical tradition in Arabic. It occurred to me too. BBC used to do radio plays based on Guy Mahfouz's novels. Years ago they sort of did that's much more of a British sort of phenomenon, the radio play. It's some of the, as Kevin mentioned, there are certain genres that don't quite link up or have not really sort of had a resonance in English. One of the big things classical Arabic has is saja, sort of a rhymed prose. So when we think of rhyme in English, we assume it's poetry. You can have poetry without rhyming. You can't have rhyming unless it's poetry in English. Well, in Arabic, you can simply do rhymed prose. That is a long tradition in Arabic up to the 20th century. But when you translate that in an older text and do it literally, okay, I'm going to come up with a rhyme for this, it sounds odd. It's something not quite rap. It's something you kind of have a tendency to sort of make it sort of sing-song in English. This has been a real problem for like Library of Arabic Literature, simply because Sajaa, this rhymed prose tradition, sounds very good in Arabic. Really hard to make that work in English without coming up with something else or really trying to come up with some other solutions.
Fascinating. Now, what's chiming in my mind when you say that is the case of the Beijing Opera, formerly called Peking Opera, which of course could be a wonderful performance vehicle to move more of that culture's art into other cultures, but it's not something that other cultures like to listen to. It's simply a sound that isn't easily adapted into other cultures. I think from that example, I know what you mean. I'm understanding something of what you're saying. I get like the wine that doesn't travel well. I tend to think, though, that I wish we could see more of the contemporary theatrical art coming out of the Arab world, because I think it would help. We are the Western cultures are so visual now and are so built on narrative that's coming, of course, from the streamers with the enormous amount of production going on now, and very good production, that you look at the Arab world and you wish it were more a part of it. You want to see more of that material. But I hear you nodding there, Yasmina. Go ahead. Yeah.
Because I mean, it's an interesting point. I was thinking also, like, immediately I thought, Netflix when you were talking performance, but I mean, even like I also think of Mahmoud Darwish, for example, when he would fill football stadiums telling his poetry. I mean, I'm not sure you see this elsewhere, when people come just to listen to a poet tell his poetry. I mean, this is very unique, and Nizar Qabbani the same. So we do have a performance culture that's still very alive, and we have like storytellers. Like in Lebanon, there was a yearly festival of storytelling, Hakawatis. They would come and tell their stories, and they would invite storytellers from other parts of the world. So there definitely is a performance culture. Is it relevant abroad? I'm not sure. The only time I saw Mahmoud Darwish, and I had the ultimate honor to have a drink with him in Frankfurt, even memorable experience. It was in Frankfurt, and he gave poetry, and there was a crowd, and most of them were German, whom I could tell they didn't know Arabic, but there's something in Germany which I think is beautiful, is that they are happy to listen to a language they don't understand for a short while. It's as if they're listening to a foreign music. I haven't seen this anywhere else, by the way. Wow. So this is thank you, German listeners. But so today, I think there are, like, everybody's very aware of the audiovisual kind of dominance, certainly. And I know, for example, that Netflix has been trying to get into the Arab market. I know that they've been growing a team of Arabic-speaking, knowledgeable people. So definitely, I think the performance that might be more accessible to a wider audience is coming. But on that, there's an interesting also, the whole conversation that of course, even if I'm not, I think it's a very Anglo-American also conversation, the whole cultural appropriation issue. Kind of backlash sometimes. So, for example, I have there's a book I thought was a beautiful first novel, but it was by an Arab author who was telling a love story between a German young woman and a Nigerian migrant. And so the publisher refused to consider it because he felt this was cultural appropriation, like of an Arab telling the story of an African migrant. So I'm thinking, this whole debate, which is, I can see where it comes from, but sometimes can backlash. It's the same for movie adaptation rights. So I go to a producer, they love the book, but they immediately want an Arab director to direct it because they're afraid of being accused of cultural appropriation if they were to direct it with an American director. So it kind of, I see where it comes from. And, when I was growing up as a teenager, when we looked at these American movies that would depict Iraqis speaking Arabic with an American accent, we would laugh so much. It was so, unconvincing. But now we've gone to such an extreme that it's actually maybe even disturbing us, where we're not able to reach these platforms anymore. So I don't know, it's another debate perhaps, but an interesting one, I think. So let's see what Netflix can do.
Exactly. This is a very good debate. You're putting your finger on here at Frankfurt. We often say that literature is political. There simply is no way around it. And what you're describing, the question of appropriation, and does it even exist? Is that what's happening? In case-by-case basis, that is actually a subtle form of political intrusion. into what may be a different life for that literature if it weren't being challenged in such interesting ways. It's fascinating and concerning, the entire woke, as we call it now. Formerly, I think we said PC, we said politically correct. Body of concern that's moving through many of our cultures now can actually hamper what you're trying to do in terms of sharing, of all things, cultures. When I think probably anybody who came from the woke idea and concept would say, oh no, we want to share, we want to be talking with each other. And yet you run immediately into these problems. It's fascinating, isn't it, how we can trip ourselves up.
It is.
If I could
Kevin,
sorry, yeah,
please.
if I could jump in on this point too. Yeah, I've been thinking through this, and I already wanted to talk about this case. But speaking of cultural appropriation, there's sort of this, on the one hand, we want to respect and uphold the cultures that we're talking about. On the other hand, we're also trying to introduce people to them, and we sort of have to meet in the middle on these two things. One example of someone who's been very innovative through his career with performance, trying to introduce people to literature of the region, and will be from Persian, not Arabic. And I'm going to make a few enemies by bringing up this case. But this person is Coleman Barks, who is probably the most famous translator of Rumi, and not just a translator, but a performer. So will go around and do these live jazz seances where he'll read his translations of Rumi. And because of this, and because of his very very breezy, readable English translations of Rumi, everyone in the West, I mentioned I do classical Arabic literature. That's my area of research and writing. And people will say, oh, have you read Rumi? Like, yes, but he wrote in Persian, but everyone's heard of him. So on the one hand, and here's the catch. Coleman Barks doesn't know Persian. He doesn't actually translate.
Really?
So in the same way that Christopher Logue didn't know Greek, when he translated or, sort of reimagined, I guess,
Adapted.
the Iliad for war music, but that's probably my favorite translation of the Iliad. And in the same way, Coleman Barks, again, this is, I'm going to become a pariah in my field by saying Coleman Barks has done a service to, because in some ways it sort of waters down, not just the language, but also sort of the content, so a lot of the more sort of Islamic inflected language and formulas and things like that from Rumi's poetry, we don't have that anymore. But again, lots of people in the English speaking world know about Rumi. So it speaks to this question of how much are we willing to let go? I mean, especially specialists and scholars in particular, how much are we willing to let go of, our hold on these things and let people sort of take them in different directions? And this is actually a question relating back to translation adaptation itself. Once you send a book out into the world, it's like, a child growing up, going off to college, and, you have to hope that you did your best, and then send that child off into the world, and where it goes and what it does, is largely not up to you anymore. So anyway, to make it a bit more philosophical, but some challenges that we face.
I love what you're saying. First of all, we all have to admit Rumi has had a very good ride, and it's astonishing because, of course, that material is appreciated in so many places, and I'm sure bagged in with Arabic far too often. But the point you're making is interesting. The protective, the I don't want to say purist, because that's considered rather an ugly term, I suppose, but the protective and the respectful understanding of the original intent and context of work at times probably does slow down the spread and the travelability, if you will, of this material, because somebody wants it not to go out in too watered down a way, and to certainly not a westernized way, at which point it's losing its character, and yet to translate in the broader terms, to communicate it into another culture, probably some loosening up is necessary. And I guess we have to think about that more seriously. I hear you.
If I could pop in,
yes,
just I mean, yes, Coleman Barks is quite the controversial figure, but certainly there's room enough for translations that take Coleman Barks' approach to it, which is much looser, more domesticating, to use that term, that sort of to take it really out of its context. And then there are multiple translations of Rumi's poetry out there. Some are far more rigorous and much more connected to the original and sort of get a sense that you're reading. I mean, it's a sense that, you can translate, again, back to 1001 Nights. You can get a rigorous contemporary, Hussein Hadawi's translation, or you get, Aladdin from Disney. I mean, that's a different translation of the Nights, as it were. There's all kinds of levels that these things can sort of approach, from the sublime to the ridiculous, or from the purist to the sort of, let's make it as easy as possible, an entryway for anyone to approach this. And who knows, maybe, a child who watched the Aladdin movie as a kid may grow up to read a serious translation of it, or even learn Arabic themselves when they get to college. So there's hope yet.
Very true.
Yeah.
I will say the Netflix really is, trolling through it. The sort of the first of all, not just options that are, Arabic language films and television series that are available that were just impossible to find unless you were sort of illegally downloading them from YouTube or something a couple of years ago. One very popular thing that came out last year from Netflix Egypt was the series Paranormal, which was based on Khaled Tawfiq, a great novelist who passed away a few years ago, was sort of a pioneer of science fiction and horror in contemporary Egyptian literature, was sort of much beloved. A whole generation grew up of reading his paranormal books. I translated another of his books, one of his novels. So I had my fingers crossed that the success of Paranormal would lead to this other book, Oktober, coming out at Netflix. No word yet. Netflix has not moved on that. But it was exciting to see that level of interest for, again, produced with Egyptian actors and the director and filmed in Cairo, and then sort of, introduced, presented as this is a horror anthology, horror series. And maybe people will then find this more interesting, or publishers might find it interesting to find the author behind this series. So I hope there'll be more of that.
That's an excellent example of what I'm saying I would love to see more of, even if horror and science fiction are not necessarily what I would normally watch. I'm very grateful to Netflix. They were with us a couple of years ago here in Frankfurt, and we're actually talking about the Egyptian piece at the time. It was in development at that point, and they were very excited about it because the international wing of Netflix development, which releases, as you may know, into 27, 28, I think almost 30 languages now at once. When they go out, they translate that many copies of the pieces, so that their huge audience can get at it as much as possible. They were very excited about this because I think it was their first real breakthrough, they felt, into something coming from Arabic. And I hope we see more of that. I hope that the trend continues. I do think that's a good way to travel things into such a visual culture as we have today. Yasmina, were you going to jump in on this? I thought I heard you say something. No?
I tend to get carried away. So I'm sorry if I interrupt with small noises.
No, we all
I can
do.
go on and on.
No,
I mean, so I'm just crossing fingers as well, because I think it's a great ambassador actually to have these films. And but I also want to go back on the point of watering down, not watering down, and a translation. And I love the idea of of having so many different possibilities and having room for the approaches. As an agent myself, I mean, sometimes I'm called to make a decision, on what kind of translation to encourage for a book that I represent. So, but then, it doesn't mean that it has to be the same for everyone. But I find it a very interesting question, because when I started, I was more of conservative, I would say, and I'd say, you have to stick as much as possible, be faithful to the author. And a lot of authors, when I started, were worried, how much of their word would be lost in translation. But as with time, I felt that actually too close a translation. I mean, I'm talking for trade now, of course, and not for classical poetry. But too close a translation actually sometimes is just not readable in the language of that you want to get into. So I feel, and I think this is a tribute to translators in general. I think their work is honestly underestimated. I think translators are actually writers in a way. They really get into the book and rewrite it in their own words, close enough to the original, and making the bridge basically. And I think this is where the whole creative aspect of the translator needs to be appreciated. So, and going back to the difficulty of Arabic, there are a lot of authors. I have one author in particular, like in Arabic, her writing is of a kind that it works well. But if you choose to translate it more literally, it will come out as flowery, but it's not her intention in Arabic. And so I find a lot of translators sometimes like this floweriness because maybe this just kind of, evokes things to their mind. But, and this, because I know the author well, in that case, I know it's not her intention. So for that particular book, I actually, and actually the book I can mention is now is on the long list of the National Book Awards. It's Sam Eliasbek's Planet of Clay, published by World Editions. So for that book, when I spoke with our Swedish translator, or the Swedish publisher and all of our publishers, I really made it a point. I said, listen, if the translator comes to you with a flowery type of, so that's not right. From the beginning, I was really afraid of that. So just to say, I think this is also one of the complexities, the choices of the translator and the modernity they're able to see in a book beyond their own, expectations.
You're remind me of something I love between modern translators and authors. Simon Bruni, who lives in England, and works very frequently with a Spanish author, a Spanish language author from Latin America, gets a call from this author. I won't tell you the name, just not to embarrass anyone, but he'll get a call from this author saying, I have to bother you. I know it's the middle of the night, but if I use this phrase in Spanish, what will it be when you translate it in English? And I love that relationship, because when you say, I love translators too, and when you say that they're writers, they are. And here is the author, in that case, actually asking for some writing from the translator ahead of time. And how clever. If you want your book to be understood in another language, know someone as good as Simon Bruni is, and be able to call, why not? And say, does this work in English, or will it not come across? It's wonderful to see these relationships. We have a little time left. And in that, I'm going to ask you each quickly before we get away. We're surrounded right now by book people, of course, here at Frankfurter Buchmesse, people who love hearing of something good. I want each of you to tell me of some piece that you find real good, that you think we all should put on our list to check out. Kevin, can we start with you? Do you have somebody in mind?
Oh, this is this is tough.
We'll put Chip on the spot and you can think about it if you need.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you talking
Chip.
about, a work that should be translated or come into English but hasn't yet? Or...
Either way, I think my first thought was something that is translated and that you would like to recommend we all look at as a good example of translation and of Arabic literature coming out. But perhaps you would rather point up to somebody who needs translation, which is pretty valuable if you want to put your finger on that.
Yeah. So I'll plug this book came out and it won an award. Actually, it's very quirky. It's called Names of the Lion, and it's translated by David Larson at NYU. The reason I mention it is not immediately readable for an English language audience, in the sense that it's not a genre. And I spoke of this before, how there are genres and categories and stuff that we're not familiar with. It's not a genre that you would think, I'm going to pick this up and this will be a beach read for me. And he actually published it as a poetry chapbook, which is really great. But it's just a work by this 12th century grammarian listing over 400 names in Arabic for a lion.
Wow.
And and it's funny, it's quirky, and the way David does it is just, it makes it very engaging, and you're drawn into it, and it is a wonderful introduction kind of talking about it. But this is what another colleague called philological pleasure reading, which is a big thing, especially in classical Arabic, that we don't really do as much in English. Again, to sort of introduce people to not just, a quirky work that's really fun, but also a category to sort of expand your minds about what constitutes literature and even poetry.
This is a great suggestion. I have to find this, Names of the Lion. And I love philological pleasure reading. That's almost as good as a jazz seance. You know what I mean? You hear these phrases and you go, my God, that's great. Chip, now you are on the spot. Tell us somebody you want to recommend.
All right. Well, of published books, there's certainly a number. Frankly, working for the Library of Arabic Literature, I'd hate to sort of pick favorites and sort of offend others, but I certainly, there's plenty of good books. Obviously, I mentioned Michael Cooperson's Impostures, which was a brilliant sort of approach to translation, to take a medieval text that was sort of 50 short narratives and that displayed the brilliance of Arabic and find a way to translate those in 50 different ways in English, from a global kind of translating one in terms of a cowboy slang, one in terms of a Cockney, one as sort of in the style of Jane Austen, one in the style of Chaucer, basically to show what the original author Al-Hariri was doing in Arabic, the translator Michael Cooperson was showing off English in the same way. To sort of, here are all the different things English can do, the way the author Al-Hariri was saying, here are all the things that Arabic can do. I will just mention a novel that I've just finishing reading that I think is brilliant, and I hope publishers will seek out to translate, which is Egyptian author Mansoura Izzeddin, who had a book that came out recently, Basatin al-Basra, so the gardens of Basra, or the orchards of Basra, which is sort of involves set both in the present and in Iraq in the sort of the 9th century, as sort of a time travel, as it were. Not quite time travel, making it sound like it's science fiction. It isn't. It is sort of, it links together two very different time periods, two very different sort of sets of people via a book, a text, a medieval text on the interpretation of dreams, which makes his appearance in the original in Basra a long time ago, and then in the present day. And so it is very much sort of casting back, looking back from modern day into this sort of golden age, into this sort of these authors from the very beginning of sort of the early centuries of Islam. I thought it was just a wonderful, wonderful approach. And she's a great author who really should be in English or in other languages, I think, translated more.
Wow, that does sound fantastic. I'm eager to read it. And one thing I think I neglected to say earlier, and we should mention now that you brought up Impostures, is that Michael Cooperson's book, that one, is the one that won the Sheikh Zayed Book Award last year, and obviously well deserved. So this great, wonderful too. Thank you, Yasmina. And yes, you may name a client if you'd like. It's okay.
I thought I would escape this one. Time's up.
Nope, you're on the spot. 2 minutes.
Well, it's really very tricky for me as an agent, I want to say, check my rights list. Well, if I have to choose, maybe I'll choose, okay, I'll mention, okay, I'll mention 3 for a good objective reason. Okay. One is Sama Yazbek, of course, because she's on the National Book Award long list. So I think this speaks for itself. I think Planet of Clay is definitely something that deserves attention. It has been translated in quite a few languages, but not a lot, and German is one of them. So I'll mention this here. It's a very, I don't want to say, it uses a strange device to basically depict chemical attacks on Ghouta, Damascus. So it's a girl who can't stop talking. So she kind of basically uses this device to say the unspeakable, and it works really well because it sticks to the very primeval meaning of destruction rather than getting into the political one. So it's an interesting book, very powerful. And she has a beautiful book coming out too, so definitely worth looking at. In my rights list, I'd like to draw attention, difficult. A classic, I would say, a future classic. I have several, but one I feel deserves attention, it's not getting enough of, is Elias Khoury. I think the name is already quite known, but his recent trilogy, he was very known for his earlier book, The Gate of the Sun, Bab al-Shams. His recent trilogy called The Children of the Ghetto is, for me, a literary masterpiece, really. And he's with Archipelago Books in the US. And I think he really deserves to be translated more broadly, especially that it tackles a very sensitive topic of the connection between basically, the Shoah and the Nakba. So it's a very difficult and slippery terrain. And I think he manages with a lot of humanity and a lot of intelligence as well. So I think it's a very interesting book, both politically, since literature is political, and from a literary perspective as well. So I'd recommend the trilogy. So 2 of them are out right now, and I'm eagerly waiting for the 3rd one to be out. And Archipelago already published, I think Stella Maris Volume 2 is about to come out if it's not already out. So these are and maybe a new author that I've been representing now for a short while, won an award in Egypt, his first novel. It was translated there was a sample done by Adam Talib, and the title he suggested, which I think is great, is Some Achieve Greatness. In Arabic, it's Jawaiz al-Aqal, if somebody read it. It's really good. It's a very, very witty book on the Egyptian revolution. It's such a big topic in Cairo, it's impossible to avoid. But I think editors should be patient and not say another book on the revolution, because it's bound to come up in literature. But it's interesting because it's a book about a man who thought he would be a hero and kind of is not, basically. So it's a very interesting book. So there. I hope none of my clients hear me.
We won't tell them anything. You're only broadcasting in the Agora right now. It's no problem. No one's heard you. No, these are fascinating. They all sound terrific. This is real good. And all of you have been terrific today. This has been such a good discussion. I'm sorry it's already ending. We have to get ready for the next hour here from Frankfurt Studio, Inside Publishing, our series is called. But we want to thank the Sheikh Zayed Book Award for allowing this to happen, making it happen, supporting it. And we want to thank Kevin Blankenship. We want to thank Chip Rossetti. And we want to thank Yasmina, say it for me again.
Jreisati.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's so good to hear from all of you. It's been a great conversation. I appreciate it. And I hope we'll meet up again soon. Thank you.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
A very warm welcome to the Content Shift Accelerator Award 2021, and welcome back to the Frankfurt Book Fair. How cool is that? People you can talk to, books you can touch, drinking lovely drinks with friends. I'm so happy to be back, and I'm delighted also about the award show. We have fantastic startups for you today, and let me tell you a little bit about the Content Shift Accelerator. It is a bridge between established industry players and startups so that they together can form the future of the book industry. And 44 startups applied for the program this year from 10 different countries, including Finland, England, Canada, India. And then in June, there was a pitch event, and the jury, consisting of members from Junferman, Wiley, VCH, Cornelsen, and Thalia, then decided to choose 5 finalists from these top 10 startups, which was a very difficult task, but they made it, and these 5 finalists are here today to pitch their concept, and I'm very much looking forward to it. And let me tell you a little bit about their process. So after these 5 finalists were chosen, they underwent a program. They had webinars, they had their own personal mentor who coached them, and then they had an intensive workshop weekend where they talked about business models, current challenges, and cooperation opportunities. Yes, and if you are a startup and you have a concept that in some way is connected to the book industry, then you can apply again in March 2022, and maybe we'll see you on the stage here. And if you are an industry player and you want to invigorate your company and you want to have new inspiration, then you can also invest in this program, and you'll get a spot on the jury, and you will get to know the startups personally. How cool is that? But now to our 5 finalists. They've been training, they're geared up to pitch here, they're very excited, I'm really excited, and what's going to happen is that they have 5 minutes to pitch their concept. Then I'll ask them a few quick questions because we have a very tight schedule, and then the next startup will pitch their concept. And at the end of it, Olaf Carstens from the Cornelsen Verlag will then announce the winner of the Content Shift Accelerator 2021. And that winner will win 10,000 euros, and it is an old tradition that in Frankfurt the winner has to pay green sauce for all the other startups who didn't win, and the presenter. So yes, without further ado, I'm going to announce the first startup. It is Bot Talk. And when people look over my shoulder and they take a look at my laptop, they can see that there's like 50 tabs that are open, because like somebody sends you a link with an interesting article and you sort of think, oh, that sounds interesting, but then you get a phone call and then you sort of leave the tab open. So in the end, you don't get back to reading that article. But that's where Bot Talk comes into it. It's a text-to-speech software that automatically converts texts into audio files so you can listen to them on the go. And in Bot Talk, they are very, very close to real human voices. That's very special about Bot Talk. So yes, please put your hands together virtually for our first startup of the day, Bot Talk.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew, and I'm a co-founder of BotTalk. And if you're anything like me, you love books. But have you ever had this thought that there are books out there you want to read but never find time to do so? We live in this crazy world where we move too fast, we're always on the go, and we never find time to actually do things we intend to do. And we're not alone. More and more people out there consume information in the audio format. And according to Spotify, on average, people spend 6.5 hours a week listening to audiobooks and podcasts. But did you know that 95% chance that you will not find the book you're looking for when you're looking in the in Spotify, for example? Well, imagine the world where you can listen to any text out there. And this is the world that BotTalk creates. We created computer-generated speech that sounds so appealing, so natural, so human, that you actually cannot tell the difference. Sounds too good to be true? Well, take a listen yourself. We took this German text, and it will be read out loud by a human moderator and then by BotTalk. Human first. Ja, ist okay.
Unsere Persönlichkeit bestimmt im extrem hohen Ausmaß.
That should be a voice there. Okay.
Should we, do you want to continue, and then if we have the technique, we can do it at the end?
So the effect that I was aiming at was wow effect, because it sounds so human, and the next question is, why does it sound so good? Well, we develop a technology that can adapt to the way people actually learn to speak, we as humans. And that is why we sound so good.
Is it possible now to play?
No, the clicker doesn't work now.
The clicker doesn't work. Oh, we're having technical issues. It's always, it's like Monday morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have to sort of groove back into it because we haven't had the book fair for so many years.
Yeah. So if the next slide will start, that will be great. So basically, that allows BotTalk to sound more natural than our competitors at Google, Amazon, IBM, and Microsoft. What BotTalk does, it learns from its mistakes. It corrects those mistakes with a 99% accuracy. So the 1% that is left is corrected by real humans on our editorial team. And today, the publishers, the news publishers in Germany, publish every day thousands and thousands audio articles based on BotTalk technology. And this is the technology that we want to bring to the book publishing industry. So the next time when you don't have time to read, you can listen to the book that you would love to.
A divine voice just told me that now you can play the voiceover.
Okay.
If you like.
Okay.
Unsere Persönlichkeit bestimmt in extrem hohem Ausmaß, wie wir Beziehungen gestalten. Die Merkmale einer Persönlichkeit werden, zu einem großen Teil, im Laufe der Biografie angelegt, bleiben über lange Zeit hinweg stabil und beeinflussen, wie eine Person denkt, fühlt und handelt.
That was human, and then the BotTalk.
Unsere Persönlichkeit bestimmt im extrem hohen Ausmaß, wie wir Beziehungen gestalten. Die Merkmale einer Persönlichkeit werden zu einem großen Teil im Laufe der Biografie angelegt, bleiben über lange Zeit hinweg stabil und beeinflussen, wie eine Person denkt, fühlt und handelt.
Okay, that is the wow effect that I was waiting for. Yeah, thank you very much.
Andrei, I asked you about your name and then I forgot to actually say it. Andrei Ezaolov. That's your name, right?
Yeah.
I'm a bit shocked because I do voiceover work. Do I have to get a new job? Is this what you're telling me?
Well, I'm telling you that maybe in 5 years.
Okay, can I start in your company?
Let's talk about it after the
Okay.
show.
Well, thank you so much. Can you tell me maybe in like 1 or 2 sentences what you took from this program and, for instance, this intensive workshop?
Yeah, basically, we started already as a business inside of a news publishing. And here it was important for us to look at our business model and to translate it for the book publishers. So, for example, in the news business, we are charging per article. And now we are charging per minute because it's more comparable with a human narrator now. Yeah.
And so how is it, if you have a personal mentor, is it something that is more intensive and they actually like work on a business model, or how does it, how's it different?
Definitely. So we can ask direct questions, we can have direct calls, and what is also important to validate your idea straight away with a possible client. So our mentors can introduce us to book publishers, and we can talk and say, okay, is it something that you will be interested in? And if so, how much we would love to pay for that? Yeah,
how much you can.
Exactly.
Cool. And do remember that if you win, you have to give green sauce for everybody.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The green sauce round has to
I've
on
cooked
you.
it all night. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, Andrei, thank you so much. Sorry about the technical issues,
No problem.
and good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And yes. And swiftly, we will continue with our next startup. Book have the vision to relieve publishers of an unpleasant but extremely important task, managing the metadata of their books. Book wants to help other publishers improve their sales in the future, something that is particularly interesting for the backlist. The software can be used to visualize, among other things, how the sales of individual titles are developing. So please welcome Christopher Klein and Jens Helbig, both founders and CEOs of Book. Hi.
Hey. So, have you ever tried to publish and sell a book, and have you ever tried to market it?
Well, we did, and we failed mightily initially, because writing a book and selling a book are two completely different challenges, as we had to find out the hard way.
We, Chris and Jens, wrote our book about 10 years ago, and while we were studying economics. To sell it, we founded a publishing house and spent various nights programming our own web shop. We were convinced that our books and the message of our books is too important, so everybody would read them and should read them. Besides spreading our message, we had high hopes to gain some money to improve our poor college lives.
But guess what? During the next 6 years, we only sold like a handful of books, even though we had written some more books by then. What a great disappointment.
But our message was just too important, so giving up was not an option.
We just needed to know, why didn't we sell any books? Were we wrong about the idea or had bad content? The feedback of our readers suggested otherwise. But then, what could be the reason?
Our investigation revealed that our books simply couldn't be bought because they couldn't be found by the reader, neither online nor offline.
So what did we do? By going through a tedious process of trial and error, we spent a great amount of time, 7 years to be exact, gaining know-how and generating results. Finally, we changed our approach dramatically and focused our efforts on book discoverability.
And what happened then? Within 3 years, we were able to sell about 100,000 copies.
We went from no sellers to bestsellers. Now you probably ask yourself, do I have to invest 7 years to generate the same results?
Not anymore. Thanks to Book, everybody can make their books more discoverable within seconds. From huge publishing houses with thousands of books to single self-publishers.
No know-how required. How does Book do it? Book is an intuitive platform that measures your book's health based on more than 50 key performance indicators, represented by the Book Score, a unique scoring system. By analyzing more data than anyone else in the industry, Book's algorithm generates a variety of intelligent recommendations which are easy to follow by anybody.
And the result? Better discoverability and more sales.
All you have to do is entering an ISBN number and Book does the rest. Put an end to the nerve-wracking, time-consuming and labor-intensive work of metadata management which only exhausts your employees.
Turn it into a fun game and observe how employees love to play on the Book playing field by increasing sales performance effortlessly.
Get your own playing field now.
Go to book.app and register for free.
See you on the other side.
Okay, thank you guys. Did I get that right? People can test your software for free?
Yes.
And they just have to register on this website. Cool. So in these 7 years, did you ever say, damn it, let's give up, let's do something else, let's completely change our career?
Yes, basically it was like a side hustle then.
Really?
And it got more intense with the time, but we really wanted to have some success and we really tried hard and at some point it just made click and we found like a way to boost sales and then we did it like full time.
When was the click? Because 7 years is a long time.
Yeah, like 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you had like the idea and then your book sales went
Exactly. So what
crazy.
we did manually with a lot of time and effort, we wanted a machine for that because we weren't able
Because
to
you were lazy.
Yeah, basically.
Basically,
We had other things to do. So we wanted to write and keep our publishing house growing, but it was just too time consuming to do all this work. So we wanted a machine that does the work for us. And so the idea of book actually originated that we wanted this machine for us.
I see.
And then we discovered that many other publishing houses are fighting with the same challenges of making their books more discoverable. And that's when we opened book up to everybody.
Okay, we'll share our machine.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you were saying that was a side hustle. At what stage was this sort of full time? After you sold the 100,000 copies, you were like, okay, guys, I think we can give up our other job.
Yes, basically when the earnings were high enough so we could quit our regular job. And
what was the regular job?
I was a portfolio manager, and Chris was on a golf range.
Yeah, he was on a golf course.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. And now you're happy that you've left
way
those
more
jobs.
happy. Yeah.
Way better.
Thank you so much, guys. It's a pleasure talking to you, and good luck.
Thanks.
And yes, next up. Next up, we have the Tinder app of books, Reader. Some of you maybe have experience with Tinder, some maybe not. But if you know Tinder, you know there's slides. So this is a bit like a Reader works. So if you, for instance, say, I want a romantic novel that plays at the book fair, the Frankfurt Book Fair. I want two startups to fall madly in love with each other, and I want a happy end. Then you can just use this app and decide what slides you want to use. You can choose between sad, serious, exciting, or challenging. And then, depending on what you choose, then titles will match quotas, and quotas are suggested. And then you might have a 90% match, a book called The Content Shift Accelerator Love Story, for instance, with a happy end. And so this app chooses books for you, which is really cool, I think. So please put your hands together for Ben Kors.
You probably know this feeling too. You're walking in a bookstore and you're overwhelmed by endless bookshelves. Every year, there are 70,000 new releases in Germany alone. That's almost 200 books a day. How should you find your next book in this jungle of books? Studies have shown that most people want to read and buy more books, but they're just not able to find any which meet their interest. No wonder that most readers heavily rely on bestseller recommendations. After all, those are the books which are bought the most. But imagine if you would just have to listen to the most popular song. Would that meet your interest? 10 years ago, we all listened to the music charts, and we all watched the big TV blockbusters. Today, we all have our own charts in our own pockets. Spotify and Netflix have shown what can be achieved if you give your customers really good and personalized content. And this is our vision for the book market. In our own app, readers can enter their favorite books and then receive books recommendation based on their personal reading profile. The question now is, why are our books recommendations so good? When we open a book, we want to laugh, we want to cry, we want to be inspired. To put it in a nutshell, we want to feel emotions. And the Reader recommendation system knows how books will make us feel when we read them. You're probably asking yourself now, how does Reader even know which emotions are in which books? To do this, we wrote an artificial intelligence which analyzes written text reviews. To this day, we have analyzed over 2.5 million reviews and classified over 300,000 books emotionally, thematically, and stylistically. We strongly believe there is a fitting book for everyone. And our mission is to find these and connect them to the fitting people. With the help of beautiful book recommendation, we want to turn every single individual into a book lover. Now, I want to invite you to our journey. On the first hand, you just can download the app and find your next favorite book. On the other hand, we are looking forward for book industry partners. So, if you are searching for a new way to sell your books, or if you're just seeking for innovation, or if you're just looking forward to change, we would love to talk to you in the next days. This said, I want to thank you for your innovation and your attention, and I want to welcome you to the world of reader.
Thank you, Ben. How many times have you done this pitch?
Once or twice.
So maybe you can also tell us about the 3-month program, how it sort of changed your pitch possibly, or what you learned in this 3-month program.
That will be a long answer, but the short answer is kind of simple. We had lots of project ideas. We had lots of projects hidden in our agenda, and now we met the people which can help us to do these projects, which got us to the next step, and which have helped us to develop cooperations with MVB. And this is, I think, a step for a startup, which usually takes 2 or 3 years. We could do this with the Startup Accelerator in 3 months.
Cool. And just coming back to your pitch, was there like input that you got, how to change your pitch, or how to maybe also your website, like practical tips, or how exactly did it work?
There was feedback on every single step of our company. Of course, there was a pitch training as well, which helps a lot. But as a startup, you usually do 10 to 15 pitches a year. So it's kind of normal business for us.
Yeah.
But of course, the Startup Accelerator helped us to get it on a point, especially for the book industry. Sometimes you need to change the perspective a little bit. And as a startup, you're coming from a startup world, and we shifted this pitch especially now to the book industry world.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much, Ben. I think it sounds really appealing. I normally also, as you mentioned, actually look at the bestseller list or maybe get recommendations from friends, but this sounds really appealing, so I'm definitely going to try it out.
I hope I can welcome you at the Reader app tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you, Ben.
Bye.
Good luck. So, the problem with seminars on topics such as soft skills or team building, we know it all. We go and do these fantastic exercises. We have 2 days of intensive training. We love it. We think we're going to change everything. And as soon as these 2 days are over, we sort of forget about it all, basically. So this is where Day Off can help. Using the app, small challenges can be integrated into everyday life and so realized on a daily basis. The goal is, of course, to establish a sustainable system and for participants to carry out the challenges automatically in the long term. So please put your hands together for Lino Torangena and Corinne Breyer from Day Off. Hi, guys.
Hi. We are Lino and Corinne from Day Off, and we want to change the way soft skills are trained today. Soft skills are more important than ever. For example, how you manage your own time, how you manage yourself, how you lead a team, or how you appreciate the work of others. But the way soft skills are trained today is really inefficient. People have to learn too much theory at once. It is not individualized and adapted to their needs. And studies show that only 10% of what is learned is actually applied in day-to-day work. So 90% of training investment is lost. And we wanted to change that and build Day Off as a web application for psychologically based and efficient soft skill training, where learning happens every day, is individualized for everyone, and the application of the learning is actually brought into daily work. We call that approach e-doing.
So how does that look like? We give employees daily challenges, like the one you see here on the left, where the employee merely gets the challenge to appreciate something about the work that helped her in the last week. So go to a colleague and tell them what they appreciate about their work in the last week. This is one example of over 500 challenges that are included in Day Off so far. Challenges out of 20 soft skill modules. And since every employee learns differently, we use machine learning to individually adapt our learning paths to each individual and each team. Our goal is to keep the employees engaged and motivated to train and develop themselves further. This is why we do 3 things. First, all our challenges are designed to be interactive and exciting, and also ready to be applied directly in your work. Secondly, we use lots and lots of gamification, as you can already tell from our screenshots. So that means you can level up your skills in the app, you can earn achievements, and you can earn points for your team. And when your team reaches a certain score, then you unlock team incentives. That means that pizza is ordered for everyone, or that everyone in your team gets a day off. That's also where our company name comes from. So this keeps employees engaged to develop themselves further. But also companies get something out of day off. They can measure the training success of their employees accurately instead of relying on individual evaluations. They can increase the productivity of every single employee, teams, and the company, on the total company. And overall, they can also improve their employer branding. So let's take a look at one of our clients, the KNK Business Software AG. They have a great psychological competence model that focuses on 16 skills their employees need to have. But they struggle to make it come to life, make it be applied in daily work. So that's where we came in. We took their competence model, and their employees had daily challenges, did daily challenges every day. And the result was that not only did the skills of the employees improve, they also loved it. Jasper Alt, the head of employee development of KNK, says that day off is a great method of digital employee training, and that it motivates their employees in their daily autonomous development.
In Day Off, we combine our experiences of psychology, computer science, machine learning, and coaching. That makes Day Off a psychologically effective and scalable solution. And today, we brought to you, especially for the book fair, a special offer, the Day Off Change Booster. The Day Off Change Booster makes your team, your company, and your employees ready for change in only 8 weeks. So, go to our website, dayoff.de, get your Change Booster, get your day off, and thank you for listening.
I love the offer. Is there like a discount, like a Frankfurt Book Fair code?
Yeah, for sure.
That's already included in the offer. That's our
Cool. And do you guys have employees? Do you sort of test your like incentives? Do you say, okay, pizza today, guys? I love that incentive, by the way. Yeah?
Yeah, we use the app ourselves with our whole team, and it's great. It's also funny because like sometimes you can write messages to the others, so it's cool to see what the others are doing right now, and yeah, it keeps us motivated as well.
Are you both gamers or?
Yeah, we both game sometimes.
Yeah.
And included some of these special, like psychologically effective techniques into our app to keep it fun.
Yeah, that's really important.
Yeah, long-term motivating.
Yeah, cool. And so maybe you can also tell me what you learned in this 3-month program.
Yeah, it was really cool to talk to experts in the book industry, because we do content as we present here, but it's not really totally related to the book industry. It made us even change our business model a bit. So right here, we talk about companies, but now we're planning on a new offer that we offer to authors and publishing houses. Mm-hmm. If you sell a book that has something to do with training, we want to offer Day Off as a companion to that book, so readers can follow the book and then apply what they learn in the book directly. So if you have something like that, come talk to us. We're ready to discuss that further.
And do your employees also get a day off?
Yeah.
For sure.
I like that.
If they use the app over a long time, but for companies, they can choose their incentives themselves.
So no pizza.
Doesn't have to be the day off. You can also, for example, plant trees if you reach a certain points.
So flexible.
It's flexible.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, guys. Good luck. And yes, sounds like a cool app. I have to tell my employer to day off. Sounds like a good idea. Right. Laura Mohn's sister has Down syndrome and therefore has difficulty communicating her wishes in such a way that others can easily understand her. Signs can help. Mohn came up with an idea that is as simple as it is ingenious. Why not illustrate flip books with individual words in sign language? And so together with Maria Möller, who she met during her studies at the European School of Design, she founded Talking Hands, with the aim of making sign language tangible. They recently started Baby Signs, sign language for babies, which trains them to express their needs non-verbally. And I really like that idea, because can you just imagine that? when parents and babies talk to each other in sign language, and the baby's like, no, I don't need a change of nappies. I actually need more food. How many sleepless nights that would save? I think the communication is a very important point. So I love that idea. But yes, now we're going to talk about talking hands. So please put your hands together for Maria Möller.
Hi, hello. I'm Maria, the co-founder of Talking Hands Flipbooks.
Is it not working?
Maybe I need to press harder.
Do we have?
But it's not working.
Okay. Do we have somebody who can tell us why the technic side is not working? Here we go.
Okay, perfect. So approximately 1 in 10 children suffer from some form of hearing or speech impairment. Reasons for this include Down syndrome, deafness, autism, or insufficient language training. And that all leads to isolation and frustration. So something needs to be done to prevent kids from feeling alone. Because one's disability cannot have an impact of one's participation in life. And sign language is the key or the bridge to make communication between kids with and without disability possible. So we looked at the learning material that is out there for kids to learn sign language, and we thought that for kids without disability to learn sign language, it kind of needs to be fun because they don't necessarily have to learn sign language. And that's why we created Talking Hands Flipbooks, and it looks like this.
So.
Ja, sehr gut.
Obst.
Ja, Tablet ist für ihn ja so.
So geht's Tablet. Oh, sie geht so.
Fliege.
Ja, das ist laut.
So.
So we turned the individual signs into individual flipbooks. So it's easy to learn, and it's also a great exercise for your motor skills. And it's also fun for adults, of course. And additionally, we're working on our Talking Hands app, and we will release a beta test version of our app this weekend. It's still in review at the App Store, but hopefully this weekend. And so you can learn sign language on the go or at home through fun digital games. We looked at our competition, and the thing that we really think is the most important is the learning incentive for all kids. Because if we want inclusion to really work, we need to kind of get all kids together and make all kids learn together and learn sign language and learn how to communicate. So we felt like it was missing from all the others, and we really strive to make products that are fun for everyone. So this is where we're at right now. We've expanded our flipbook collection. We've launched our baby signs. We're right now launching our app. And someday we hope to be some sort of inclusion pioneer, because we strive to be a company that creates more and more fun and easy tools that strengthen inclusion and, you know, don't leave anyone out. We've been really lucky in the PR area, because we've had a few articles written about us that also increased the awareness of Talking Hands and helped us, you know, convince a lot of kindergartens and schools to really use our flipbooks and to kind of make sign language a reality in a lot of daycares, which is really important to us. Because daycares and schools are basically, you know, our main target group, because that's where you reach most of the kids. This is our team. Laura is behind the scenes with me right now, and Jacob right now is in London, and he's going wild with our app and working really hard. So thank you, Jacob. And yes, that we're talking hands, and we say thank you in sign language. It goes like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria. Can I ask you about the illustrations? Who illustrates that?
Laura illustrates all the flip books by herself.
Cool.
Yeah, with a lot of love to detail.
Absolutely. And can you also tell us about, because you said that in kindergartens, and for instance, you're using the flip books. What's the feedback you're getting?
Oh, the feedback is amazing, because a lot of the Kitas and daycares, they tried to kind of get the kids to learn sign language before with like little cards that had illustrations on them and that worked with arrows. But first of all, you know, the kids weren't motivated enough to learn with them. And then also there always had to be a teacher to kind of teach them how the movement goes, how to do the sign. And the flip books are kind of just self-explanatory, because you flip through them and you just see the movement. And flip books in general, they are kind of magic to little kids, because you know, you bring pictures to life with your own thumb. So it works really, really amazing.
And how did you, like, obviously you had trial and error, did you adapt it, or what kind of learnings did you make over the time?
The set that you saw in the film, the flip books were a little bigger and the paper was a little stiffer. And then we realized, okay, for the really small kids, the flip books need to be smaller and the paper needs to be softer. So we kind of, you know, created a whole new set with like the perfect material for children's hands. So that was a big learning. And then also all those schools and kindergartens that use our flip books, they always write us emails and say, oh, we need the colors in flip books and more animals and more relatives. And they have a lot of words for us. Yeah, so cool. We're still expanding our collection.
And baby signs, do you want to say a few sentences about that? Because it sounds like such a clever idea.
Well, baby signs is not necessarily our idea. Baby signs is like, it's basically, well, baby signs are based on sign language, but it's like you don't learn whole sentences, of course. You just learn, you know, words like milk, which goes like this. So kind of like you milk a cow.
Makes complete sense.
Exactly. And then, you know, every time you feed your baby and you give them the bottle or, you know, whatever, and then you make the movement to the milk. And then at some point, the baby kind of connects the fact that it's, you know, getting the milk. And my mom always does the sign. And then the next time the baby is hungry or wants the milk, it can, you know, kind of do the sign
with the little thing.
Exactly, exactly. So you can tell your parents when you're hungry or when you want to sleep. So we have our baby sign set. It consists of 10 flip books. So it's like but it's like all the basic needs that babies have.
I was going to say, that's probably the most basic needs, 10 basic needs a baby needs.
Yeah, but it works great.
Cool. And maybe also like 1 or 2 sentences what you learned in the last 3 months?
Oh, a lot.
That's good.
Well, so what we did learn was that we're not alone in our pursuit of paper, because paper is so rare right now, and we're really struggling to find a printer that still had lots of paper. And then, you know, we talked to our mentors, and they were all kind of like, well, everyone faces this problem, but they still helped us find printers. So we just felt like we weren't alone. And then, of course, we had a great pitch training. This is actually the first English pitch that we've done. Everything else had always been in German.
It was fantastic.
Oh, thank you. And then just in general, the whole networking process with all the other teams was great. And it's really fun to also get to know people and other startups that are also kind of connected to the book world in one way or the other. So it was an amazing experience.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Maria.
Thank
We're
you.
all going to network together tonight, I heard. We're all going for dinner together, and we're going to celebrate the winners and the other startups. We're going to have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. And the Content Shift jury, consisting of Sabine Haag and Hartmut Gante from Wiley VCH, Detlef Büttner from Lehmanns Media, and Dr. Leif Göritz from Thalia, Olaf Carstens from the Cornelsen Verlag, Dr. Stefan Dietrich from Jung-Vermann Verlag, and from the Börsenverein Committee, Karin Schmidt-Friedrichs and Ronald Schild, and cross-industry ally, Deepa Gautam Nigger from SEP Next Gen Ecosystem, all together decided who's going to win today. And here to announce the winner is Olaf Carstens. Please come on stage, Olaf, and tell us who's the winner. Oh, you're coming from that side.
Now the final moment has come. Thank you. Well, it was a very tough discussion we had in the jury, and we decided to award first place to 2 startups, as they address very different and yet equally important topics in the industry. Bot Talk has the potential to give the trending topic of voice a substantial boost in the book industry with its business model. This startup offers publishers a smart text-to-speech solution made in Germany, away from Amazon and Google, which can be implemented in an uncomplicated, professional manner, while also offering a highly competitive price. This simplifies the format change for readers and makes the books accessible in various life situations. And congratulations. Redo, on the other hand, convinced us with a concept that counteracts the loss of readers. Their recommendation engine, based on needs-oriented metadata, opens up a new level of accuracy and content quality in book recommendations. This will enable the industry to rekindle enthusiasm and reading, increase reading frequency. We will also keeping a close eye on the next stamp planned by Redo, which are intended to create a digital community platform for books by expanding the app features.
Cool. Well, congratulations, guys. Come on stage. Woo! Yay! I heard there's a big check. And here it is. Ta-ta! Yes, let's all get organized so you look lovely on stage. Congratulations, guys. How does it feel?
Well, that feels amazing. We were, I have no words to describe it. I wish Botok could talk for me right now. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys, short feedback. What are you going to do with the money?
First of all, it was a really, really tough competition. And I'm really proud to be here today. And I would just say a few words with Johnny.
Yeah, I just want to say good job, Ben. Today I didn't have to do much, but you did really great for the team. So I have to thank you from all of us.
And you know green sauce, no? Tonight.
Yeah. I have it with me.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, guys. Yes, and as you already mentioned, the program is definitely worth participating in. So if you are a startup and you think you have some sort of connection to the book industry, then you should apply for the program. And if you're an industry player and you want to invigorate your business, or you say you want some new inspiration, then you can also apply for the program and invest some money and be a jury member and then get to know these wonderful startups personally. How cool is that? So yes, that's it from the Content Shift Accelerator Award Show 2021. It was a pleasure as always. Thank you to all our wonderful startups. Thank you to our wonderful jury. Thank you to everybody who organized the whole thing, from the Börsenvereinsgroup, Stephanie Perk and Lea Pfeiffer and all the other people who are involved, whose names I don't know. And also thank you to the studio here for streaming the whole thing. So yes, that's it from the Content Shift Award Show 2021. See you again next year.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das?
Ja. Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Welcome to our panel, How Do We Want to Live Together? Book Publishing and the European Green Deal, Social Dreaming for Cultural Actors. We will try and find an answer to the question what the publishing industry can gain from the European Green Deal and the new European Bauhaus Initiative and vice versa. And we will be talking about creative shift and the Möbius report to ambitious innovation projects and their relationship to sustainability. And we have some fantastic guests here in the studio. Let me introduce them to you. We have Nina Klein. Hi, Nina. Where are you? I can't hear you. Oh no, I can't hear you.
I'm based in Belgium.
In Belgium.
I think the...
Now I can hear you.
Yes.
Bonjour.
Yes.
It's like the Eurovision Grand Prix. Hi, Nina.
I can't sing.
Oh, you never know. A consultant with a focus on digital and green innovation. Her ambition as a European Climate Pact ambassador is to connect the creative and cultural sectors with the EU Green Deal. Hello, Nina. Then we have, I'll actually introduce Michaela Magas, because you're right next to her on my screen. Are you in Finland?
No, usually in Sweden, but currently in Portugal, because we just ran our 20th global lab here.
Can you repeat that, because you were very quiet?
Oh, I am usually in Sweden. But currently in Portugal, because we ran our 20th global lab here in Portugal.
Oh, fantastic. Portugal is such a beautiful place. I don't actually know how to say, how do you say hello in Portuguese? Bem-vindo, something like that. Lovely to have you here. Then we have in the studio Simone Lieppold, the head of business development and consultant funding strategy for the CEO of the German Publishers and Booksellers Association. That's a long title. Simone is also one of the driving forces behind the pilot project Creative Shift, which we're going to talk about. Together with 6 other European partners, is set to hack the biggest tech-triggered challenges facing Europe's content sectors and to shape the future landscape of content innovation. Hi, Simone.
Hi.
And we have Simona De Rosa from Italy. Yes.
Yeah.
Buongiorno. She is a project manager and senior researcher at Den Institute. Simona is an expert in European projects and leads work package activity for the Möbius project, which we're also going to talk about. Simona is also an active member of the European media and CCI community. Hi. Then we have the only man in the round. I like the gender ratio, I have to admit. Peter Kraus from Clef has been working for more than 20 years in various companies of the Georg von Holtzbrinck Publishing Group. Since 2017, he has been involved in the FEP, the Federation of European Publishers, in an official capacity. And in 2020, he was elected as president. Cool. And next year, on January the 1st, Peter Kraus from Clef will become the new Chief Executive Officer of the Börsenverein des Deutschen Buchhandels. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lovely. Well, lovely to have you all here, digitally and live and in flesh, which I think is cool. People, to touch people. Well, I can't touch you, but like you're close by, I can feel you. So we're going to start off with Nina Klein. Nina, maybe you can tell us, give us a brief outline about the European Green Deal, first of all.
Yes, I can, although it's asking a lot in 3 minutes to explain the European Green Deal. So basically the European Green Deal should be known much more, which is why I am an EU Climate Pact ambassador, because the EU Green Deal or European Green Deal basically is the EU's answer to the planetary challenges that we face. And that means that the EU Green Deal is a huge policy package, and it goes from economy to social issues to culture. And the aim is really to get to climate neutrality by 2050, so fulfilling the Paris Agreement. But also it aims at fighting the massive loss of nature that we're experiencing. So it really looks at the planetary challenges in a systemic way. That's the EU Green Deal. And why is it not only a project where we as citizens say, oh my God, that sounds like a lot of work for us to do? Yes, it is a lot of regulatory pressures, because the EU Green Deal basically extends, for example, the trading system of emissions, to all sectors. So yes, also book publishing at some point won't be spared, and everyone will have to reduce emissions. But the good news is that the Green Deal and the Commission is really leading in this globally, says, hey, it's an innovation project. So it's not only about us regulating and saying, no, you can't do this. It's more about the EU Commission and the EU really saying it's an innovation project, because what we have in front of us is huge transformative change. We need to change everything, which might sound frightening, but at the same time, we can only change everything if we innovate massively, which is, next good news, that there is a huge budget by the EU. It's of 500 billion euro dedicated only to the Green Deal and the missions. And these 500 billion euro for the next 7 years, they sit inside, for example, the funding programs. So there are huge EU funding programs. Globally, they have always been the biggest, and some say also the best. So that's the good news. There is a lot of investment foreseen for this mission of fighting the planetary crisis. And now we come to book publishing and the creative industries. Why would they be important for the EU Green Deal? Well, one is the EU Commission and the EU sees that we need everyone to take part in this mission because it's transformative. B, the creative industries have been singled out as one of the 14 industrial ecosystems which are immensely important. Book publishing might not feel important, but yes, the political expectation is that book publishing as a creative industry contributes to this transformative change by providing a narrative, for example, so triggering transformative change. You might remember, as I do, the narrative of the 90s was greed is good, or of the 80s. This narrative should, and hopefully will now change to a narrative which is about creating a good life for people and the planet. So catalyzing social innovation, catalyzing also technological innovation is one of the expectations. And last but not least, the expectation is also that the creative industries become climate neutral themselves. They seem to think and like to think, as we all do, me too, hey, it's not me who's creating the problem, it's somebody else. But really, if you look at the emissions coming only out of electricity, the creative industries fuel the internet with content. And there are expectations that by 2030, 23% of all emissions globally will come from electricity from the content sectors. I hope that was quick enough.
Definitely. Impressive work there, Nina. A very concise and interesting Zusammenfassung. Can't think of the English word right now. Yes, thank you so much. And sitting next to me now is Simone Lieppold. And she is one of the driving forces behind the pilot project Creative Shift. Simone, can you tell us about Creative Shift generally and how sustainability will play a role in this project?
Yeah, well, first of all, of course, sustainability is one of the big challenges of our times. So, of course, this is also a challenge for Creative Shift. But as you said, let me give you briefly an overview what is Creative Shift. So it's a European innovation network for cross-sectoral content. And so what does that actually mean? Good question. Yes. And it's co-funded by the European Union. I should not forget that. So we formed since November 2020. We built a community of content industries with our European partners. So this is gaming, publishing, music, and audiovisual. And the idea in this community is really to exchange knowledge, exchange ideas, and also tackling, the common challenges that you do have together. And one of these challenges is definitely sustainability. Mm-hmm. So the community came up and developed the idea of a sustainability guide for the whole sector. And right there we're at this moment saying, okay, how do we, what's going to be the first step out of this community work is that we agreed on that we need a feasibility study to develop a draft guide and then, go on. So this, in a very short version, is creative shift and the sustainability issue.
And when you say sustainability guide, because people might have heard of the Sustainable Development Goals, is it connected in any way?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, because sustainability is not only reducing your carbon footprint. So you have the sustainability goals. I think Nina and also Peter know them much better than I do. And but it's mainly really for the sustainability guide. We can all agree on this. It's the goal 12, which is the circular economy. So this is one of the biggest issues that we are tackling in our community here.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much, Simona. And then we have Simona de Rosa. I love your name. And you're basically responsible for the Möbius project. Can you tell us about the project and also how sustainability will play a role in your project?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'm responsible for some activity, but I'm not a coordinator.
Okay.
Because Möbius project, it's been funded by the Horizon 2020 Research Framework, and the coordinator is Erica. It's located in Spain, and then we have other 10 partners. I'm one of the partners, so today I'm representing the whole consortium, and all the project is about the publishing sector. Our aim is definitely to reshape and remodel the traditional value chain for publishing and book sector. And inside this, we have some very tangible results we have to deliver. Among these, we have to reshape the business model to provide a new business model for the sector, a data intelligence toolkit to support the publishers in getting more data to do their job, and also create the Möbius book, who will be a cross-media experience, so a new kind of book. Of course, for us, sustainability will be crucial, also in terms of community sustainability, because the publishing sector is also transforming, having even more relation between the publishers and the readers and the writers. So this is also our basic goal at the end of the funding. So create our output, but in strong relationship with all the stakeholders of the sector. So since the beginning, we started discussion and interaction with the publishers. At Europeans, we also have the FIAP in the consortium, so we discussed it with them how to restructure this publishing value chain. But we are also talking with the readers. And with, so we had conversation with fan fiction enthusiasts, we call like them, in order to get from them what they need to experience more the book, so where we want to go, also in terms of technological push for the sector. But we are also in touch with the authors, so the writers. Without any of them, without their support, even from a technological and research perspective, we cannot provide meaningful output. So we have to be strongly related with them. We need to talk. We need their feedback to provide our input on the market or on the research interest for what will come. In relation to the authors and the writers, it's interesting because we are about to launch an open call for original manuscript, and the open call will be related to the new European Bauhaus vision. So we try, coming back to what Nina was saying, to also to work in terms of new narratives. But I'm afraid I have to stop here. So I try to give a short overview about all this input.
Did you say fun or fan fiction enthusiasm?
Fun fiction.
I love that. That's a really cool. I've never heard of that term.
We call it them because they are really an engaged community. So there are a lot of platforms where they provide input. They also think outside the book itself. So it's interesting in terms of data because you have plenty of information that in a traditional value chain you cannot collect, because you can extract from the information always GDPR, of course, or under the GDPR rules. But yeah, they are also a very relevant community to get new insight for the future of the sector.
Cool. Well, thank you, Simona. And you mentioned the new European Bauhaus, and somebody who can tell us even more about that is the wonderful Michaela Magas in Portugal. I'm a bit envious. Michaela, you are a member of President von der Leyen's high-level roundtable for the new European Bauhaus, so you probably have more insight than any of us. Can you tell us about the new European Bauhaus?
Absolutely. Firstly, I must say that I am so pleased to hear what my colleagues have said, my female colleagues so far have said. It is wonderful to be part of this panel, I must say. To begin with, just this example of fan fiction tells you a great deal about how you can we can develop community-driven innovation. And this is one of the core ambitions of the new European Bauhaus. The new European Bauhaus is a unique political tool, I would say, but also an incentivizing tool for innovation amongst communities because it is culture-led. And we have never had something so strong, something that's placed central to the political decision-making system that has been culture-led. And when it comes to fan fiction, for instance, Simona de la Rosa will probably support me in this. It has existed since the middle of the 20th century as a direction for communities and a very, very creative direction, but it has not really been on the radar of the book publishing industry. And what is wonderful to see is that a project like Mobius, which I'm so happy to see funded, because I know that they were up against really, really difficult competition in terms of getting funded. I'm so happy to see it funded. This is one thing that is a wonderful, wonderful example for us at the New European Bauhaus. But what we are trying to do is leverage culture to address issues of sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusion.
I think you're breaking up a bit, Michaela.
Sorry?
Could you repeat that last sentence, because you were a bit... Maybe the Portugal internet is not so strong. And she's gone. I don't know where you are in Portugal. Maybe you're in a remote, beautiful little area where the internet is not so good, but I'm sure you'll reconnect in a few seconds. Meanwhile, we can talk to Peter, the only man in the round.
You have to rub it in quite
I do have to rub it in, yes. Did you notice? I thought I was being really subtle. Peter Kraus from Clafey, interesting name, by the way. You are the president of the FEP, Federation of European Publishers. Can you give us a short overview of what the FEP is and where you see links between publishing and the European Green Deal?
First of all, I'm quite happy to be here, representing the male side of the business. And I must say I'm used to being around with a majority of women, which is great because publishing is a women-driven business, because the readers, usually majority of readers are female. So here you go.
There you go.
So the Federation of European Publishers is the voice of European publishers, representing 29 publishing associations from 29 different countries or states. You wonder why it's 29. For instance, in Belgium, we've got 2 associations, a Flemish and a Wallonian. And we shouldn't forget that in Europe, 160,000 employments are directly linked to publishing houses. When you count with these translators, editors, graphic designers, it's a massive economic impact in Europe. And we shouldn't forget that Europe, with its rich culture and rich creative industry, the biggest publishing houses, the most publications are coming from Europe. Also, when it comes to education, the biggest book fairs are European. The biggest media concerns are European, while there's no platform which is European. It's either Chinese or are American. And that's one thing where we have to lobby against. It's the power of the gaffers, of the so-called gaffers. How do we stand in for freedom of expression, freedom to publish, but also for copyright? And copyright and freedom of expression are two sides of the same coin. You can't have freedom of expression without having property rights, and for authors means copyright. It's a property right. Because if you can't make a living out of what you want to write and publish, then you don't need to express yourself. There you are. And by the way, there she's back. So
she's back. Should we go back to Michaela? Yeah?
No, I want to just say Rowohlt Publishing House has been sitting for 60 years in a post-Bauhaus building. And I'm happy also to say that we managed to get climate neutral since 2016.
Whoop, whoop.
And that's one thing why I'm so glad to having these projects. It's because we need to connect and share experiences, and it's great we have the support for this.
Yes, Michaela, you're back.
Yes, I apologize. I have no idea what happened here. I'm not used to the Portuguese internet.
I was just saying,
but you probably tested it and it was good.
Yeah, I was just saying you're probably in some remote, beautiful beach area, and there's not such a good internet connection.
Not beach area, but in any case, let's try again.
So maybe you can continue where you got cut off.
Yeah. So as I say, I was super happy to hear that Mobius got funded, because I think it's an incredibly important project for this sector. And I know it was up against really serious competition. And so the fact that it is leveraging community intelligence for new business models, I think this is a really, really important task. And I think it's really important for the sector. But it also connects really well to our ambition at the new European Bauhaus. And what we wish to do is leverage intelligence on the ground, grassroots communities, creative-led, but also multidisciplinary. So this is another thing that I was really happy to hear from Simone Lippold, this cross-sector content where people share knowledge. I think this is incredibly important. And then one thing that, of course, Nina Klein mentioned was the function of narrative. And I think narrative is throughout our project, and this is really interesting, I think, for the book publishing sector. So the new European Bauhaus is really, really relying on collectively imagined, shared future narratives. And I could tell you some of the narrative themes, one of them, for instance, that we have introduced through our concept paper. So we were asked to imagine future narratives as the high-level roundtable. And we came up with several directions, which may be of interest also to our panelists here. One is the idea of addressing challenges in a way that is beyond human, that goes beyond human-centric. So we know that, for instance, the European industry is currently progressing to addressing human-centric environments and technologies for industry, from being focused on automation in Industry 4.0. But in a European Bauhaus, we have progressed beyond humans. So we are looking at ecosystemic thinking. We are thinking of other species and the whole environment. And this is a very important part of our narrative. The other one is going beyond just the European perspective. So Europe can set the standard for many things, because we are really at the forefront of this sustainable thinking. But at the same time, what we want to make sure is that we take on board narratives from other parts of the world. And we have members in a high-level roundtable from India, for instance, Sheila Patel, a wonderful, wonderful colleague who is working with women's collectives in India, as an example, or architect Shigeru Ban from Japan, who is working across the world with communities building sustainable housing. And then we have the idea of radical inclusion. So it's not just several categories of people included in our narratives. The idea is that our starting point is where we converge. So this is what we look for. We look for places where we converge, or narratives where we converge. And we know that from literature that we can really converge very easily through our cultural narratives, multicultural narratives. And I would say, lastly, I would mention that the future of work is not just about training and upskilling, but it's actually driven by missions. So this is, again, it's about our goals and our objectives that are aiming very, very high. And again, we have to think of imagined narratives of where we want to be. So the whole of the concept paper that we have created is really very much constructed around future narratives.
Thank you, Michaela. I also like that you are saying, let's not concentrate on humans solely, because that's probably what got us here in the first place. So yes, I would like to open the round for discussion. Maybe there's questions from the panelists for the other panelists. So if anybody, is there anybody who has questions for each other or want to discuss specific topics?
Maybe I can just add something to what Michaela was saying.
Of course.
And coming back to the open call from Mobius, because the idea is exactly in this kind of direction. I mean that the open call, it's made because we wanted to give the possibility to writers to provide manuscript, original manuscript, of course, to our project, in order that the first that will be selected will be translated into this cross-media experience. So this is the aim. But we decided to add also a criteria for selection. So among the criteria, one of the most important will be how the story will be related to the creation or to the production of a narrative that will be sustainable and related to what Michaela was saying. So the main vision of the new European Bauhaus. This is because we reflected on the fact that most of the in the literature and books, it's plenty of this topic, future. But the stories are one of the most powerful tools that we have to imagine new opportunities for our future, for our cities, for the spaces we live. So we want to provide the opportunity for the writers also to use their own creativity to provide to researchers, to the experts that are working on the new European Bauhaus, new way to imagine our future in terms of sustainability, beautiful spaces, and also inclusion, convergence among different categories. So I will be happy to, next time we will meet, to provide information about how the open call have been received from our stakeholders and give you some insight on that. But it's interesting to see how we can, even from different opportunity opened by the European Commission, how we try to converge anytime.
Cool.
Probably it's time to say thank you for having these projects, because we need funds and we need support to network. For instance, if you operationalize climate neutrality, you have to find someone in each entity to do the statistics. So when we did this, how do you evaluate? How do you balance your what you consume, and how then can you measure how you improved? And this is also great. We have Creative Shift, for instance, in Simone with it, because this gives possibility of sharing experiences, of sharing narratives, and also of getting best practices. For instance, if you're a Hungarian publisher, it's nice to find someone in Belgium who can say, I did this and that to support this. And we have to say, talking about the narratives, that if you look at social development goals of these 17, publishers contribute heavily also today, because if education is of paramount importance for Europe, that's us together with the authors and the teachers and the booksellers who help Europe gaining competitive advantages. And it's us, when you look around here, I mean, it's when it comes to diversity, inclusion, let female voices be heard, let queer voices be heard. It's publishing which enables this. And also talking about equal pay, I think that our industry, I mean, look at us here, our industry is spearheading some of these developments, and we should be proud enough to say we contribute heavily, but there's still a lot of things to do. So I can only pledge everyone signing up for SDG 17 Publishers Compact Goals, FEP supports together with IPA to help us in this. But it's also great to get support from the Commission because we need this means. If you run your business from day to day, you don't have the capacities to say, oh, there's someone taking care of creative shift, of sustainability. You have to have someone who wears this hat and has to be financed.
You just mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals Publishers Compact. Can you tell us a little bit about it, if somebody hasn't heard of it yet?
That's a charter made by the International Publishers Association in Geneva and by the FAP. And there you say you by signing up you say I herewith say I'll follow this track. I look after diversity. I look after inclusion. I look after equal pay and doing less harm to nature. And this is, you can see it on the website of IPA.
So 10 action points or something like
that.
Right,
yeah.
Cool.
And it's a great initiative. And I mean, it makes us aware of these things and talking about who, if not us, is an expert in making narratives.
Absolutely. Anybody else would like to comment? Nina?
Yes. I would like to stress that for anyone listening now and saying, new European Bauhaus, European Green Deal, that's all new to me. Don't worry, it's new for a lot of people. And I think the important thing to stress is really that we're at the beginning of something. The European Green Deal is 2019, end of 2019. So it's really fresh. And there is also a question I want to ask here, because of all these things being so very new and sustainability changing from something nice to have to something really fundamental also for our economy. That means that funding programs that the EU has and initiatives like the new European Bauhaus, they are new and they need input from the book publishing industry on what exactly do you need? How do you want the programs and initiatives to be tailored? And that's an interesting question because we rarely ask ourselves, what do we actually need? So answering this question isn't easy. And funded projects like Creative Shift and also Möbius help to create the free space to ask these fundamental questions. And I would like to ask to the round of Simone Lippold for Creative Shift, Simone Da Rosa for Möbius, but also to Peter Kraus from Clef as a representative of publishing. Do you already know what you want and need from these initiatives and funding programs or not?
Would one of you like to answer?
Do you want to do like a wishing for Christmas presents?
We need money. money.
Yeah, but it's actually, as Peter already put it before, giving us, so to say, the time, and this honestly means resources, money, that we can really think about these steps ahead, like where do we take the next leap, and not only, for example, for some, I think it's Green Deal means like, oh, we just put status quo into green. And actually, we're at a point where I would love to have people going to the next level, like really thinking about how could we change the whole thing. Like Nina put in the beginning, we have to change the whole thing.
Circular economy.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't do this if you're trying to make a living with your normal everyday business and you have like a horizon of 1 or 2 years. We have to look like 5-10 years, so really ahead. So
long term.
Absolutely.
Also, totally agree. But also the opportunity to foster this kind of discussion with the stakeholders. I mean, with the new European Bauhaus, since a couple of months ago, Michaela can correct me, there have been a very interesting discussion, an open call from idea from the sector. Then there have been the conference. There have been also a very good moment to share the expert side and also to collect further feedback from so an heterogenic stakeholder audience. So I would also foster this kind of exchange because from our project we can support a kind of user requirements collection, but I'm afraid it would not sufficient, because an European project has a certain can arrive up to a certain extent. So it's important to keep going on this creation of stakeholder opportunity to meet decision maker, policy makers, representative of the sector, and the real stakeholders that are interested into the thing. Because only with this we can and structuring a process for requirements collection, it will be possible to reply to those questions. Otherwise, it will be always a part of the vision.
Okay.
If I may add, Nina, I think what we need is transparency and staying in close contact, and that's probably a good way for publishers associations to contribute, because they can collect and filter and distill what is necessary for you to do the projects and what is necessary to apply for certain projects, and thus to get insights into how it works, how bureaucracy works, how you fill in the application forms. That's something. Sorry, but I'm a pragmatic guy, so it's and on the other hand, it's about telling success stories, not telling what is the way. If you're on the way and you tell stories about what you already achieved, then it's easier to do the next step. And I think, like Simone said, we need to have this idea of first reduce, then reuse, then recycle. And when you think of all the, you said it in the introduction that we spend so much energy on storing electronic data that we shouldn't forget the positivity of a printed book. Not to be a traditionalist, but it's easier. There's a trade-off. You need to read that many books to compensate the production of an e-book reader. Mm-hmm. That for most of the people it's easier to stick with printed books, because these are, if you have an FSC certificate paper mill, then it's easier to have a cycle and get the paper from the woods and replant than to storing and making the icebergs swim.
You mentioned you're pragmatic. I would like to ask, just because I'm not so firm in the publishing industry, the sustainability, I read about new printing processes. Mentioned was print on demand. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I think it's a great opportunity, especially when you combine it with artificial intelligence. And we shouldn't be afraid of new technologies. We should embrace it and see what we can make out of it. For instance, the uncertainty, the risk management is a key issue in a publishing house. That makes people grayish, obviously. And if you know that we have established a program when a backlist title is not on stock anymore. It's printed the moment a person wants to have this book, and the vision is that the bookseller delivers it the next day. Mm. So we don't have these books sitting. It's for the balance sheet, it's great, but also for whatever we don't do is not wasting energy. And I think we should also develop a culture of letting things go or stop doing things. And for instance, when I buy a new pair of shoes, I see some shoes. Then I think, which pair of shoes have to leave my house for these new ones? And so I think with print on demand, it's a great, and you can't differentiate a book. Even an expert can't say, this is a POD book and this is a traditionally offset printed book, because the quality is so great. So why don't we just print the book the moment somebody needs it?
So the bookshop owners will be crying, but...
No, but because you could deliver it, the person goes to the bookshop or to its homepage and orders the book. It's printed and delivered via the bookseller.
Okay.
And even the way everyone can contribute and reduce your own personal carbon footprint by not ordering online, but by buying local.
Absolutely. Which is so much of a more enjoyable experience always.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any more questions?
Well, maybe I can add something to this. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, great. Okay. So basically, one of the things that are really, really important, I think, with what has just been discussed is this idea of feeding the best practice from grassroots community experimentation directly to policy, for policy then to formulate missions and then to further support the grassroots experimentation with these new models, new business models, and new ideas of how to drive the industry. So in this sense, it's a virtuous cycle that what we are trying to establish with the new European Bauhaus, and what we are trying to have as a model, as a method to support policy, but also to support communities on the ground, is this virtuous cycle. And so some of the things that have been mentioned as examples of new business models are definitely community-driven, and they're definitely grassroots-driven, and they rely on experimentation. And we really wish to encourage more of that. So when it was mentioned that the funding mechanisms really need to support that, this is really very much what we are working on. The missions have to be informed by those, and then create the funding mechanisms that will further support this. But also the implementation is incredibly important. So the implementers are often not informed about the conditions on the ground. They are used to dealing with large organizations, they are used to dealing with sort of very old-fashioned mechanisms. And this is something where we would like to see some reform, inclusion of small players, particularly who are full of innovative ideas, who can really contribute to this landscape. So this is something else that is incredibly important. And then this sector, the publishing sector, can really support the new European Bauhaus by proposing some of these ideas, mechanisms, innovations, and also, as we say, narrative is so important. So ways to convey narrative, new ways to convey narrative. I mean, I have a little quote from our concept paper here, which I think will probably resonate with you, which is about this cross-domain and multi-perspective transgenerational knowledge exchange. So the recommendation is deep respect for the complex narratives of places told from the perspective of different generations, their histories and futures, their cultural projections and imaginations, can establish a sense of diverse yet shared identities, collective memories and ambitions, as well as provide spark and fuel for invention. So I think that sort of encapsulates a little bit what we were talking about just now.
Thank you, Michaela. Yes, maybe let's sort of recapitulate what we wish for, or how you see, how do we want to live together? Do you feel it's all working out? What would you say to summarize it all? How do you feel about it?
Well, right now I'm totally optimistic. I think it's a great panel. No, and I'm really feel at the moment that we're at a point in society, and especially also here from people from the business we just met, that we really, I feel totally optimistic. We can really start and do great new things.
Cool.
Thanks also to the projects.
Yes. How do you feel about it?
I think it's great also when talking to how we attract new generations of future publishers. How can we get more inclusive and diverse? And I think what makes us booksellers, publishers, authors, we are purpose-driven. And this is the new European Bauhaus is another aid for firing and fueling this purpose. So I'm happy to have the first steps and happy to go on with that, and happy to get big support to have the capacities of doing SDG 17.
Simona?
Happy to get this support, of course, also from the research framework to do ourselves, but I agree with Michaela, also other stakeholders that are not in the radar need to be pushed or supported in emerging, because yeah, they need it, and they are the power of the sector, so they are there. They are already engaged. They put a lot of their leisure time to providing content and the creative, brilliant creative content. So probably this is, everything is fine, but some additional step needs to be done to support also the ones that are not on the stage yet.
Absolutely, yet. Nina, do you want to some last?
Yeah, well, I'm happy as well about this panel. I think we're really at the beginning, and I'd like to say that involvement into the European Climate Pact is up to anybody or everyone. So look it up. You can find it everywhere on Google, EU Climate Pact. And there organizations can pledge, individuals can pledge, and it's a great way that the Commission tries to involve everyone. So that's basically where I see a change happening, is that people take the issue of sustainability seriously as economic issues, because it's the basis for our economic success as well.
Thank you, Nina. And thank you so much, guys. It was a pleasure talking to you. Have you all signed the Sustainable Development Goals Publisher Compact? Yes. So I can strongly recommend you to take a look. If you want to sort of get active and say, what can I do? You can look at the Sustainable Development Goals Publisher Compact and ideally sign it. So altogether we can reach the SDGs until 2030. And it is a great way to find out more about sustainability and how you can integrate sustainability into your business. Yes, thank you to all of my guests. Thank you to Waltraud Madelung for organizing all of this from the Börsenvereinsgroup. Yes, thank you to everybody who was involved for this wonderful panel, and it was a pleasure talking to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Bam.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Hallo, ich grüße Sie. Frank Lett hier. Ja, KI in der Produktentwicklung. Das ist der B2B-Talk. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass Sie dabei sind. Ich habe heute wunderbare Gäste mitgebracht. Da kommen wir gleich dazu. Wir alle kennen sie. Smart Speaker oder auch Sprachassistenten. Namen Alexa und Skill und Siri, das sind schon mittlerweile Synonyme für Smart Speaker. Ja, mittlerweile ist davon auszugehen, dass schon 92% aller 16- bis 69-Jährigen mindestens einen Smart Speaker-Anbieter kennen. Und das ist genau das Themenfeld, womit wir uns heute hier beschäftigen und wir Sie gerne begrüßen dürfen. Pünktlich zum 60. Jubiläum von Was ist was Quiz hat der Tesla Verlag seine Produktpalette um eine Facette ergänzt. Ein Was ist was Quiz Skill. Über die Konzeptphase, über die Zusammenarbeit, über die Vorarbeiten, über diese Themen spreche ich heute zusammen mit meinen Gästen, die Sie auch gleich vorstellen werden. Ja, vielen Dank, dass Sie zugeschaltet sind und ich darf Ihnen zuerst die Katja heute begrüßen hier.
Ich stelle mich gern vor. Katja Meinecke-Meurer ist mein Name und ich bin schon viele, viele Jahre in der Verlagsbranche als ausgebildete Buchhändlerin und dann auch als Buchwissenschaftlerin und jetzt seit 5 Jahren im Tesla Verlag als Verlegerin und Geschäftsführerin und darf unter anderem die tolle Marke Was ist was begleiten.
Vielen Dank, Katja. Und der Christian Baumert ist auch zu uns gekommen.
Genau. Hi. Ich habe PDM Solutions 2009 gegründet während meines Studiums. Und wir haben am Anfang mit Facebook-Apps angefangen, begleiten jetzt aber schon seit vielen Jahren die Kunden vor allem in Konversationsprojekten. Das heißt, dass wir Voice- und Messenger-Lösungen mit Kunden aus dem öffentlichen Dienst und aus der Wirtschaft umsetzen. Und vor 3 Jahren haben wir immer mehr mit Radiosendern zusammengearbeitet und haben festgestellt, dass wir wiederkehrende Nutzungsanlässe haben und haben dann unsere Talkative Voice as a Service Lösungen ins Leben gerufen, wo wir uns auch kennengelernt haben.
Robert.
Ich bin Robert Hietkamp, bin Unternehmensberater bei Publisher Consultants für die Bereiche Vertrieb, Prozesse, Geschäftsmodellentwicklung und bin jetzt schon seit einigen Jahren in der Branche in verschiedenen Positionen unterwegs und also eigentlich fast seit 20 Jahren und kenne die beiden auch sehr, sehr gut. Katja Meinecke kennen wir noch aus der gemeinsamen, also wir kennen uns aus der gemeinsamen Wertesmann-Zeit sehr gut und ja, freue mich, dass ich hier sein darf.
Ja, vielen Dank. Also auch hier nochmal ein spannendes Projekt, wie ich auch sehe, eine tolle Zusammenarbeit und auch ein schönes Ergebnis, kann ich Ihnen auch sehr empfehlen, da mal reinzuschauen. Jetzt gleich mal eine Frage an dich, Katja. Woher kam die Idee für dieses Projekt? Wer war der Initiator?
Ich glaube, Christian, wir beide haben das zusammen ausgeheckt. Ne? Also wir haben uns kennengelernt und dann fand ich total faszinierend, was Christian erzählt hat, wie die Voice-Dinge funktionieren, was er da alles macht. Und wir machen ja sehr viel Audioproduktion und haben sehr viel schon mit Audio zu tun gehabt und das fand ich total faszinierend. Aber ich glaube, dich hat dann die Marke Was ist was auch ziemlich fasziniert, sodass wir gemeinsam irgendwo uns erzählt haben, Mensch, nochmal, cool, was der andere macht, lass mal gucken, ob wir was zusammen machen können. Und so haben wir es irgendwie gemeinsam ausgeheckt. Aber
eigentlich haben wir uns getroffen, um generell über Digitalisierung von Verlagen zu sprechen und uns ein bisschen auszutauschen, eigentlich ganz unkompliziert. Und dann haben wir beide festgestellt, dass Voice ein relevanter Markt wird und das Was ist was gut auf Voice passt. Und natürlich unsere Teams vom Tesla und von Talkative haben natürlich dazu beigetragen, die Idee dann Feinschliff sozusagen zu machen.
Sehr schön. Das heißt auch, der Kontakt kam dann genau über dieses Thema auch zustande?
Ja. Irgendwie sind wir zusammengekommen wegen Digitalisierung. Und
ich erinnere es auch nicht mehr ganz, aber es hat sofort gefunkt und funktioniert. Ja.
Ich saß irgendwann beim Tesla Verlag in so einem tollen Meetingraum, wo drumherum die Was ist was Bücher und viele andere, da war ich sehr beeindruckt und da begann die Geschichte.
Ja.
Ja, sehr gut. Das war auch ein gutes Stichwort gerade, Christian, für Was ist was, denn das ist ja auch gleich die nächste Frage. Was macht gerade das Was ist was Quiz so interessant für dieses Projekt?
Also ich glaube, es sind ganz verschiedene Komponenten, aber aus meiner Sicht heraus war das, was uns sofort überzeugt hat, dass zum einen die Marke was ist, was sehr bekannt ist. Also ich glaube, wenn man so ein Quiz-Skill macht, dann hilft es einfach schon, eine starke Marke zu haben. Und dann kam ja noch hinzu, dass was ist was im Markenkern sogar das Thema hat, ich kann jede Frage beantworten. Also wir leben ja seit 60 Jahren in der Tat jetzt damit, dass wir auf jede Frage eine Antwort haben und das Thema Quiz in Buchform und in Hörspielform schon sehr viel machen. Ich sage, das ist was Naheliegenderes gibt es überhaupt nicht. Zumal wir auch alle sehen, wie einfach Kinder mit diesen Themen umgehen und wie Kinder auf solche Systeme reagieren und da völlig unproblematisch drauf reagieren. Und ich glaube, das ist so ein bisschen die Inhalte, die wir schon haben, die Art und Weise, wie wir schon mit Audio gearbeitet haben, war so der Punkt, den wir gut einbringen konnten.
Und hinzu kam, wir haben ja von Anfang an eine Monetarisierung integriert. Im Juni 2019 hat ja Amazon Alexa in Deutschland sozusagen zur Verfügung gestellt, dass man In-Skill-Käufe tätigen kann, also Invoice via Voice sozusagen kaufen kann. Und da war der Tesla Verlag und der Was ist was Quizskill sicherlich einer der ersten, die im November sind wir live gegangen, einer der ersten, die das auch genutzt haben.
Also dann hat jetzt auch der Tesla Verlag sich eben durch Talkative auch nochmal einen Experten mit ins Haus geholt, aber es gab ja auch noch eine weitere externe Sicht auch zu sagen zum Thema Geschäftsmodelle und so. Robert, da hattest du ganz sicherlich auch einen Part in dem Bereich.
Genau, also auf der einen Seite den Content zu haben, die starke Marke, was ist was, das Know-how, was ihr von Talkative mitgebracht habt. Das Ganze sind super Voraussetzungen, aber wir mussten natürlich trotzdem schauen, dass wir das Geschäftsmodell super, also gut darstellen, realistisch darstellen. Wir haben verschiedene Cases, also einen Worst Case natürlich auch angenommen, der ist jetzt zum Glück nicht eingetreten. Aber wir gehen ja immer von verschiedenen Varianten aus und müssen gut vorbereitet sein. Ich glaube, die Vorbereitung auf die Zielgruppe, wir mussten es adaptieren auf den deutschen Markt. Ich denke, in den USA ist die Zielgruppe schon etwas anders unterwegs, etwas schneller, auch was die Kaufbereitschaft angeht. Ist definitiv zu erkennen gewesen, dass in den USA die Bereitschaft für einen In-Skill-Kauf einfach wesentlich höher ist, als das in Deutschland der Fall ist. Das wird sich wahrscheinlich auch entwickeln. Aber diesen ganzen Rahmen mussten wir betrachten, um dann ein vernünftiges, valides Geschäftsmodell aufzustellen.
Mhm. Ja, da waren wir sehr froh, dass Robert da war und uns unterstützen konnte, weil aus Verlagssicht können wir natürlich ein Business Case aufstellen, aber wir kommen trotz allem natürlich sehr aus einem klassischen Markt. Und diese digitalen Produkte in ordentlichen Case, einen soliden Case zu erarbeiten, ist echt nochmal eine eigene Herausforderung. Und da war das extrem hilfreich, dass wir das gemeinsam nochmal gucken konnten und wir auch immer wieder ein Korrektiv hatten, das sagt, nee, Moment, das ist kein Buch, das ist kein Audiohörspiel, sondern wir sind mit einem digitalen, fortlaufenden Geschäft unterwegs. Und das war dann war echt gut, dass wir das so gemeinsam entwickeln konnten.
Ja, wir haben ja auch Erfahrung aus dem Abonnementgeschäft und das konnten wir gut mit einfließen lassen. Also wie binden wir unsere Kunden, wo ist die Kaufbereitschaft, welches Angebot müssen wir machen, Conversion Rates aus dem amerikanischen Markt konnten wir mal annehmen, aber können wir nicht exakt 1:1 so übernehmen. Also da mussten wir schon ein bisschen anpassen. Unsere Abo-Erfahrung mussten wir damit einfließen lassen. Das hat ganz gut geklappt.
Das ist dann auch das Geschäftsmodell, das darunter liegt, Abo. Ist das richtig? Also dass wir dort dann, weil du hattest ein paar Stichwörter jetzt genannt, so ein In-Skill, Conversion. Das sind so die Themen, womit man sich dann auch beschäftigen muss?
Ja, also In-Skill-Kauf ist ja wie ein In-App-Kauf, den kennt man wahrscheinlich auch etwas eher. Das heißt, ein Zusatzcontent, den wir bereitstellen, um gegen einen Preis, einen gewissen Preis. Wir dürfen die die Schwelle nicht so hoch setzen, also die Bereitschaft dafür, etwas zu zahlen, die ist ja, wie eben beschrieben, etwas schwieriger. Deswegen haben wir gesagt, wir gehen da langsam ran mit kleineren Schritten, aber wir müssen auch so Log-Angebote haben. Also das ist schon zu vergleichen mit einem Abo-Modell. Aber also die Erfahrung konnten wir daraus definitiv nehmen.
Abo ist noch eine Idee, aber im Moment haben wir noch kein Abo unterlegt, weil das ist schon auch noch echt eine harte Nuss zu knacken, da das richtige Modell zu finden. Aber wir sind auf dem Weg. Also.
Es sind ja jetzt im Prinzip Fragepakete, die man kaufen kann. Und wir sind ja auch dank Robert und da gut vorangekommen, weil wir haben eine sehr schöne Conversion Rate. Wir haben ja über 5% im Durchschnitt, seitdem wir live gegangen sind. Und wenn man das auch mit Web vergleicht, sind wir ja da eher total positiv überrascht. Über 5%. Und wir reden ja von via Voice kaufen. Es ist ja jetzt nicht so, dass die Kaufbereitschaft via Voice kaufen schon gigantisch hoch in Deutschland wäre. Und deswegen können wir umso stolzer sein auf diese Conversion Rate.
Der Vergleich zum Abo-Geschäft ist auch die Haltbarkeit der Kunden. Also wir haben einmal einen Anstoß, einmal einen Marketinganstoß und die Haltbarkeit ist irre lange. Also Kunden, die wir vom ersten Marketinganstoß, das kannst du, glaube ich, sagen, noch angeliefert haben, sind immer noch bei uns.
Ja. Also wir sind immer noch in so einer Silent Launch Phase, was der Robert meint. Und wir haben eine Newsletter-Erwähnung bekommen von Amazon am 25.12. vergangenen Jahres. Und seitdem haben wir immer noch leben wir immer noch von dieser einen Erwähnung. Das heißt, wir haben eine unheimlich hohe Nutzerbindung mit fast 40.000 Aktivierungen, ja, und da sind wir echt stolz und das zeigt auch, dass die viele Arbeit am Anfang, die wir uns ja schon über Monate gemacht haben, sich richtig gelohnt hat, da qualitativ einen super Alexa-Skill hinzubekommen.
Hat uns jetzt im Content auch nochmal ganz schön herausgefordert, weil wir überhaupt nicht damit gerechnet haben, dass die User so tief spielen in den Levels, so hoch in die Level gehen, sodass wir jetzt nochmal Frage- und Antwortenpakete nachgeliefert haben, damit die so lange da bleiben. Damit hatten wir überhaupt nicht gerechnet, auch noch weiteren Spielspaß haben und einfach neue Levels haben und neue Themenfelder haben, die sie durchspielen können. Also ich hätte nie gedacht, dass jemand die Level so weit spielt. Also
hat sich da nochmal richtig noch eine Lust entwickelt bei den Kunden. Und du hattest auch, Christian, nochmal ein gutes Stichwort auch gerade eben noch genannt, so ein Silent Launch. Also das war auf den Markt gebracht, eine starke Marke dahinter, die sicherlich jeder kennt und mal angegangen. Habe ich das richtig so?
Genau, wir haben uns entschieden, erstmal einen Silent Launch zu machen, also nicht gleich riesen Kommunikation und riesen die Werbetrommel zu rühren, sozusagen, um auch das Sprachmodell zu trainieren, um auch zu gucken, wie kommt der Skill an und nicht gleich sozusagen schon zu trommeln. Und da merken wir eben, wir haben organischen Wachstum, wir haben Nutzerbindung, wir haben eine hohe Conversion Rate und merken natürlich, okay, wir haben auf jeden Fall einiges richtig gut gemacht und jetzt kann man in die Phase gehen, haben wir auch viel vor, verraten wir auch noch nicht, um sozusagen immer mehr Nutzer zu gewinnen.
Ja.
Es war gerade schon mal so angeklungen von dir, Robert, das Thema USA zum Beispiel. Ist das Thema Internationalisierung, ist das ein Thema für den Verlag? Aus deiner Sicht ist das ein wichtiger Bereich?
Es ist definitiv ein wichtiger Bereich. Wie eben schon gesagt, die Kaufbereitschaft ist dort und die Erfahrung mit Voice ist dort natürlich schon viel eher oder länger gegeben. Die normale Begrenzung, die wir im Buchmarkt haben auf unseren deutschsprachigen Raum, also Dach, können wir hier in dem Vertriebskanal ja ganz anders nutzen. Wir haben es ja auch direkt gemacht. Teslauf ist ja schon seit Jahren international unterwegs und hat da überhaupt keine Berührungsängste und das konnten wir hier super einsetzen. Wir haben den Skill in Deutsch, wir haben ihn natürlich auch in Englisch und dadurch ist er sprachlich, ein bisschen kulturell muss man natürlich aufpassen, was man welche Themen wo platziert, aber wir können natürlich so super wachsen und international an die Märkte gehen, ja.
Wir halten ja auch die Marke Was ist was durchaus international. Also wir haben auch die Marke H&Y in Großbritannien zum Beispiel. Wir sind in 45 Sprachen mit Was ist was unterwegs und 100 Ländern. Insofern war das Optimum. Also auch schon die Marke teilweise im Englischsprachigen zu haben und bekannt zu haben, hilft das total.
Also Internationalisierung schon allein durch das Produkt schon ein Thema. Das heißt, für Voice ist es dann auch für euch bei Talkative in der Tat ja auch nochmal eine Herausforderung, auch zu sagen, mehrere Sprachen anzusteuern, da nochmal Skills bereitzustellen.
Wobei das eher sozusagen der Content ist, also die inhaltliche Sprache sozusagen. Technologisch ist es so, dass wir das sozusagen Mehrsprachigkeit mitbringen und deswegen können wir das natürlich super auch am UK- und US-Markt integrieren. Da ist wirklich die Herausforderung, die Inhalte. Also da
bleibt die Arbeit an uns hängen.
Da bleibt die Arbeit bei Katja hängen. Also für uns ist das technologisch jetzt nicht die Herausforderung.
Das heißt jetzt bei euch, Christian, bei Talkative, weil wir haben ja auch das Thema KI ja auch hier in unserer Überschrift und auch für heute, das wird dann auch alles unterstützt dort, also wenn man auch sagt, in diesem Bereich der Fremdsprachen zum Beispiel, oder wo?
Also wir bringen eine Mehrsprachigkeit mit, aber natürlich muss trotzdem die Texte, die Contents müssen trotzdem mehrsprachig sein und genau. Und KI KI ist ja so ein großes Wort, ja. Wir sagen bei uns, wir machen Sprachtraining, wir analysieren das Nutzerverhalten, anonymisiertes Nutzerverhalten, analysieren wir und verbessern natürlich die Alexa-Skills, aber auch Messenger-Lösungen. KI ist deswegen ein großes Wort, weil das System lernt nicht alleine, sondern wir müssen das System trainieren. Und wenn wir es trainiert haben, dann ist es super, weil dann kann es absolut performant, wo wir als Mensch nicht mehr mitkommen, natürlich die Themen abwickeln. Gerade standardisierte Themen abwickeln. Ja.
Also das war für uns eine ganz spannende Phase. Also dieses Sprachtraining, wir haben uns ja vorher ja alles Mögliche überlegt, wie Kinder mit der Alexa sprechen, wie sie Fragen stellen, wie sie darauf reagieren. Und dann der Echttest hat uns nochmal beigebracht, dass Kinder einfach anders mit der Alexa sprechen, als wir das tun. Und dass alle Annahmen so ein bisschen anders sind und auch so mal Nuscheln und Dialekte. War schon sehr spannend in den ersten Wochen zu sehen, was wir da nochmal so nacharbeiten mussten. Aber wie toll das System dann auch lernt. Also das war echt klasse. Und auch in kurzer Zeit einfach lernt.
Ja. Ja, wenn der Content gut aufbereitet ist, ist das dann relativ einfach. Aber natürlich in andere Sprachen zu kriegen, aber den Content erst einmal so aufzubereiten, verlangt ja auch eine ganz andere Arbeitsweise. Ja. Also das ist, da sind wir schon froh, dass Katja ihr Team jetzt nicht hierarchisch aufgestellt hat, sondern wirklich fürs Projekt super perfekt die richtigen Leute ausgesucht hat, die modern denken, die dann auch die Erfahrung vielleicht schon haben. Ihr habt ja da auch mit dem Bookie ein super Produkt an den Markt gebracht und
wir haben
schon Erfahrungen sammeln können.
Total auf die Erfahrung der Entwicklung unseres Hörstiftes zurückgreifen können, was die Prozesse und die Teams angeht. Ich glaube, das ist gerade für Verlage eine der ganz großen Herausforderungen, zu verstehen, wir machen hier Produkte, die sind auf einem Punkt fertig und dann gibt man es an die Kunden und dann sind sie fertig. Also gedanklich, natürlich muss der Vertrieb noch verkaufen, aber gedanklich ist man raus, also gerade auch die Inhalte Menschen. Und bei einem Produkt wie diesem, den digitalen Produkten, muss man verstehen, dass man irgendwo 7 Tage, 24 Stunden immer wieder darauf reagieren muss, was passiert, ändern kann, nachbessern kann, in Kontakt treten kann mit denen, die es benutzen. Und das muss man im Kopf, in den Prozessen so einmal den Switch hinkriegen. Und da hatten wir ein tolles Team, die uns unterstützt haben, die Lust drauf hatten, die wir auch außerhalb so unserer normalen Strukturen zusammengestellt haben und auch immer wieder neu zusammenstellen und austauschen. Also das hat echt richtig viel, nicht nur Spaß gemacht, sondern das war total effizient für das Projekt auch.
Also habe ich ja dann richtig verstanden, es gab schon Erfahrungen im Haus, also gerade durch das Bookie-Projekt und auch durch das Produkt.
Ja.
Jetzt auch, das ist jetzt auch ein paar Mal schon gefallen, das Thema Kind, also gerade bei den Herausforderungen noch, die also einmal für den Verlag, aber auch einmal für die Marktbespielung. So, Robert, so aus deiner Sicht, was sind denn da so die Herausforderungen auch gewesen? Erfahrungen, da komme ich nachher auch gleich nochmal zu sprechen dazu, aber ich würde ganz gern den Aspekt jetzt noch mal aufgreifen und da nochmal deine Sicht nochmal hören, deine Erfahrungen.
Ja, also wir müssen halt gucken, welche Zielgruppe hat Tesloff generell. Man hat die Marke und die Markenbekanntheit ist ja schon da. Wir müssen auf der anderen Seite aber auch schauen, was bringt ihr mit, was wisst ihr über die Zielgruppe bei den Sprachassistenten. Das zu matchen, Gott sei Dank ist es so, Tesloff ist jetzt nicht nur im Kinderbereich, sondern ist eigentlich ein familiäres Produkt. Ja? Die ganze Familie vom kleinen Kind bis zu Oma und Opa kennen das Produkt, wissen damit umzugehen, die Texte sind einfach und verständlich und das Ähnliche finden wir vor im Nutzerverhalten von Sprachskills. Also mittlerweile sind Sprachassistenten überall in unserem Haushalt, werden zur Mittagszeit genutzt, ja, weil das ist typisch bei uns dann zu Hause, dass wir mal irgendeine Frage haben, weil wir über ein Thema diskutieren. Das ist eine ganz einfache Frage und jetzt haben wir ein super Match zum Tesloff Verlag. Die erklären diese Fragen kindgerecht einfach, was für uns Erwachsene manchmal auch total hilfreich ist. Also das ist etwas, was man zusammenbringen musste. In dem Fall hat es super gut gepasst.
Das heißt auch für die Erwachsenen ist es super spannend, so in der Bespielung des Marktes und auch da zu sagen, ich meine, die Käufer sind in der Regel ja die Erwachsenen, nicht unbedingt immer die Kinder. Vielleicht wird sich das auch bald mal ändern. Ist das auch ein Thema dann gewesen, zu sagen, ich differenziere das mal, dass wir jetzt auch, wir haben ja gerade gehört, Silent Lounge, ja, Marketing kommt noch, dass wir da also auch nochmal diese Aspekte mit reinnimmt? Ist das ein Thema?
Ja, wir sind ja noch ein bisschen in den Kinderschuhen. Ich glaube, da kannst du ein bisschen mehr erzählen, wie die Erfahrung jetzt in Deutschland ist, wie wir uns als Zielgruppen in Deutschland für Sprachassistenten entwickeln und die Bereitschaft zu In-Skill-Käufen. In-App-Käufe, wie gesagt, das ist mit Sicherheit bei jedem. Jeder hat ein Spiel auf dem Handy, wo er sich durch einen Zukauf tatsächlich Zusatzmaterial holt, in Skillkäufe, da wachsen wir gerade.
Der Skill ist ja ein Familienskill, also der ist ja für die Zielgruppe Familie, also von jung bis alt. Robert lernt ja auch noch vom Skill sozusagen, hat jetzt nicht mehr das Problem, die Fragen nicht beantworten zu können von seinen Kindern. Und insofern sind wir eine gesamte Familie als Zielgruppe angehen. Jeder, der was lernen will.
Ja, das Spannende ist ja auch da, das haben wir ja bei den Büchern auch. Wir wollen, dass die Kinder Spaß haben. Wir wissen aber, dass die Käufer andere sind. Das heißt, wir müssen immer den Dreh hinbekommen, das so spannend zu machen, dass Kinder eigentlich den Eltern sagen, ich möchte das haben. Und die Eltern aber so glücklich sind, dass die Kinder Spaß damit haben und natürlich auch, dass es sinnvoll irgendwo ist, dass die Eltern dann gleich mit überzeugt sind. Und die Krönung, das i-Tüpfelchen, und das versuchen wir hinzukriegen, ist dann, dass die ganze Familie Spaß daran hat. Also wir haben auch immer Themen drin. Also selbst ich lerne jeden Tag noch, wenn ich spiele, weil immer wieder was Neues vorkommt, was ich auch nicht wusste und nicht erklären kann.
Ja, auch die Erwachsenen lernen dann dazu, weil was ist was?
Ja, permanent.
Also
wir werden jeden Tag schlauer mit was ist was.
Sehr gut. Das ist dann ein echter Familienskill.
Einiges muss man auch nur noch mal auffrischen, dafür hilft es halt auch sehr gut.
Sehr gut. Bei den Potenzialen möchte ich einmal reinhören und sagen, welche Potenziale? Also wir hören ja raus, Kinder werden bespielt, Erwachsene sind Käufer, es ist ein neues Segment, neue Erfahrungen, aber welche Potenziale und auch Christian, auch so deine Sicht würde mich da interessieren und auch ganz sicher unsere Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, so die Verlage mit so einem Projekt haben.
Ja, ich glaube, das Potenzial ist gigantisch. Es sind ja viele auch noch ein bisschen zurückhaltend und schüchterner, auch dem Alexa-Skills gegenüber, aber wir können uns sicherlich alle noch erinnern, als das Handy kam, haben alle gesagt, wir brauchen kein Handy, dann kamen die Smartphones, dann haben gesagt alle, sie wollen kein Smartphone, dann kam WhatsApp, keiner braucht das WhatsApp, ist nicht mehr wegdenkbar und so ist es ehrlich gesagt bei Voice auch. Wir haben ja jetzt eine Postbank-Studie aus dem letzten Jahr, 2020, sagt 45% der Deutschen haben mit dem Sprachassistenten, agieren regelmäßig mit dem Sprachassistenten. Ich glaube, da ist ein großer Markt da, der ist noch neu und deswegen glaube ich, kann man da sehr interessante Geschäftsmodelle, aber auch interessante Positionierungen für sich erreichen in diesem Markt und auch neue Zielgruppen gewinnen, die vielleicht auch so nicht mit den Verlagsprodukten in Berührung kommen.
Ich glaube, hier ist ja auch ist ja quasi auch ein Match da, weil Sprachassistenzanbieter sind auf der Suche nach Content, müssen permanent befüttert werden, Wissen aufbauen und auf der anderen Seite haben wir hier eine Branche mit unglaublich viel Content. Der muss natürlich gut kanalisiert sein und muss gut aufbereitet sein, damit wir ihn sofort nutzen können, aber dabei können wir ja helfen. Also ich glaube, das Potenzial hier in der Branche für Verlage ist, wie du schon gesagt hast, riesengroß, weil hier beide Seiten etwas wollen. Und ja, also unsere Kunden werden es uns danken nachher. Also Sprachassistenten sind einfach da. Die Usability und die Sinnhaftigkeit, die ist, glaube ich, mittlerweile absolut bestätigt. Auch die Angst vor Sprachassistenten, die ja definitiv auch da war, die legt sich langsam, aber natürlich langsam, da müssen wir auch immer aufpassen. Aber auf beiden Seiten ist definitiv, es ist quasi eine Win-Win-Situation da.
Ja, und was mich fasziniert hat mit der Zielgruppe ist, dass Kinder in dem Alter, die es gerne spielen, nicht lesen können, noch nicht selber lesen können. Und das ist natürlich für uns ein Traum, weil wir auch in einer Altersstufe arbeiten von Kindern, die darauf angewiesen sind, dass vorgelesen wird. Und das selber bedienen zu können mit der Stimme ist für Kinder auch ein super Aha-Erlebnis. Und dann natürlich für uns total spannend, wie wir da eben schon diese Themen dann platzieren können, ohne dass Eltern helfen müssen. Und das passiert. Also all die von uns, die kleine Kinder, Neffen, Nichten haben, ist das völlig selbstverständlich für die Kinder. Und das nimmt ja täglich zu. Also in jedem neuen Gerät, das man sieht, sind Voice-Anwendungen, die wir gar nicht als Voice mehr wahrnehmen. Also da kommt immer mehr.
So die erste Erfahrung, die was Voice ja gemacht hat, ist ja auch über die Navis gekommen, was man ja ganz sicherlich auch hört, oder über die Steuerung innerhalb von Autos. Jetzt haben wir hier einen anderen Aspekt. Ich finde das aber auch sehr spannend, was du sagst, Robert, auch mit dem das Thema. Ist denn das Thema Marke hier dann auch für das auch wichtig? Weil was ist natürlich schon eine starke Marke.
Klar, also die Marke transportiert ja etwas und das Thema Sicherheit haben wir mit Sicherheit, also die Marke, was ist so stark, dass wir etwas damit verbinden, was Sicherheit angeht. Und gerade bei dem digitalen Thema, was wir dann auch in Skillkäufer haben, würde man niemals etwas Negatives mit was ist was zu assoziieren. Macht die Kaufbereitschaft einfacher. Also da ist definitiv eine Abhängigkeit da und die starke Marke hilft.
Ja, wir wissen wir haben ja eine Menge Marktforschung eben, dass der Marke auch zugetraut wird, dass es solide ist, dass es eine ganz, ganz hohe Qualität hat. Das hat, glaube ich, total geholfen. Und wir haben ja in der Zielgruppe eine Markenbekanntheit von 92%. Und das ist dann natürlich sehr viel einfacher für Eltern, auch eine Hürde zu nehmen, Kinder spielen zu lassen.
Und es ist Content da. Ziemlich viel.
Ziemlich viel.
Das ist das, also die Themen, die ihr da bespielen könnt für so einen Skill, sind ja schon fast schon unerschöpflich.
Ja, wir sammeln ja auch seit vielen, vielen Jahren Kinderfragen. Kinder können uns ja Fragen schicken. Also wir haben wirklich viel Erfahrung über die Jahre mit dem, was Kinder interessiert. Und das können wir halt als Verlag dann auch ganz gut. Also zu wissen, was dann spannend ist, wissen wir. Wir wussten nicht, wie wir es spannend umsetzen können. Da brauchten wir die Unterstützung.
Und das finde ich jetzt auch ganz, ganz spannenden Aspekt, den du ansprichst, auch von den Kunden nochmal ein Feedback zu bekommen, also zu den Inhalten. Ja, ist das ein Thema jetzt auch bei euch im Verlag, auch zu sagen, wir wollen das ja auch nur in der Richtung etwas ausbauen, wir müssen das noch besser verstehen?
Total. Total. Das finde ich so toll an diesen Projekten. Klar, natürlich bekommen wir auch mal einen Leserbrief, wenn wir ein Buch haben, oder wir nutzen die Messe hier, um mit Kindern zu sprechen. Aber da kommt das so ultimativ, dass wir auch sehen können, wie reagiert jemand, dass wir ihn ansprechen können. Es ist jetzt beim Alexa-Skill so ein bisschen schwierig. Also da da ärgere ich die beiden immer sehr, weil man natürlich nicht an jeden Kunden ran kann. Da ist die Hürde einfach über das System und über den Anbieter da. Aber im Prinzip ist das absolut unser Ziel. Da arbeiten wir an vielen Stellen gerade dran, dass wir einfach auch die User einbeziehen können, von ihnen lernen und wir sie aber auch mitnehmen können. Also es ist ein unglaublich fruchtbarer Austausch.
Das heißt, die Elemente und die Aspekte, die können bei euch dann auch in das Lektorat hineinfließen.
Ja, absolut.
Und daraus könnte sich dann, das ist ja auch in der Hinsicht vielleicht das ein oder andere Projekt etwas oder das eine oder andere Thema etwas mit einer leichten Nuance noch entwickeln?
Absolut, absolut. Also das für uns ist dieses wahnsinnig hilfreich zu sehen, wie Kinder sich bewegen. Kinder vor 10 Jahren waren anders als Kinder heute und vor 20 Jahren vermutlich noch mal ganz anders. Und zu sehen, wo die sich bewegen, wo die ihre Neugier haben, wie tief sie was verstehen wollen, fließt jeden Tag ins Lektorat ein.
Also sind die Potenziale in 2 Richtungen, wenn ich es richtig verstehe. Auf der einen Seite zu sagen, wir haben neue Möglichkeiten, den Markt zu bespielen, aber auch auf der anderen Seite besser und früher zu verstehen, was so an Input zurückkommt. Das ist dann auch das, Christian, dass du in der Richtung auch dann jetzt vorhin auch schon so ausgeführt hast.
Mhm.
Bei dem Thema würde ich dich jetzt auch gerne fragen, weil du hast ja einen Blick auch zu anderen Branchen und das passt jetzt auch gut hier hinein, die Potenziale. Ist es denn so, dass andere Branchen, vielleicht der Verlagsbranche, da voraus sind, dass sie vielleicht andere Produkte, bessere Produkte machen? Wie ist denn deine Sicht darauf?
Also andere Branchen erkennen natürlich auch die Relevanz von Smart Speakern und erkennen auch den Markt. Und ich meine, wir können uns ein Taxi bestellen über Alexa. Wir können uns Essen bestellen über Alexa. Aber auch die Verzeichnisbranche, beispielsweise das Telefonbuch, ist ganz stark vertreten. Da kann man Unternehmen finden, kann in einem Restaurant einen Tisch reservieren. Aber auch der öffentliche Dienst, die Bundeswehr hat einen Alexa-Skill, weil sie eben da auch Zielgruppen, Bewerber und so weiter sieht. Das heißt, ich würde sagen, es sind jetzt nicht alle der Verlagsbranche Meilen voraus, aber es haben sehr viele richtig gut losgelegt. Und das heißt, da ist viel noch zu machen und da kann man einiges voranbringen.
Ja, und wie wir vorhin schon gehört haben, Content ist genug da in der Verlagsbranche. Also ich denke, da kann man auch sicherlich einen Aufruf an die Kollegen und Kolleginnen geben, sagen, schaut euch eure Contents an, Potenziale, haben wir gerade gehört, sind da. Ja, ich nehme das mal auch mit, auch gern für unsere Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, zu sagen, ja, andere Branchen sind da vielleicht ein Stück weiter, ja, aber auf der anderen Seite haben wir auch viele gute Möglichkeiten, das noch auszubauen. Ich möchte gerne einen Aspekt auch in deine Richtung nochmal bringen. Katja, diese Veränderungen, die dieses Projekt mitgebracht hat, das hat man vorhin ja schon mal kurz anklingen lassen. So, es gibt ein Team, das wir dafür gefunden haben. Hat sich denn da die Arbeit verändert im Verlag? Ist das eine neue Herangehensweise, eine neue Arbeitsweise?
Ja und nein. Also zum Glück haben wir schon in der Vergangenheit sehr oft ganz andersartige, neuartige Projekte gemacht. Und gerade, wie gesagt, diese Hörstiftgeschichte, die mir sehr viel auch mit Audio-Content zu tun hatte, hat uns schon gezeigt, dass wir viel anders machen müssen als im klassischen Ablauf. Und ich glaube, wir Verlage, vermute ich so, also manchmal höre ich es aus den anderen Branchen, dass zwar jeder so sein Thema hat, aber sind natürlich über viele Jahre sehr festgefahren. Das fängt an im Lektorat, da überlegt man sich, was macht und tut. Und hier war einfach das Tolle, dass wir den Weg gefunden haben, von vornherein gemeinsam zu starten oder immer punktuell auch uns Experten dazu zu holen. Aus dem eigenen Haus die Experten, die wir hatten, wenn es um Online-Themen und Marketing gab, die uns dann nochmal sehr unterstützt haben oder eben die einen Case gut rechnen können. Und es hat sich jetzt aber eigentlich so schön im Haus eingespielt, dass wir durchaus auch manchmal im Buchbereich sagen, warum machen wir es in den alten Abläufen, sondern dass wir eben merken, ach, wir haben ein besonderes Projekt, lass mal gucken, ob wir anders rangehen können, ob wir vorher vielleicht schon gemeinsam nachdenken können, sodass wir aufpassen müssen, dass wir unsere Abläufe nicht total zerhauen, aber für so ein besonderes Projekt ist es gut möglich. Und es macht auch allen Spaß. Also es ist natürlich auch von der Lust an der Sache, anders mit Dingen umzugehen, mit Content umzugehen, total wichtig. Und auch zu sehen, weil es ist, also ich meine, eins unserer Learnings ist sicherlich, wir dachten, das können wir sehr einfach lösen. Wir haben mengenweise Audio-Content. Aber Audio-Content ist nicht Voice-Content, haben wir lernen müssen. Also das ist nochmal ein großer Unterschied. Und was wir noch so an zusätzlichen Takes nachher gemacht haben, wo wir dachten, das haben wir, das läuft und die Alexa spricht, war dann auch nochmal eine Erfahrung. Und das auch mitzunehmen, wie wir Content aufbereiten, wenn wir Themen haben, wenn wir Ideen haben, wie gehen wir mit dem Content um, also da flexibel zu bleiben, auch im Kopf. Also es sind jetzt auch oft Lektorate oder Kollegen, die nichts mit dem Projekt zu tun haben, die aber sagen, aber Mensch, könnte man da nicht und ich habe hier einen Aspekt, für mich ist es nichts, aber wäre das nicht für euch eine Idee? Also es hat einfach ganz viel, ja, das ist eine Form von so einem kleinen Innovationsthema dann einfach, was auch leicht entsteht. Und da macht es dann wahnsinnig viel Spaß.
Mhm. So von Talkative, von eurer Seite, wie ist euch Tesloff da begegnet? Hast du da viel noch unterstützen müssen?
Nein,
alles gut gemacht. Ja?
Antwort.
Sehr gut. Wir haben alles gut gemacht. Nein, tatsächlich, was sehr schön war und was wirklich sehr gut ist, ein Alexa-Skill und auch der Google Assistant, das sind keine Projekte, die man nur so nebenbei macht. Ja, und das habt ihr nicht gemacht und das war sehr gut, sondern da muss man mit sehr viel Mühe sozusagen auch Inhalte schaffen, Inhalte gegebenenfalls, die man zwar hat, nochmal umstellen und so weiter. Das heißt, da steckt schon sehr viel Arbeit auch vom jeweiligen Verlag mit drin. Man kann das nicht einfach Copy and Paste seine bestehenden Produkte da in den Markt reinpressen. Also man muss sich darüber bewusst sein, dass man da viel Mühe auch reinstecken muss. Und auch viel Zeit.
Ja.
Ja, und auch die ein oder anderen Skills dann nochmal etwas schärfen. Also auch das, neben Alexa-Skill auch die Fähigkeiten der Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeiter auch die zu schärfen. Und vor allen Dingen auch so den Unterschied zwischen, das habe ich jetzt auch gelernt, Voice und Audio, ja. Dass man das auch nochmal versteht. Aber es findet ja auch so eine Interaktion statt. Das macht natürlich auch was aus. Bei dem Thema mit den Veränderungen, Robert, auch an dich. Du bist ja auch für das Projekt auch von außen reingekommen. Wie hast du es denn erlebt im Verlag? Also wir haben ja gehört, ein Team gab es da, es gab einen externen Experten dazu.
Ja, also das ist sehr bescheiden, was Katja Meinecke jetzt eben so gerade dargestellt hat. Also natürlich ist die Bereitschaft da, aber der Verlag hat in den letzten Jahren extrem gelernt, neue Projekte anzugehen, ganz anders zu denken, ganz anders miteinander zu arbeiten. Was ich eben meinte mit dem normalen Hierarchischen, was man so klassisch kennt Gott sei Dank aus der Vergangenheit, ist da überhaupt nicht gegeben. Also die Bereitschaft, an einem Skill zu arbeiten, nicht nur nebenbei, sondern wirklich mit voller Power und mit genau den richtigen Leuten und die einzusetzen, unabhängig welcher Position, ist absolut da. Und seitdem, also Katja Meinecke hat dann mal eben einen Bookie platziert, mal eben so einen Alexa-Skill platziert. Also das sind sexy Themen, die wir brauchen, um zu gucken, welche Absatzkanäle haben wir denn über den normalen Buchmarkt hinaus. Ja, das machen ja viele Verlage. Aber das muss auch wirklich umgesetzt werden. Und es ist beides nicht irgendwie in einer gewissen Phase des Projektes stecken geblieben, sondern wirklich zum Launch gebracht worden und mit absoluten Konsequenz.
Christian nickt. Ja, Kanäle bespielen.
Kann man nicht viel zu sagen mehr.
Sehr gut. Ja. Ja, und das ist aber auch, finde ich jetzt auch ein ganz schönes Bild, auch zu sagen, es war sehr bescheiden und der Verlag hat da schon was gestemmt und das ist etwas, was man nicht so nebenbei macht. Ich denke, das ist auch eins der Themen, wo man sagt, das wäre so ein Learning. Und da jetzt auch nochmal auch die Frage dann auch einmal an dich jetzt auch, Robert, so das Learning und so die Takeaways, wie man heute so schön neudeutsch sagt, oder das, was wir, die Erfahrungen, die wir aus diesem Projekt gewinnen konnten.
Also ich finde es sehr schön, wenn man im Nachhinein belohnt wird für die Vorbereitungszeit, für das, was man reingesteckt hat in das Projekt, wirklich sich Zeit genommen hat für die Analysen. Und das ist in diesem Fall total wichtig, weil wir uns auf was Neues eingelassen haben, weil wir Zielgruppen analysieren mussten, passten die zum Produkt, wie setzen wir die Marke richtig ein, was ist das Geschäftsmodell dahinter. Das war eine riesen Vorarbeit, die sehr solide gemacht werden musste. Und wenn man dann belohnt wird, ist das super. Und genau so muss es aus meiner Sicht sein. Also natürlich kann man mit viel Glück und ein bisschen Freestyle, kann man das mit Sicherheit auch schaffen. Aber das ist tatsächlich, das hat man sich verdient. So. Und das finde ich sehr, sehr gut als Learning.
So aus deiner Sicht, so von dem Experten für dieses Thema, so deiner Zusammenarbeit mit dem Tesla Verlag, so deine Erfahrungen, deine Learnings?
Das Learning ist auf jeden Fall, dass wenn man mit sehr viel Mühe auch und sehr viel Anspruch an eine hohe Qualität arbeitet, dass man dann ziemlich gut auch neue Märkte erschließen kann. Das ist eigentlich das Hauptlearning aus diesem Projekt und dass man dabei auch sehr viel Spaß haben kann in solchen Projekten. Ja. Auch in der Konzeptionsphase und in der Umsetzung und das hat wirklich richtig Spaß gemacht.
Und für den Verlag. Ja.
Ja, es hat unglaublich viel. Also für uns hat es einen unglaublichen Impuls für den Content gegeben, weil wir Verlage natürlich die Herausforderung haben, mit tragfähigen Contents auch mehr als Buch zu machen. Und nochmal so, ja, ehrlicherweise haben wir gedacht, wir machen ein Hörbuch, wir machen ein Hörspiel, wir machen Hörstift. Also kann nicht so weit weg sein. Nochmal diese ganz neue Herausforderung, dann doch zu merken, dass es eine größere ist, war toll und ein toller Impuls für die Arbeit mit dem Content. Aber dieses Qualitätsthema finde ich extrem wichtig, weil wir hatten auch Bedenken, weil man eine große Marke läuft auch Gefahr, beschädigt zu werden, wenn man etwas nicht gut macht. Und wir haben am Anfang ganz, ganz lange darüber gesprochen, dass wir nicht irgendwas mit der heißen Nadel machen wollen, sondern dass wir eben die Qualität halten müssen und genau dieses Markenbild auch in so einem völlig anderen Medium, als wir es sonst machen, transportieren müssen. Und das ist einfach gut zu sehen, dass das funktionieren kann. Das hilft uns natürlich auch weiterzudenken, weil wir müssen immer alle weiterdenken und gucken, wo Kinder stehen, wo können wir Kinder informieren, mitnehmen. Das war ein großes Learning und für den Verlag war es ein Riesen-Learning. An der Stelle zum ersten Mal, ja ist so, auch mit vielen externen Partnern zusammenzuarbeiten, mit denen man sonst nicht zusammenarbeitet und das funktioniert. Also am Anfang weiß man ja nicht, gibt es Berührungssorgen, Ängste, was darf ich, was kann ich, können wir da gemeinsam dran schrauben und das ist irgendwie ein Team, als würden wir zusammengehören und gar nicht unterschiedliche Unternehmen sein. Und da haben sich auch alle darauf eingelassen und zu sehen, dass das super ist, wenn man so ein Thema hat und sich die passenden Teams zusammenstellt und es wird was Gemeinsames draus. Das ist eine richtig schöne Erfahrung auch für den Verlag als Ganzes.
Ich nehme das jetzt auch mal als ein Learning für mich heute mal mit. Es hat sich daraus ein Team gebildet. Und das, denke ich, ist auch ein wichtiges Learning. Und auch nochmal an dich, Robert, so mit deiner Sicht und auch, wo du das Projekt begleitet hast. Das sind ja verschiedene Aspekte, die eine Rolle spielen. Also natürlich Technologie, natürlich das Thema Voice und natürlich auch die Themen, die wir da mit den Contents haben. Aber so mal so mit der Vertriebssicht da mal drauf. Wie ist denn das so die Erfolge, die du da so siehst?
Die Erfolge des Projekts. Also wir haben, ja, wie gerade eigentlich schon gesagt, es ist schön zu sehen, wenn man ganz solide Arbeit, ganz super Vorbereitung macht, richtige Analysen macht und dann startet und es dann sieht, dass auch ein ganz neues Feld super zu bespielen ist. Natürlich mit Experten und das Team ist super wichtig. Also es ist gut, dass du das nochmal sagst, wie wir dann auch wirklich zusammengewachsen sind, weil es gab überhaupt keine Vorbehalte, sondern es wurde jeder sofort für seinen Bereich als Experte akzeptiert. Also wir haben da so schnell zusammengefunden. Das war mit Sicherheit ein absolut positiver Aspekt für das Projekt. Und vertrieblich, merkt man es an den Zahlen, das ist schön. Man merkt es an den Rückmeldungen von den Kunden. Also die Nachhaltigkeit, die wir in der Marke haben, haben wir tatsächlich auch im Skill. Die haben wir bei den Produkten. Alle Leute, die wir darauf ansprechen, über was ist was, wo wir darüber reden, die sagen sofort, ja klar, das kenne ich, die Produkte kenne ich aus meiner Kindheit teilweise. Ja, also diesen Markenkern, der hat super dazu beigetragen, dass das Projekt erfolgreich ist.
Mhm. Wir haben ja auch vorhin schon gehört, dass wir mit einem Silent Lounge da reingegangen sind. Es war mal eine Newsletter-Aktion und daraus haben sich auch schon erfolgreiche Zahlen entwickelt. Mhm. Ist das für dich so erwartbar gewesen, Christian, so aus deiner Sicht?
Also wir haben es gehofft und nach oben geht immer noch mehr, aber wir sind echt sehr zufrieden und ich glaube, das haben wir jetzt schon ein paar Mal ja gehabt. Letztendlich ist es tatsächlich so, es war auch gut, dass der Tesla Verlag auch gesagt hat, also Katja, wir machen keinen Schnellschuss, sondern wir haben uns ja immer wieder, auch während der Konzeptionsphase, dann immer wieder, okay, lasst noch mal ganz kurz zurück. Wir haben uns auch eigentlich Druck rausgenommen, wann wollen wir live gehen. Also am Anfang war noch so, wir wollen, ne, also jetzt in 3 Monaten, wir gehen live. Buchmesse. Und irgendwann Buchmesse, aber das ist schon länger her, die Buchmesse. Und wir haben dann, das hast du auch sehr stark da gemanagt, dann irgendwann den Druck rausgenommen, genau aus den Gründen, die Marke muss auch in der bekannten Qualität dann auch im Voice-Markt etabliert werden. Dann haben wir so ein bisschen Druck rausgenommen, sind immer wieder Konzepte, haben uns immer wieder hinterfragt, funktioniert das? Die Teams haben unheimlich viel gemacht, auch in ihren Familien nachgefragt. Das ist jetzt nicht so gewesen, dass wir haben Piloten gemacht, getestet in den Familien und das war wirklich unheimlich gut und das zeigt jetzt auch der Erfolg. Ich habe vorhin die Conversion Rate erwähnt. Wir haben eine starke Nutzerbindung, wir haben immer wiederkehrende Nutzer. Katja hat vorhin gesagt, wir haben mal richtig harte Heavy User, sagt man ja. Die spielen, wir müssen jetzt sozusagen Fragepakete nachladen, es müssen neue Inhalte erstellt werden, weil die haben schon einmal komplett das Spiel durchgespielt. Und wenn du Heavy User hast, das ist ja auch aus dem Web- und App-Bereich, dann weißt du, irgendwas haben wir richtig gut gemacht deswegen, der Skill ist wirklich, kann man echt richtig stolz drauf sein, der ist richtig cool und
es klingt jetzt so historisch, ne? Also wir sind mittendrin.
Ja.
Also, es geht irgendwie gerade täglich weiter und
ja,
das ist auch gut so.
Absolut, ja.
Wir lernen jeden Tag weiter. Also, und nächstes Jahr haben wir auch noch einiges vor mit dem Skill. Also von daher ist das gar nicht so abgeschlossen, sondern das ist
baut sich ja noch
Tagesarbeit.
aus. Ja, da jetzt noch eine Frage auch für dich, Katja, weil das auch Christian anklingen hat lassen, für die Lektorate. Wird die Arbeitsweise schneller dadurch, weil der Kundenbedarf plötzlich mehr Dynamik kriegt? Ja, wir wollen mehr Tiefe.
Also da bin ich jetzt sehr dankbar auf die Kollegin, die Inhalte macht, die da extrem flexibel ist und auch irgendwie gewohnt ist, nicht mehr einen Schrecken zu bekommen, wenn wir dann sagen, ups, da ist schon wieder ein Level weitergespielt. Wir haben da natürlich den Vorteil, dass wir inhaltlich auf unsere Erfahrung setzen können und dann kann man relativ viel auch erarbeiten und zurückgreifen auf das, was wir haben. Aber die Schreckmomente sind schon immer da. Man sagt, oh je, nochmal wieder 100 Fragen und Antworten, was total Spannendes finden, ein Thema finden, aber eben, wie gesagt, nach 60 Jahren Tesla und 60 Jahren Kinderfragen gehen uns die Ideen nicht aus.
Sehr gut. Das nehme ich jetzt mal Schlusswort für dieses Gespräch mal mit und würde euch jetzt noch um ein Fazit aus diesem Projekt, was wir unseren Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauern mitgeben können. Ein Satz. Katja, bitte.
Also es lohnt sich unbedingt, solche Projekte zu versuchen aus Verlagssicht. Und ich bin lange in Verlagen, weiß ich, dass wir dazu neigen, immer zu sagen, ach, es ist auch schon so viel schief gegangen. Aber ich finde, gerade dieses Projekt hat mir gezeigt, dass man es immer wieder versuchen muss und dass Potenziale da sind und dass man nicht schnell aufgeben darf. Also auch immer wieder weiterarbeiten muss. Und das ist echt ein Thema. Voice ist echt ein Thema. Also das lohnt sich, daran zu arbeiten.
Sehr gut. Christian, bitte.
Ja, ich würde auch sagen, also es gibt ein Riesenpotenzial und wenn man das nutzen will, dann muss man investieren, nicht nur in Dienstleister wie uns, sondern wirklich in die eigene Zeit, in die eigenen Ressourcen und dann kann man da sehr erfolgreich werden und da wirklich einen tollen neuen Markt für sich entdecken.
Sehr gut, Robert.
Ja. Ja, also diese beiden Situationen, ne? Da wird Content gebraucht und auf der anderen Seite ist Content da. Ist super. Wir reden jetzt gerade über den Skill-Quiz, also das Was-ist-was-Quiz. Aber auch da kann man ja noch weiterentwickeln, du hast es erwähnt, also wir hören ja da nicht auf. Wir sind im Edutainment-Bereich, aber auch da sind noch ganz andere Themen, die jetzt hochkommen, die auch tatsächlich durch die Corona-Phase in den Haushalten sich verändert haben. Neue Situationen, neue Anforderungen, Nachmittagsbeschäftigungsmarkt, ja, also da kann man so viel raus machen. Education, Edutainment, also da ist eine Menge Potenzial da und Content ist vorhanden, also lasst uns das umsetzen. Das ist mein Learning.
Sehr gut, ein guter Aufruf. Ja, lasst es uns umsetzen. Also vielen Dank, dass Sie dabei waren. Vielen Dank auch an Katja, an den Christian und an dich, Robert,
Gerne.
für die Zeit und für das, dass ihr uns teilhaben lässt an euren Erfahrungen und euren Sichtweisen. Ja, ich wünsche Ihnen viel Spaß. Schauen Sie mal rein.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Good afternoon. Welcome to today's panel, which is Storytelling Innovations and Hybrid Experiences in the Digital Age. This panel is an initiative supported by the Government of Quebec, and it is presented by SODEC in collaboration with NewTech. My name is Sarah Spring. I'll be your moderator today. I'm really, really pleased to be joined by such an incredibly interesting group of people who are doing really fascinating innovations with storytelling in their each in different and unique ways. So I'm joined today by Olivier Girard, a composer, artist, and sound designer, and the artist responsible for creating the loops that we'll speak about in a few minutes. Welcome.
Thank you.
Kirsten Rabe, the editorial director at Mixed Vision. Welcome, Kirsten.
Thank you.
Antoine Tanguay, the publisher at Éditions Alto. Welcome, Antoine. Virtually as I am. And Frédéric Gauthier, the publisher at La Pastèque. Welcome, Frédéric.
Merci.
I'm sad that I'm not there with all of you, but I'm really happy to be here for this conversation. And I wonder if we can just start with each of you taking a moment to introduce yourself and a little bit about your work. We'll start with Olivier.
Well, hello, I'm Olivier Giroir. I'm a composer, a sound artist, and designer from Montreal. Create mostly work for dance, theater, and then public space for the last 10 years, I would say.
Thank you very much. Kirsten, can you please speak a little bit about your work?
Of course. Hi, I'm Kerstin Rabe. I'm editorial director at Mixed Vision Publishing. I'm responsible for the international market there. I acquire rights, I edit books, and I also work on our cross-media projects.
Thank you. Antoine, next at Éditions Alto.
Hi there. So yeah, president and founder and publisher at Éditions Alto for about 16 years now. We do publish fiction from Quebec, from Canada, and from abroad. But most recently, we opened kind of a little lab, which is called Alia, which focuses on innovative storytelling.
Thank you very much. And Frédéric at La Pastèque.
Yes, hi, Frédéric Gauthier, co-founder of La Pastèque, publishing house based in Montreal for the past 23 years. Mainly graphic novels we do publish, and then we do also picture books and nonfiction books for kids. And also, since a few years back, we also do some interactive creation inspired by our authors and illustrators.
Okay, great. Thank you. And before we get into the conversation with the entire panel, I'll just take a minute to talk about the loops, which was it's a really wonderful innovation that we have coming out of Quebec being presented at Frankfurt this year. So the loops are illustrations inspired by Quebec literature. It's an initiative supported by the Government of Quebec, and it was designed to showcase Quebec at the Frankfurt Book Fair, where Canada is a guest of honor, of course. The loops are presented in Frankfurt in collaboration with Node, the Forum for Digital Arts. And in case you haven't had a chance to experience them yet, the loops are an interactive work that plays short flipbook style movies inspired by Quebec literature, translated into German. So it takes an old school 19th century technology of the zoetrope, music box, and handcart and fuses them together into a kind of retro futuristic motion picture machine. So that's quite a mouthful, but I wonder if Olivier, Antoine, and Frédéric, maybe you could just speak a little bit about the ways that you've been working with the loops over the last 2 years now. I'll start with you, Olivier, as the artistic motor behind the project.
Thank you, Sarah. I can actually explain how the loop started and why we're here today. So the loop started 5 years ago. Every year in Montreal, there's a contest. It's called Luminothérapie. So we're in the winter. It's cold. There's nothing happening downtown Montreal during the winter because it's empty, people wants to stay home. Our goal with the loop was actually to bring people out, experience art in a different way, and get warmer. So we needed something that is active, something that will bring people out, something joyful as well. So we started with the sorry, we started with the project at the beginning with the background of fairy tales. So we had the first version of the loop with the Three Little Pigs and the tale of Alice au Pays des Merveilles, so Alice in Wonderland, and then. 2 years ago, we were invited because Canada is part of the book fair this year, and we were invited to present the Quebec literature inside our loop. So we changed the context. We asked 12 illustrators to represent in one image the one author from different backgrounds. So we have theater, poetry, children's book, about like a good portrait of the Quebec literature. And with that image, my friends from Oktober in Montreal used the image to create an animation that we cut in 24 frames. And those frames are printed inside those big wheels of 2 meters diameters. And people have to activate the machine so the wheel turns. And while it turns, it creates some flip animation with those images. So we work with La Pastèque. The book is called I don't want to in English, I don't know. It's Le Facteur de l'Espace, so it's the postman from space.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frédéric. And Édition Alto. We also represent, which one was the Édition Alto? I can't hear you anyway.
Berthe?
Ah oui, it's a Nicolas Dickner book. It's called 6 degrees de liberté, so 6 degrees of liberty. It's a story about a container and children working with internet. So the main character is a container, so we had to find a way to represent that in one image and then animate that image. The postman from space was also fun to illustrate because it's this postman that goes from one planet to the other and find like many adventures. So it was interesting to represent in one loop in a short sequence, a sequence of 4 seconds, I would say. So when we say literature, representing literature, it's very short. We had to find something that struck the mind right away. And actually, that's what we did in the loop that you can see now in Frankfurt at Rautenau-Platz.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Olivier. They're really they're very quick experiences, but they really unlock the imagination, I find. And we also have some of our most celebrated Quebec authors represented there, some of whom are being honored at Frankfurt this year. So they're really worth exploring if you have a chance, especially at nighttime, because there's lights and music, and it's a really nice experience to do. And, just to jump into the discussion here, maybe I'll start with you, Kirsten, but just to keep going with this conversation about having an interactive experience from a book. But maybe you can talk a little bit about your project, The Juggler's Tale, which is kind of going in the opposite direction from a project like The Loops or some of the other publishers who are going from a book to an interactive work. So maybe you could just explore a little bit about that project with us.
Sure, I'd love to. So A Juggler's Tale is a game that, maybe I should start at Mixed Vision Company. We are made up of 3 parts. So we are a book publisher, we are a games publisher, and also film production company. So organically, we take stories and create different media from the stories. So A Juggler's Tale was pitched by our games colleagues. It is a game for Steam, for Nintendo Switch, for Xbox and PlayStation that was just released a few weeks ago. And we, in the book publishing department, really fell in love with the artwork at first. And then we talked more with our colleagues and started to think maybe this could be a product that we could do in our book publishing. So we took the core of the game, which has a totally different age group than our books, because it's targeted at not at children and young adults that we publish books for, but it's targeted at older gamers. So it was a challenge to take the core of the story, which is about a puppet on strings, a little girl called Abby, which you can see here on the screen, and it's a story about empowerment and resilience, because she escapes from a circus where she's held captive, and she tries to free herself from her strings. And to turn this beautiful story and this wonderful artwork into a book, we thought, what can we do? We talked about doing a graphic novel, maybe with the pictures and the story for older readers. But then in the end, we decided to do a picture book for really young children. So we had to translate the story somehow into working for younger readers, which was not that easy because it's quite a dark story, and it's also in a medieval setting, so we had to take care that it's not too dark, not too scary for young children. And that's a current project we're working on, and it's quite interesting to see how a digital game, which is quite, has another audience or another target group, can be taken and put into a very classic medium like the book.
Mm-hmm. And so what age group did you land on? What's the range that's going to experience this?
I would say classic picture book age, 3+, but of course working for all ages. We're not especially targeting the book at the players who have the game, but also as a standalone for people who find the artwork as beautiful as we do and like the story, because I think it's quite universal, and I think it can work for younger children as well.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. So it's added value for the people that are already experiencing the original production format of it.
Yeah, I think so.
As well. Yeah, that's great. And Antoine and Frédéric, your projects are quite different, but one thing they're both doing are inviting users and readers to choose how their stories are evolving in different ways. And I wonder if both of you can just speak about how, coming from traditional publishing, why you've chosen to explore audience-led storytelling. And I'll start with you, Frédéric. You could speak a little bit about your work.
Yeah, the project we're focusing on today it's a podcast. It's an interactive podcast called 3 fois Alice, 3 times Alice, inspired by Alice in Wonderland. And the idea behind the project was to showcase to the younger public how our creators are doing their books, or they end up writing them, the ideas that inspire them, and how they collaborate between writers and illustrators, and how the illustrators can approach the work of showcasing a text in a way. Because when we go to fair, to salon, book fairs, we meet readers, and they are avid, especially younger readers, they're avid to know how these writers end up doing their books and how we do produce them. So the idea was to propose to a writer to do a creation for the podcast. So we approached Patrick Isabelle, whom we wanted to work with for a long time, and he was very, afraid of that project because he had never done anything like this. So it's a live kind of stream of his mindset in a way, and the readers or the people listening to the podcast were able to vote on the 3 ideas he had to start the project, and then he had to write the one idea that was voted for by the readers. And then same happened with the illustration. As Audrey Malo, the illustrator, she proposed 3 character design, and then again there was a vote online, and she ended up illustrating the style that was chosen by the people listening to the podcast. So it's a very back and forth process. It's very inspiring, and also what's very important for us is that it's a creation. It's not an adaptation of an existing project, and also we tend to use the the occasion or the excuse to have a new interactive digital project to approach or to work with people we want to work for a long time, but was not happening in our traditional book publishing projects. But they are very excited to try something new again with us, and it's there's no net. We try things that we have never done before, so it's very exciting. And the project will be ending in November with the last episode of the podcast, and also we will reveal the end creation digitally also in November.
It's really interesting. So it's a co-creation with a public that the artists have never met.
Exactly.
And you're kind of facilitating this, and I mean, they really have to be willing to take the lead from people. It's quite audacious for artists to actually just be open to being led in that way by people that they have never worked with before, and they'll never work with again. It's kind of anonymous curation in a way.
Exactly, and it's very stressful. I know Patrick, the writer, was he had nightmares, didn't sleep well for a few days, but it's just like an adventure in a way for us, for publishers, and also for the creators, and it's a good back and forth process. I know it's a learning curve for us also, and we'll be using the tools and the cues we're getting from this project to apply to more traditional projects, but we want to do more interactive projects for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting way to be sure that you're creating something that there's a real appetite for, because a publisher doesn't necessarily do a survey or a sondage before they put something out. You have a sense of what your audience wants, you put it out. This way, you're kind of inputting something into the world that that there's an appetite for.
Yes, but at the same time, we need to reach this audience, and it's not easy. But we've been doing podcasts for a few years, and the knowledge also that the La Pastèque book we have a good reach, and so it's fun to reach new people, new readers also, and to try something different.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of something different, Antoine, you also have your project touches on this choose your own adventure concept, but in different ways. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that, please.
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. I'll just get back before that. I'll get back on some of the things that Frédéric has said. 2 words. One of them is really important. We're learning. And we got to be humble as publishers, as traditional publishers. We really got to be humble when we look at what other industries, like the gaming industry, has done over the years. And we're just beginning to connect with other creators, such as Olivier and all these people, to finally expand our world, which has been, again, traditionally pretty, I would say, not risk takers. So that wouldn't be us. But as a publisher, the reason why I started this innovative R&D department is mainly because I've always said, if there's a market for books that are made out of Morse code and smoke signals, for example, well, my job is to do that. So that's the main thing. So getting to the project of Clairvoyante, it originated from a discussion with Audrey Wilhelmy, who was fascinated by tarots and oracles. So there's a slight difference here. Tarot as strict figures. Oracles are meant to be interpreted from your own view. So what we have in Clairvoyance is, she told me, I'd love to do a literary oracle where we would have writers write different scenes, like one character, one scenery, and one object. So now all you have to do is you just lift those 3 cards, and of course, randomly you'll get different pieces of stories. They won't be straightforward stories. The format is about 500 words, and that's it. So there's a little book that comes with the cards. So you take those cards, and then you read them. That makes kind of a little path to understanding better the questions you've asked to the oracle before. So there are 2 ways to see clairvoyance. One of them is literary experience, because behind all this, and actually not behind, but right in front of people, is 15 women writers, really great writers. Like, we've got la crème de la crème. There's an expression that I don't know if I can translate for cream of the cream.
The best
but
of the best.
I mean, we got the best of the best, and they're wonderful writers. I mean, the style is amazing, and so we just got all the text just recently this week. So it's really, I would say, it's impressive in a way to see all those different visions to work together. So as far as literally, as a projet littéraire, I would say in French, as a writing project, it is. Thank you. It is exciting, and as an object, I hope it will bring people to play the game and read wonderful writers. But that's the first part. The second part, which is more interesting, is to put out there. We just got a grant from SADC to, yes, make the book. That's one thing, but then let's make it happen on the web. So that's going to be accessible. A few of the cards will be accessible on the web, so everyone can try the game. If they want to have the full experience, it'll be just a little bit of money, but not really much. And then afterwards, what's even better is we can go in book fairs. We're going to have a little booth where you just sit there in the dark. There's going to be music, get you in the mood, and then we'll pick those cards for you. So we've got book fairs, and we've got digital experience. So the way we've structured that can go back to what Frédéric said, which is reaching people, and that's the most challenging part.
Mm-hmm. There's such a nice collaborative spirit to all of these projects, though, just in terms of working together with the creative community to find new ways to tell stories. So people Antoine in the project Clairvoyant, so they're doing tarot card readings, and every card is leading them down a different narrative path created by a different Canadian writer.
Exactly. The challenge, of course, being that you've got 15 writers working, as we all are in the last 2 years, apart from each other. So we didn't do that as a group. And they only get directions, like those instructions were given to them by Audrey. And so from there, they did their own thing. So it won't be really a straightforward story, because we can't do that. And that would be just a little bit too much. So an oracle is about interpretation. So you will get surprises every time you pick your deck. And I mean, tarot and oracles are so popular these days. I said, why not make a book out of it? And that's basically what I said to Audrey. Everything is a book. Everything is a fiction. We're not limited, like I said earlier, we're not limited to the medium. If we can make books, see, I've been working recently with these books, like the Escape book, for example, and this is not a setup, they're all behind me. Those are all books that are pretty, no, because they were actually on the table before we began to see. The Pickle Index, for example, by Eli Horowitz, is a book, but it's also an app. So, I mean, they're out there. The only challenge is to get people to know them. That's the whole thing.
Right. And speaking of challenges, because obviously you're creating these beautiful works of art, but you're also running companies. You're in the business of creating content, and needs to be sustainable, of course. So I wonder if you could each touch briefly on how does this new wave creative content fit within your plans for sustainability or monetization of the company as the industry changes? Are these fitting into where you see the future of the sustainable publishing industry for your specific organizations? Maybe I'll start with you, Kristen.
I think for us it is very important to branch out into newer media, because that's the reality. I think people are getting more and more into digital content. But for us as a company, it has historically and organically always been like that. So we have started as an interactive company. We have always done books and apps and TV shows and all kinds of media. So I think for us, it is more, we have found that more successful products can be branched out into, for example, a very successful book can be turned into an app or a game, or a successful game into also an app or a book, there has to be a certain brand so you can monetize it. It's not always easy. It doesn't always work as they are supposed to be working. And we have had our hits and misses. But I think if you realize that the traditional medium, the book, is not dead, but people are still, they still want also games, and you can't really say no to these types of media. So you have to be innovative and also find different outlets for your stories. So we take a story and we try to find the best medium for it. And we as a company have the advantage that we have those 3 business areas anyway, so we can always talk to our colleagues from the games department, for example, and say, what's working for you and what do you think could be turned into a book, or the other way around. And that's a very great position to be in, and I think that's working quite well like that.
Mm-hmm. And what about you, Frédéric, for La Pastèque? What would you say, what is the place that interactive work has started to take? I mean, you've been doing this work for many years already. Is it starting to become half of the new developments that you're doing at La Pastèque? When you look forward, is this really the path to reach new audiences, or are you still going to have the base of La Pastèque be printed, published work?
I think the base will be, the foundation of La Pastèque for the at least 10, 15 years for sure. But we've been trying a bit like Mixed Vision. It's a good example. I mean, we just created a production company 3 years ago. We are developing animation series, and a bit like what Antoine touched earlier is that for the longest time the book world has been working in silos, and other industries like music and they were collaborating in all these interactive or creations, and then we need to get out and reach and go meet these people and try stuff. And we're pretty lucky in Canada to have funding to do experimental digital work right now. So we have the luxury to try these things, even though there's no market for now yet. So we're developing, trying stuff, making, it's in misses as well, but it's a very cool learning experience, and also it's exciting for our creators, which for us at La Pastèque, they are, we exist because of them, so it's fun to propose to them new stuff, and it's a cool working experience in between us. So when we did Tout Garni, which was a very large experimental interactive project we did a few years ago, we tried numerous media. We tried interactive projection. We tried a lot of in situ interactive situation, and out of that project, we hope in the near future to create a project that can be shown in museum and arts and interactive places around the world. So from that experimental project might end up with a financially sustainable project that might tour the world. So that's our vision. I mean, we need a few years again to try stuff, and the media and interactivity, a bit like Loop, is changing, evolving rapidly. So we need to be aware and to be out there and to be players in that field.
Mm-hmm. We're very lucky in Quebec to have SODEC that provides the cultural industries space to experiment and develop, so that when that market does become, when that appetite grows, our creators are ready to step into this space. And what about you, Antoine? Because you're creating, you're publishing novels, mostly, really important literary works in Quebec, doing translations. When you look at the future of les éditions Alto, are you also thinking that production wing, interactive space is going to start taking up more and more of what you're doing at the publishing house?
Well, we got this joke at the office, which is Alia, our R&D department, is where we lose money. And it's basically true because, and as you said, we're really lucky to have a government that gives us a chance to risk things. Recently, for the evaporated, which is the biggest thing we're working on, we got La SADC, but it was a step for us to reach the Canadian Media Fund, which we never work with. La Pastèque, I think, is the first publisher to work with the Canadian Media Fund. So we're like venturing into the unknown, and that's what's exciting. And Alto has always been a kind of a curious publishing house, trying new things, trying to surprise people, and that's at the core of what a publisher is. I mean, the publishing industry is set mostly in two time frame. One of them is the fall season. The other one is the spring season. So we got all these traditions, and you got 6 months to surprise people and to sell a book. If you don't, well, it's basically forgotten. When you have digital experiences, websites, things that have a wider and a longer life, I think it's really exciting to, and as Frédéric also said, it's a challenge to work with authors. For them, it's exciting, and for us, it's like I said, we're in Star Trek right now. We're venturing into the unknown, and we're having fun doing so. So yeah, it keeps the flame going. So it organically it fits into what we're looking at, and I think there'll be more and more publishers going the same way.
And speaking of venturing into the unknown, I wonder if briefly you could each just tell me, now that you've been doing interactive, exploratory, collaborative work, you're stepping into the space more and more, just thinking about pie in the sky, if you could make any interactive project, what's your dream project that you would do? If money was no object, no barrier, and I'll start with you, Olivier. In stepping into this world where you're playing with literature, what would you create if there were no boundaries?
Yeah, that's a big question. I don't know. I have so many things to say. I was listening to everyone, and the first thing that struck me in what they said, and I want to come back a little about what we were just discussing before, and then tell you what's my big project. I think it's interesting that publishing is traditionally a fixed media. Like the book, once it's printed, it's out. You can't touch it anymore. And with interactive work, we bring the experience, not just, it's not the author that is giving an experience, but it's actually the public that is getting that experience. The focus changed. And that's, in music, I'm from a music background, and it's the same. Like once you publish a disc, it's over. You can't go back. But we never did, with Ecumen, my company, we never did those kind of projects. We always wanted to create projects in a specific place where people need to go and experience themselves that place. And that's exactly what we do with the loop. You have to activate the mechanism yourself so you can see what's happening. Now, if I had a big project in mind, we have a few right now. I always think about how we live together and what's important right now, like about relationships, about environment. And one of the big projects we have in mind right now is we are working with the Canadian Space Agency, and we want to send things in space. But that's just a small project.
Just call Elon Musk. I'm sure he'll do it.
Maybe. So we want to send balloons in the space and then put some light projections on it and stuff like that. So maybe one day you'll see that. We'll see.
Wow, that sounds really exciting. What about you, Kristen? What's your pie in the sky project if you could do anything right now when you look into the future?
I think hearing that, I'll join Olivier and go to space, send some of my books with him. I think if I had the chance, or if we as a company had the chance to take a really, really good story and do everything with that story that we could possibly think of. So as an experiment, really do a book, a movie, a TV show, a game, a board game, everything that we could think of, and just have the luxury to try out what works best at the moment. What do people want? what is the target group for each of those different media, and just do an experiment to have the same story in different outlets. And that would be a really, really interesting experiment, I think.
And then to speak to the different audiences about what they think the story is would also be really
yes, to have it like a fluid
fascinating.
project that you could take the feedback from the audience and incorporate it into the products. Would be a bit difficult in a book, but for the digital products it could work to have a fluid story.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing opportunity to be able to actually create work and, think about how people are receiving it as you're continuing in that act of creation, because publishing a book is so finite. Okay, moving on to you, Frédéric. What is something that you've been kind of thinking about that you'd love to make if you had the opportunity?
I mentioned it earlier, but it would be to maybe not work again inspired by To Garni, the project, but to create an interactive touring exhibition in everywhere on the planet. That would be very nice, because it's when you get to work on these installations, you can experiment with interaction, you can experiment with projection, with movie, with games and stuff. So that's all little elements we worked on a few years back, but we would like to expand it to a larger experience, and also to keep pushing our creators to try new stuff. And also maybe it will be linked to the evolution of our production company, and to expand more outside of just smaller web or animated series, and to move to maybe more, let's go, it's pie in the sky, to more main large production movies. So that will be interesting to have the control ourselves, and to give room for the creators to experiment and try new stuff. So that's our main objective, but to expand it into a large experience that would tour the world, that would be great.
Okay, great. Well, you heard it here. You can start investing right away.
Yeah.
Global creative takeover by La Pastèque.
Exactly.
And Antoine, we only have about 6 minutes left. So Antoine, maybe you can speak about where you would take your projects, and then we'll just talk a little bit about the loops at the end. So go ahead, Antoine.
Sure, no problem. Well, you know what, Sarah, my dream project is the one I'm working on right now. It seems funny to say, but the clairvoyance is one thing that's going to be out there in April 2022. But the Evaporated, which I've been working on for 4 to 5 years, is based on the fact that everything's fiction: artifacts, pictures, LP postcards, Viewmaster slides. I've been working with 50 French and English writers so far, and the basis of the game, because it is a game, is open to a worldwide audience. So the collaboration of everyone might be from any country in the world, could be taking part in this. So, I mean, you're going to see it probably in October 2022, because finally we'll be able to showcase it. And of course, physically, I'll be in Frankfurt, because it's good to be virtual, but it's not as comfortable. So anyway, that's the dream project, and I think there are very nice years to come for every one of the publishing, every member of the publishing industry, to finally start working together and change the basis of our industries, and to bring along the authors with us. So yeah, my dream thing is the dream I'm dreaming right now.
Well, that's a great thing to hear. And I think it sounds like also the dream is collaborating with multiple writers on works that are co-created. So I think that's sort of one thing that is a bit of a through line through all the different projects is what's really fun and really creative is to bring all of these people together and see where the collective imagination can take us. And that's sort of where the future is in terms of interactive publishing.
Totally.
And I think just before we close, I wonder if you can just take a moment, each of you, and just let the audience know if they want to follow what you're doing, what's the best way to keep up to date on all of the innovative things that you're doing at your respective companies. And I'll start with Antoine, if you want to go first.
Don't look at my website right now. We're redesigning it, and there's going to be a place especially for that. That's the thing with websites; they take a long time to build. Edition Alto, just go out there. We're going to have a newsletter that will keep people posted on our projects because all of them are both in French and English. So that gives us a chance to collaborate with people internationally, and we'll be in Frankfurt next year with our Alia hats and Alto hats, so traditional and dreamscape hat. Just reach us, give us a call, send us an email. I've always opened myself to surprises, so I don't know what's going to come up next. I said it's Star Trek out there.
How about you, Frédéric? Where should people keep up to date with La Pastèque?
They can look up on our social medias and our website. Everything is updated, and they can follow up-to-date projects also, and so that's the best way to reach us, to follow our different projects. Sometimes we have specific websites for specific projects, but they're all centered and based on our social media and our main website.
Okay. And how about you, Kirsten? What about Mixed Vision? Where can people get the latest info on what you're working on?
Follow us on social media at Mixed Vision, especially on Instagram and TikTok. We do a lot of behind the scenes and making of, and a lot of fun content. We also have a newsletter, and you can find us here in Hall 3 at D66 if you want to come by and have a look at our books. We would love to welcome you there, and hope to see you.
Great. And what about you, Olivier?
For us, we just made a new website for the Loop, so it's on our website with ecumen.com. And the best way is actually to go and experience the Loop here in Frankfurt. There's 11 of them at the Rautenalplatz, and one of them is right here at the Agora. So if you haven't been, it's the right moment. Sarah, it's a bit far for you, I know, but you've seen them in Montreal already, I think.
Yeah, I did. I'm so grateful that I got to experience them in Montreal. They're really fun to play with and experience. So the 12 literary works that are presented at the Loops are also at the, I'm going to try my best to pronounce this, the Hugendubel bookstore in Frankfurt. Kirsten, I don't know how I did that.
You did great.
And you can discover, so you can discover more Quebec books that are available in German at www.quebec.ca/Berlin. And the Loops were a production of the Quartier des Spectacles in partnership with Ecumen and, of course, La SEDEC. So we're so grateful to have had the chance to speak about these interesting projects. SEDEC has been working tirelessly for years to elevate Quebec creators here at Frankfurt. So thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure talking to everyone. And I'm sorry I'm not there, but maybe next year.
Merci.
Thank
you, everyone.
See you next year. Thank you.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Dear colleagues and friends, welcome to the first The Future of Independent Publishing conference. To everybody here in this room who is following us from the Agora, and to everybody out there in the world who is following us. My name is Tom Krause. I am publisher of Klett-Cotta, and I was one of a group of publishers, agents, and scouts who suggested to our friends at the Frankfurt Book Fair to bring some people together here in Frankfurt to talk about important issues of the industry. We are looking back to 18 months when most of us were somehow stuck in present, or even worse, let themselves fall into nostalgia of a better past. And this is why we thought that this is the right moment to make people think and talk about the future, about how we can create new visions for the world of books and how we can maintain the strengths and resilience of independent publishing. Talking about independence, on our list of wonderful speakers on the 3 short panels today, you will see some who are working for companies which are not considered to be the classical indie publishing houses. And we absolutely wanted this to be an encounter for the whole business. In our view, independence is not a characteristic trait of a company, but a quality of a person. It describes the ability of one to act in accordance with his or her own beliefs. I would like to thank very much Porter Anderson, who will be the moderator of this conference and who has organized this event brilliantly together with his wonderful team. And I have the pleasure to introduce you to our wonderful and for this conference perfectly suited keynote speaker, Nele Kegel. Nele Kegel is publisher and co-owner of Meridian Publishers in the Netherlands since May 2019. She publishes great authors such as Hilary Mantel, T.C. Boyle, Ulla Lenze. Before that, she was publisher at Atlas Contact and Signature. She worked as an editor, foreign rights manager, literary agent, and even as a translator from Spanish. She knows the book business, and especially book business in its international relations from many perspectives. And she's a brilliant publisher. So the floor is yours, Nelike.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be back in Frankfurt. I'll take you a little bit into the storm of starting an indie publishing house in the middle of a COVID pandemic. So this question came around the middle of September. Oh, if I would be willing to do this 15-minute speech. And every one of us knows, of course, that around August 25, the workload seems to double per day until the end of November, more or less. And then it just gets normally busy. So my first thought was, are you kidding me? I need 48 hours in a day right now, and you want me to say something inspiring? Oh my goodness. But never mind, here we are, to discuss the future of publishing, and to be more precise, the future of independent publishing. So now I'll take you back to the storm that we have just all come out of, for sure. Meridian Publishers is not just an indie, but an indie that had started, like Tom already said, in May 19, with the first book coming out in September of that same year. And we, that is my associate Carla de Jong and me, we barely got a few books out before we all dove headfirst into the pandemic in 2020. We had Judith Chalansky with us at the time, and she got all her trips cancelled in her email one by one, end of February 2020. In April 2020, we still knew very little about the whole COVID thing, I guess. I think we still called it Corona even. We had to decide about postponing or not the publication of The Mirror and the Light by Hilary Mantel. In hindsight, it's easy to say, no, of course you had to publish, of course. But we knew so little, and it was a huge production cost and a huge risk for us. So I'm glad we didn't even lower the print run, and luckily that all worked out absolutely brilliant. 6 months later, however, we're in, I think, November 20, we were saying to each other, well, this shouldn't continue for much longer, and then it did. And it still does. So I can honestly say that Thomas Cromwell really pulled us through. Hilary pulled us through. And I think here we come immediately to one of the essential things for an indie. Know your authors personally. It was a guardian angel that made us decide to ask Hilary to come over for a few days in October 19 to do interviews. 7 months before pub date. 5 months before we knew something bad was coming in the form of Corona. Interviews were shelved until May 20, confidentiality agreements, lovely. She was doing revisions at the time of The Mirror and the Light, and she was so good to come to Amsterdam for this. So that is gold to have those interviews around pub date. 2 days after her, Nina Ratishvili comes for the publicity of her next novel. And we took her 10 days with a 4-month-old baby, the babysitter, in the car every day, interviews, bookshops, visits, etc. You can't do that if you don't know your author. That's clear. I have photographs of Guillermo Arriaga eating an omelette at my table amidst 250 books that needed signing. And I wasn't even in India yet at the time. So that's one. Personal relationships with your authors, very important for everybody, more so for indies. Booksellers, super important to have personal relationships with your booksellers. They're your allies in this whole endeavor. Know them, know the stores, know what they want, ask what they can do for you, ask them for blurbs, make them feel part of the whole enterprise, make them part of the story. So that's what we do too. Every week, few booksellers, and it's incredibly useful. All this came to a standstill on and off during lockdowns, special measures, book online is slot, etc. And this is where you see how clicks in such a period of time have an advantage over bricks. Because, well, it's easy, they deliver it on your doorstep. The bad thing is, so few books stayed under the radar because of all the clicks. So I'm not entirely happy about all of that either. You see, clicks give you access to a huge warehouse where you get lost, whereas bricks lead to an exclusive shop, personal attention, they know what you want, you're a regular customer, etc., etc. All super important for indies. On the upside, I think literary reviews, again, have gained renewed effect. That hadn't been the case for a long time, and now it does. At least that's what we notice. On the upside too, in the Netherlands perhaps more than other countries, because we have this National Institute for the Promotion of the Book, they had a few wonderful awareness campaigns that you might as well buy local online, have an account with your bookshop, your computer remembers it, easy, done. The delivery of the booksellers has strengthened, I think, that whole effect too. They have been delivering at everybody's doorstep. They know their customers now better than ever. Important. Now, there was something that Michael Hayward told me a few years ago when I told him, oh, I'm going to start my own publishing house, small publishing house, lovely. He said, well, Nell, enjoy it while it lasts, because you will accumulate books and authors, whether you like it or not. How very true. We look at the list now and we're astonished by ourselves by how quickly that went. So yes, accumulating, okay. We're finding out along the way that you need a critical minimum of titles per year. Not perhaps when you work from home and you can do your 4 lovely books per year, but with full-scale distribution, an office, etc., you need a certain minimum of books. And we're finding this out along the way now. It's risky to have a 3-month period in the year that you actually have nothing new coming out. So, while that is true, the same holds true for the fact that you cannot hire personnel. You can do more titles, you can do more work, but you still have to divide it over those 2 people that started the whole publishing house in the first place. An extra title is an extra huge amount of time and effort that you put into it, especially the way we do it. And you make investments that won't pay off until maybe a year later, 1.5 years later. So there's that. Next point, finances. Goodness. They need to be kind of tight because it's tricky as it is. You need to have all that in order. So if I look at this all in all, my whole idea is, oh goodness, being an independent is full of fantastic contradictions. You want it small, you want it personal, you want it curated, you want to spend a maximum amount of time on every author, you want tailor-made campaigns for every author, you want to write something on your website regularly, every day preferably. And oh, by the way, How did that website come into existence? It didn't knock on the door for sure. You want to visit the booksellers. You want the authors to come over. You want to run a tight ship with solid financial administration. So there is no end as to what you want to do as an independent. But it grows bigger before you know it. Weeks go by, months go by, that you don't even look at the website. Your first accountant turns out to be a slob. Oh, goodness, do we have to do all this again with a new accountant? Yes, we do. There is a pandemic you never could foresee. Meanwhile, authors line up now, so forget your rest in the weekends. After this pandemic, the next crisis seems to be that there is no paper. So you almost start to hope that you will not have reprints for the few precious titles that you publish, because it would be really too much to bear for a young indie to not to be able to reprint for lack of paper. And then take a deep breath. And you go back to the essential matters of being an indie. Now, in the future, in the past. Know your authors. Know the booksellers. Scale. Find the right equilibrium between keeping it personal and curated, but not too vulnerable. And don't think that you'll have that achieved in 3 years. Distinguish yourself in an overflowing market. How on earth do you do that? Being an indie is being an original, so you look where others don't look. You go off the grid more. You have to be pragmatic, skip auctions because you can't afford them. If you get the chance to do some guerrilla marketing here and there, please, that is very useful to do. Good covers help. The photographer who made the covers for the Cromwell trilogy, she's the daughter of Eddie Postuma de Boer, Tessa Postuma de Boer. She couldn't stop. She needed to make 3 covers. She portrayed all the wives of Henry VIII and Thomas More. And we just had found our Cardinal Wolsey, and then the first lockdown started. So Cardinal Wolsey is still to be portrayed by her. And she managed to sell a bunch of those portraits because they were absolutely gorgeous, which is good for her. And it's a kind of alliance that I like very much and that can be so important. So 5th, balance your acquisitions list. They can't be all Judith Shalansky's wonderful and delicate. And you don't have to go as far as 50 Shades of Grey in order to make a living, because there is a limited overhead, remember. And 6, very important, I think, stick to the plan. Be flexible, but stick to the plan and don't try to be something that you're not, which is easier said than done, I feel, because trendy topics have an increasing leverage over what is reviewed. Social media have an increasing leverage over what is discussed in talk shows and newspapers. And books are so often in dire need of a bit of attention in order to sell, or to sell enough. So it's definitely scary sometimes, I feel, to stick to the plan. 7, have the financial stuff in order as good as you can. An indie cannot afford financial nasty surprises, at least not in the first 5 years. And 8, maybe that's the most important, and here I am talking to myself as well. Be confident that your lucky strike will come at some point. And then if I look at the future, yeah, there are worries. If you read in the newspapers for the umpteenth time, and this is kind of frequently so in the Dutch newspapers, oh, children and young adults, no, they have worse and worse reading skills. How on earth will they then ever learn to appreciate a text, a literary text, to such an extent that they'll want to pick up another one and another one? So how can we make the magic happen if the reading skills are just somewhere down there? The magic of that first book that is so important and that transports you to another world, but that also makes you addicted to reading books in general. And you're hooked for life after that. And reading literature especially, I guess, it expands your world. It makes you realize there is more out there than your street, your city, your views, your way of life. And it looks we're going to need a lot of exactly those readers at a time of quite unforgiving opinions about many things. Sorry. And then again, how can I not worry about the fact that the entertainment industry is not just stealing away reading time, which is fair enough, but there seems to be an unstoppable amount of famous or half famous or on their way to be famous people from that same industry that feel the need to write a book which creates staggering amount of kind of memoir-ish, biography-ish, wisdom-ish books that then proceed to sell widely because that person is a known person. So for me, that is another chance to get to know the magic. Poof, gone. And that's also one of those things where I sometimes ask myself, oh, should I branch out and start doing biographies of famous Dutch people, for example, and make money? But that would mean that I would be trying to be something or someone that I'm not. Apart from that, it's expensive and very time-consuming. Or, well, you know, what if a new pandemic comes, more lockdowns, dropping book sales, unless your author is a famous author, under lockdowns. The numbers are going up in Netherlands. In the Netherlands, I read all the time now, there will be extra measures taken a few weeks from now. What does that mean for booksellers, etc.? And I think it's safe for us to say in this line of business, maybe more so for literary fiction, that's possible. The personal contact is so vital. It can be substituted for a while by Zoom, by Teams. We've experienced that now, but not forever. And I'm really curious to see for the bigger publishing houses that are possibly cutting costs to get the job done into this personal contact area. If they will find themselves with a kind of drying up well 2 years from now, underestimating, because you cannot measure it, underestimating forever the effect of those personal contacts. I do also wonder if traveling will pick up again as before. And that concerns work trips, book fairs, authors' visits, fellowships, international festivals. Deals will be made, rights will be sold, but will we become more reluctant really to leave our country for overseas trips, for example? You see, I need one of my last... I lost one of my last pages. Going to see if I find it here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You see, for example, I've been to the Guadalajara Book Fair for a number of times. And it is those trips that now make Meridian the publisher of somebody like Alejandro Zambra. It's where I've met Paulina Flores. It's where I've met Guillermo Arriaga. It's where I've met a ton of other authors. And no, you cannot measure, but, and it's expensive, but not half as expensive as entering a 6-way auction. And it's time consuming, but it's so inspiring and such a breath of fresh air. I call that efficient. And for an indie, it's the best investment one can do. So you see, there's so much to say, much more to say about all of this. And I look forward to those panel discussions. My experiences, of course, are still very limited. We're here for 2.5 years, not even, with a pandemic of 16 months going on. And our start perhaps was atypical in the way that the noblesse oblige factor of taking Hilary Mantel and Nino Haratischvili with you means that you cannot act like oh, hello, we'll start our own indie publishing house. No, you have to be incredibly efficient and professional right from the start if you have authors like Hilary Mantel and Nino Haratischvili. And I'm sure that indies that have been around for much longer, they have different views, different experiences. Well, nobody had an experience with the pandemic, that's for sure. Reached more wise conclusions, mature conclusions. I'm still in the middle of this storm, and I would say the more views, the merrier, actually. But I also say this, independent publishing and the future of independent publishing, it will always be there. Because it's in human nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Nellika. It was great to hear from you. This is a wonderful opening for us that Nelleke Giel has just given us from the Netherlands, because she gave us such a sophisticated picture of the difficulties that go into independent publishing. I'm Porter Anderson. I'm the editor-in-chief of Publishing Perspectives, and with her and with Tom's introduction, I'd like to get us deeper into the program now. What we're on about is independent publishing and its future, which has come into special relief, of course, during the pandemic stresses. The ways that this is impacting large publishing houses and publications are more clear to us, more easily seen, more easily understood, in many cases, than they are for independent publishing. And when we speak of independent publishing, we're talking of a whole array of professionals who work in the industry. We're going to be meeting with many of them here this afternoon, and I'm very pleased to start with my partner in crime here, Jürgen Bose, who is, of course, the president and CEO of Frankfurter Buchmesse, has been good enough to find time to join us for our first panel here. It is in a conversation, I think by Zoom, that Jürgen and I were talking months ago about what we're doing this week, about Frankfurter Buchmesse, about this year's very special Frankfurt Book Fair, and we talked about the opportunity it gave us to look at independent publishing. We have such a wonderful response coming in from so many countries of independent publishers who are with us this week, physically, as well as, of course, some who are working with us digitally. And we wanted to take that chance and take that opportunity to give it some real focus. And so thanks to Tom's help, thanks to Nelleke's help, thanks to Jürgen's help, and thanks to some of the folks you're going to meet now, we've been able to prepare an entire session of Frankfurt Studio here, which I hope you're watching every hour. It's producing material all day. We're in our new studio facility here. We've been able to put together an entirely focused look at independent publishing, and we hope you'll enjoy our conversation now. Jürgen, I'd like to start with you because I know what your schedule is like, and you may have to dart away at any moment. I get that. What's interesting to me when we start looking at our first panel's question, which is, what is the future of this kind of meeting, international events, and of rights trading? When we look at that, what are you seeing are the signals coming to you from what we're doing this week? How are you hearing the enthusiasm? How are you hearing the challenges, the opportunities? What are people saying to you about it?
Now, in the past few days, I had the chance to talk to quite a lot of people, since I was surprised we have more than 80 nations here in Frankfurt this week. And regarding the travel restrictions, I never thought this would happen like this. So when people come to me, they say, I'm here to support you. I'm here to support Frankfurt.
Wow.
I missed Frankfurt. I missed the other people. And actually, I'm here to do business. Last night, I talked to some French publishers saying, our collective stand is wonderful. It's so busy. It's even more busy than it used to be in 2019. So actually, this collective format, being together on a huge stand, it's 900 square meters, really helps their business. Yep. Also, we have a lot less people here.
Wow.
So there's a lot of positive energy. We have these wide aisles actually here, and I thought everybody will get lost in there. No, it's busy. It's so interesting to see that. I was quite pessimistic. Now I'm very optimistic, actually, also for the years to come.
Right.
Yeah. And what you said, to me, it looks like, thanks to independent publishing, this venue, this Frankfurt is going to become more international in the years to come. Yeah, I'm just getting back from a lunch with Stefan von Holzbring saying, I want the book fair to become more international. So you have conglomerates, you have independents, yeah. It might look different, more collective stands, not the big towers, but I think there's a future for a lot more business between independents, more international.
I'm hearing this from people in our guest of honor contingent too. Canada is our guest of honor this week, as you probably know, here at Frankfurt. And I was just meeting with Kristen Cochran, who is the CEO of Penguin Random House in Canada. And what Kristen was telling me was that she was stunned how international it is. The thought originally in her mind and in many people's mind was, well, it's a primarily German fair, of course. And am I right that it's about 60% international in terms of the exhibitor ranks that come in?
No, I guess it would be half-half this year.
Half and half, yeah.
Usually it used to be like 67%, 70% international. 30%. When I started 16 years ago, it was the other way around. So we have a long-term trend, actually, what we're seeing. This
Right.
place becoming more and more international.
Right. What about rights trading? What do you see as the trends heading there? We have a very good contingent in the LIDAC, yeah?
It's nice to see the people in the LIDAC, but actually we're missing a lot of people from the UK. So again, the French are saying, oh, that's fine. That's perfect. Yeah, let's do business with somebody else. So it's the UK people from UK, which is quite nice to see how this industry suddenly sees the opportunity. There's a gap. Let's do business with somebody else.
I love that. I think that's great. And speaking of the collective stands, how many of them are there? There's a large contingent of them, yes?
Yeah, when I said about 80 nations, we have about 55, 60 national collective stands, from Kazakhstan to Poland, French, Italian, Spanish, you name them. And you know the Spanish, so we have a Catalan, we have a Basque, we have another Galician stand, so that's nice.
Yep, that's wonderful. I think it's great. Let's talk with Maria Lynch, who is coming to us from Barcelona. Maria Lynch, and it is Lynch and Casanovas? Casanovas and Lynch.
Casanovas and Lynch.
Thank you. I'm about to get the name wrong, of course. Casanovas and Lynch is one of our favorite agencies. They send us constant, wonderful listings for our rights roundups at Publishing Perspectives, with which we're able to keep people informed of where some of the best trading action is going on, and we always appreciate hearing from you. But in one of the things that you were saying to me in our exchange earlier, Maria, you were saying that these meetings will always exist because I suppose you see a very integral human interaction nature to the industry itself, right?
Yeah, that I agree. That the thing, I think publishing is a community, and it's all about sharing information within the community and also with the readership and with the public. And I think that sharing has to be done in a space, and of course we can bring Zoom, and in the same way we brought email or we brought other media into the conversation. Of course it's evolved over the years, but finding the trust, the relationships, the sort of the buzz of the books, the serendipity of finding someone is very important. And I think gatherings are very important because they bring unexpected meetings into your business, because of course you can plan Zooms with people you already know or with publishing houses you already have a relationship with, but you miss that opportunity of meeting someone who you don't usually talk to that's interesting for the business. One of the things I love about the Frankfurt Book Fair is that when we go back to our offices, there's always like 5, 10, 15 publishers I didn't know that I've met at the fair. And that I wouldn't have met otherwise. And like Nelleke was saying, we also have like trips to London or trips to Milan or trips to Paris. But then you don't have the international conversation between all those editors who are in a way beyond my recommendation. So I might talk to a publisher about a book, and then he will talk with someone he bumps into an aisle about the book I just told him about, and may interest him, or the other publisher may have read the book and he has, and so that sets the conversation going, which is very difficult to have a ball rolling when you're talking through a screen and with so elongated in time instead of a 3-day concentrated gathering.
I know what you're saying, because one of the things I love that Nelleke said was that to be an independent is to be an original. And that's great, but it's hard to find an original if you're not in a setting like Frankfurt, where there are so many different people and different publishers and different companies and different roles coming into play at once. How do you find the original unless you know to look for it, right? I know exactly what you mean. It's quite tricky.
And you know, it's a bit. I think it's similar to what happened with ebooks and physical books. It's great that you have the technology. It's great that you can download books immediately, but you lose the experience of going to the bookstore and finding a book you weren't looking for.
And I think that's the good thing about fairs or gatherings or the publishing community.
I think you're absolutely right. Let's talk then also to Rebecca Savadio, who is a scout based in London. This is very close to what you were saying to me, Rebecca, because one of the things I thought was smart that you were talking about was that while we can Zoom, and boy have we been Zooming to the point we're ready to shoot ourselves, but you can do Zoom, you can meet together very well that way, you can actually do business, and this is great, we're fortunate we had it. But at the same time, you were saying, and I found this interesting, I hadn't heard anyone else say this, that there's going to be a point at which the returns are diminishing, that it just simply can't keep the forward motion going, and inertia of sorts is going to start setting in and slowing everything down, and we have to get back together.
Yeah, I think, I think you can't discount the fatigue, you know, the fatigue that comes from a whole series of, so I'm already moving my hands around, but the fatigue that comes from, you know, obviously COVID it's been a shock to the system, it's been traumatic, it's been difficult, the effort of business and keeping connections alive and keeping things flowing. And, you know, for me, I work with people in all sorts of different countries around the world to keep that thing going, keep conversation flowing and books flowing, obviously primarily all different time zones. There's a sameness about Zoom that you know, obviously when you meet people in person, the fact that you have people's body language and charm and you know, you can break things up in a way that just on a screen that is always the same screen in the same place at the same. It's very hard with the best will in the world. It's really hard to do that, and I do think, you know, I mean, I think I don't think we're beyond Zoom, I suppose is what I was saying to you also, in as much as I think we now live in a hybrid working space and we need to think about the pluses and the minuses and the lessons to learn from, because there are a lot of lessons, you know, in terms of things that I've learned in my job that has changed dramatically, that has been improved, I think, in the sense of, you know, having more than two in the sense of thinking about the publishing calendar as Frankfurt and London. There were kind of two principal interactions with all the different publishers. It is now completely different, but to understand that one thing is, you know, doesn't eradicate the importance of the other, really, is that, you know, you need relationships to be able to develop them further, you need relationships to be able to innovate, you know, to be an independent thinker, you need to spice things up a little bit and think about it.
Exactly.
And opportunities, you know, it's hard to see them on Zoom, I think.
Yep.
And then I think too, you know, something that, like, we live in an evolving space, and actually it's very hard for people that are not already in to come in on Zoom. You know, it's just you will never make a network if you don't know people on Zoom, and to think about actually what, you know, the future should look like, where publishing is going, where book fairs are going, where events are going, where, you know, whether it's book launches or book tours or, for me, client visits or coming to those things, if we don't think about them actively. And I mean, I do feel like I came to Frankfurt to support Frankfurt. It's really important, but it's also really important to say, you know, for me, working with people in lots of different countries, is to say, if you don't take a stance and say this thing is important, people are important, you know, we will lose a lot in that. And something critical in you know, what is literary diversity. I think sometimes that conversation around literary diversity, it sort of becomes polarized in a way that forgets that actually it's people that make that thing diverse. It's lots of different people that need to come into the business moving forward. It's really hard, I think, without gatherings, without book fairs, without a bit of challenge, really.
Exactly. It's hard to break in.
I think so, yeah.
And what we finally come down with is that there is simply no Frankfurt Agora in cyberspace. There's no such thing as this open area where wonderful, intelligent, innovative people are wandering around and meeting each other, right? You don't sit down on a bench when you're on Zoom and go, "Oh, how are you? What do you do?"
Can we go to the breakout room?
You know, exactly.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing that we haven't been able to match it. And I, as I was saying with Marcus Dohle yesterday, we have to be careful because we're a very fortunate industry in that we were able to use the tools of technology during the pandemic. We could send entire gigantic staffs home of the size that Marcus has and let them work from home offices and keep going. Now, this is very fortunate. A lot of industries can't do that. We know how fortunate we were, and it's good that we've learned to use these tools. But I'm feeling exactly what you're feeling. I'll tell you, my thing, Jürgen, that I started realizing was that the problem of not being at Frankfurt is that you are in your office and you're sitting there trying to focus on a meeting for Zoom or trying to do a webinar with 3 wonderful people, perhaps, online, and the phone is ringing, and the television is on in the next room, and the children are right over here, and the dog is on the other side, and your life is going on. When we're able to travel to these events, we actually can leave the daily life behind. We've got the phones reminding us of it, but to some degree, that physical remove helps us focus. And so then when we sit down in the Agora, we actually notice the people around us instead of the confusion and the complexity of being in your daily life, in your office, in your home, wherever you're working from, and trying to be in this congregate setting that we enjoy here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's on the one hand, it's focus, it's serendipity, what you said before. I think more important is actually that you build up trust by seeing people. You might not close a deal here in Frankfurt, but if you meet your publisher from the first time from Kazakhstan, yeah, you need to meet him like 2-3 times in Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Then you start thinking about maybe I should do business in Kazakhstan. Yeah. So you need that. If you meet the Netflix people for the first time, yeah, you have a second thought. How's the contract going to look like? I have to go back, talk to my lawyer anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, it needs some time to build up trust, and then you can go to Zoom and close the deal. Yeah. So it's complementary.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think also, you know, in the same way writers very rarely write a book that defines a career, is that people have to grow into their careers, you know, and develop and how you people your career and how you understand, that takes time, you know, it takes more than one fair, it takes more than one meeting. It's very hard to do, I think, in a snap Zoom call.
It is hard. And I was impressed because initially we were concerned about how many people might be able to make it to Frankfurt. Immediately, as soon as we started talking about an in-person Frankfurt, I started getting the emails going, are you going to Frankfurt? Are you going to be there? And I realized that this groundswell of energy was there, which tells me that the future of international meetings and of rights trading is in person, is still there. But as Jürgen is saying, with these newly learned tools that we've been working with during the pandemic, to close deals, to follow up on things, even to nudge people along. The internet can be very useful for reminders and that kind of thing. Yeah. And to say, and I'll see you at the next meeting, meaning you better make a decision, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that work for you?
It works, and I was going to say that what I found useful about Zoom especially was sort of wrapping up after and also bringing together people who are physically in different places.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
In film deals, for example, where someone is in London, someone is in New York, someone is in LA.
Right.
Or in the future, when we're talking about the launch of an author and I need sort of 15 publishers, which I'm not going to gather in Spain or anywhere else to talk about the launch of a book, but I can via Zoom. Then it's something very different. It's not selling the rights, it's not sharing the information, it's just organizing and coordinating something.
Coordination is a good word, exactly. It's the orchestrating.
It has focus as well, you know.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, I do think one of the things, I mean, it's really back ends with what you said beforehand in the sense of focus. Is the thing with Zoom has become, for me, it's the same as email. It's like every day, all of the time, and so how you motor and animate every day, all of the time, is complicated. And obviously, you need to be able to do both. Really, I mean, I suppose also why we're streaming this event is how do you reach people who are unable for whatever reason, leaving the pandemic out of it, but whatever reason to be there. Of course, you don't want to lose them.
Exactly.
But how do you do that thing, you know, without focus, without a reason we're doing this for this author, or it's very hard to do over a period of, you know, probably like time, elongated time.
I think it's a great point. It's one of the things that makes us excited about Frankfurt Studio is that for the first time we have a chance to originate our content and share it with those who can't be with us this time. Hopefully they'll be with us next time, but there will always be somebody who needs to see it from afar, and that's a useful thing. We've got just a few minutes left, and I'd like to check in with each of you then about what, from your perspective, is needed for the future we want to see of basically this integrated form of physical work together and of technological work together. Jürgen, what does the international festival book trade show, book fair scene need the most from the industry for its future?
Yeah, I actually do believe that in the near future, a lot of more book fairs are going to specialize. Now we're seeing the Paris Book Fair. It's changing its profile to become more reader-focused, to become more a festival, obviously. Yeah, some of the festivals try to concentrate more of, let's say, partnerships with other media sectors, with other industries. Frankfurt always has to be everything, but also we have to dig deeper. Yeah. To offer more trainings, which are very, very focused, what we mentioned before, to give us more background information, deeper information on some territories maybe, on some sort of product. Children, young adult is again in the process of transforming, yeah? We need to have more information. It's more about benchmarking. So it's a lot of it is more about quality than quantity. So that's what I'm seeing for Frankfurt at least. And I think a lot of book fairs, we are sharing ideas. Like every 6 weeks I'm meeting with my friends from book fairs from all over the world, from Seoul to wherever, Göteborg, yeah, and we exchange ideas, yeah, and we're working all in the same direction, and it's all about quality.
This is particularly interesting. I know that you know Marisol, who works at Guadalajara, is the director there, and one of the things she said that she's noticed is that she must be different every year in order to keep up with the required specializations that she's seeing.
Yeah, you don't need to be different. It's more the level of quality you have to offer. There has to be a red line anyway. Yeah. But again, you have to be open for new things. So it's a different fair every year. But it's not the need to be different.
Interesting. I like that distinction. That's good. Mario, what do you see from the literary agent's viewpoint? What needs to happen for the future of these gatherings?
Well, in my experience, what is really helpful when I think about sharing information with publishers is having authors around.
Yeah.
And I like going to literary festivals, and I think it's useful to have that combination of authors and publishers at the same time, also for making, I don't know, gathering new ideas, and my guess would be like finding a sort of a format which is in a way similar to what the film industry has, which is a mix between a film festival and the trade gathering there around what you were already there to watch.
And you're very right. We see that at the Berlinale. There's a lot more of that interchange. I think a lot of authors would love to hear you say this too. Because sometimes, I think in their community, there's a sense that, the trade show is for the publishers and the agents, and they don't want us around, which is, of course, not the case. Maybe that's something we need to work on more seriously. That's a great observation. And Rebecca, what do you think is needed at this point? You're in such a specialization. I mean, it's really a subset of a subset being the scout. How does it look to you?
I mean, and I say this, I suppose, also as somebody who is based in London. I think, that it's all about the community and collective and bringing people together and thinking, we're going through, a period of insularity really, and, in lots of different ways, even talking to publishers in different countries. Some of it's COVID related and some of it's not, when people tell you, it's my local book that, my local authors are selling more, I can do more promotion around my local authors. And I think that one of the downsides and the big risks about this whole period is that they're publishers, and not only corporate publishers, lots of publishers that are kind of, trying to reduce costs and not encouraging travel, not encouraging people meeting up. I mean, it's one of the things I think is so clever about the collective stands actually is bringing people together who do work in the same industry, but sometimes don't know one another. And, and actually they need to know one another, they need to work together. And I personally would love to see, big publishers, but small publishers too, really invest in young people and actually enable them to travel more and to meet one another. And fellowships are great, but some of them are by nature reduced in number, and actually there should be more people from different parts of the world at different stages, not only necessarily editorial people. Sometimes it's really great to have people, from a wider range in the industry, so that young people also understand how important book selling is and how important marketing. I just think if we don't invest in people and young people, and of course authors, it's true too, but I think people in publishing need to fight for the well-being of this part of, it's so essential.
I think that's very well said. And one of the things I like the most that we do is our invitation program, our fellowship programs that bring both young people and folks from emerging markets
I think it's really
into
important.
the mix with us. So there's much to do in the future, obviously. We need to have our meetings together. We also need to use our technological tools together, but I keep hearing together. And that is really what we're looking for, and I thank you all for this. Jürgen, Maria, Rebecca, you've been terrific. These are all very fine insights. Stay with us. We're going to take a very quick turnover moment to change into our next panel, and we'll be right back and have another discussion. I'm Porter Anderson. Thanks. Hi, I'm Porter Anderson again, back with you again for a second session in our continuing look at independent publishing this afternoon from Frankfurter Buchmesse. We're glad to have you with us here in Frankfurt studio. All new setup here for us with which we can originate programming to the folks who can't be with us in this in-person festival this year. We're having a great week. It's going very well. Many people are here, and three of the best are with me now. We're going to be talking about one of the most difficult issues that affects all of publishing. It's not just independent publishing. It's a great challenge. It's an exciting challenge because it's taking us in a good direction, but it's taking us there with a lot of thought and a lot of challenge to it. It's not an easy one. This is diversity we're talking about, and what does diversity mean in terms of where we are going in publishing, how we're handling this, how we're thinking about it. And we have three great people to talk with us here. From Paris, we have Pierre Astier of Astier Pécher. We also have Juliette Ponce from Paris, and she is, of course, the publisher at Dalva Edition, very exciting house. And we have with us Ravi Marshandani. You may know him from London, Picador, UK. It's great to have you all with us. Pierre, could we start with you? What do you think is the impact of the diversity issue on how we're starting to look at what we're doing in publishing? Our overarching title of this session is, what do we want to be, and are we getting there? Who are we, right?
That's a big question.
It is.
But it's very interesting, in fact. Well, I've been an agent for now 15 years. And I started representing a few authors from the French-speaking world. So I discovered the large diversity of the French authors from not only Europe, but also from Africa, from Caribbean islands, Indian Ocean.
It's a huge Francophone world.
In fact, it's huge. Yeah. And that was very impressive just to discover all those voices. We started also to represent authors from, let's say, the rest of the world, except English-speaking authors. So we discovered those authors from Eastern Europe, from Scandinavia, from Baltic states, Asia. We opened an office in Asia. We opened an office in Africa. So we decided to have a global view of what was being written in the world, but it can be pretentious to say that. But my idea was just to discover new voices in all different languages. And at the same time, I must say that we discovered all those languages that are spoken in the world that are not the dominant languages, because in fact there are around 7,000 languages spoken, written in the world, but only 12 are those dominant languages that we find in the book markets in the world. So it's interesting just to think about what is going to happen to all those languages. There are sometimes small press that are appearing here and there, and starting to publish in very I mean, when we say small, they can be spoken by sometimes millions of people. It's spoken and written by people, and they can be very creative, you know. So I think that the future of our job is just to be very careful and watch at what is going to happen with those languages, because also it's an heritage, and we have to preserve those languages. So we have to work with authors, publishers all over the world that work not only with the dominant languages, but also with those other languages in Africa, in Asia, South America.
This is so interesting what you're saying. I know a composer named Paolo Prestini who works in operetta, and she's actually going into the little Italian languages that are way out in the south of Italy and are slowly disappearing because there are so few people speaking them. Some of them are dialects of others, and some of them are quite unique, and they're vanishing in time. And she's trying to create music based on their sounds as well as in what they say and how they say it, so that it can be preserved, so that something's left of it. I think it's very important. One of your colleagues, Nermin, in Kalem Agency in Istanbul, will be very angry I said this. She hates it, but we call them the small languages because, of course, Turkish is not spoken by as many people as English or Spanish or something. And I understand that some don't like the phrase small, but we know what we mean when we say it, a language that has a limited number of people who are conversant and fluent in it. And I think it's fascinating what you're doing in that regard.
Trying.
Trying. Do you find very many other agents doing this? Is it an interest that's broader?
Well,
or
I think that Nermin is,
well, she is
in a way, because, I mean, there
she's one to talk, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, authors from Central Asia, for example, Uzbekistan, or, well, that's very interesting. I mean, I think that's the future of the world.
It is. Well, it's. I know that some of our neighbors to the south in the United States and Mexico have discovered in audiobooks that they can't just go into Spanish with an audiobook. They have to go into several different dialects. And in the Mexican culture itself, there are very, very small languages too, very specialized community tongues that are being spoken. And they're trying to develop enough of a head of steam to get some audio work done in each of them and collect that, because that needs to be preserved as well. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's a huge field.
But we also need translators. That can be a problem because there are not so many. I can take an example. We represent an author from Macedonia, writes in Macedonian. And one day there was a publisher in Ethiopia interested in translating from Macedonian to Amharic, which is the language in Ethiopia. That was very complicated.
I'll bet.
And we decided to let him translate from English. But that's really fascinating and interesting, just to work together in the small world that we live in.
Fortunately, I think our translation community is growing very quickly and is becoming very intrigued by exactly the challenge you're talking about. Because to a purist, of course, it's not the same thing to go through another language to get to another.
Absolutely.
And that's an interesting case too. Ravi, you have a little different take on what we mean when we talk diversity, which is one of the things I love about this topic. The diversity of diversity will drive you crazy when you start thinking about it, you know? It's amazing. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Any panel that involves one British person and two French people, I'm outnumbered here. History suggests has the potential to lead to possible misunderstanding, if not conflict. So,
we'll watch for this.
But even if those things are avoided, which I'm sure and I hope and trust that they will be.
I'm sure they will.
I still find it very interesting listening to Pierre talking with an entirely valid and very kind of interesting take on one potential meaning of that word, but it is so different from the way the word is used constantly these days in the context of British publishing and in British society more generally, that it seems to me very typically French, and that it often precedes abuse or insult, if said in English, about a French person. I don't mean it like that at all. It's just one of those moments of observing the enormous cultural gulf that has historically been across the English Channel or La Manche and continues to this day.
Indeed.
I mean, Pierre's response is his own. He's not speaking for France, but it's kind of, there's a tradition of kind of, and you mentioned this when we were emailing earlier, of sort of French universalism and so on.
Right.
And that Pierre's response to, or his interpretation of one of the meanings of the word diversity is a global one, to think of smaller languages, to use your terminology, and languages that are not the top 12 and so on and so forth.
Right.
That is not the most significant meaning or the most commonly used meaning of the word in a British cultural context at the moment, which in a very Anglo-Saxon way, in a very British way, is both somewhat insular. We are literally and metaphorically insular in Great Britain, but also looks much, much more to the United States than it does to the world as a whole. And so diversity has come to very much refer not to, as it were, the minority languages or minority communities or societies of the world, but minorities within our society.
Right.
So if a British publisher, including me, refers to sort of trying to increase the diversity of the list, it's not publishing translations from Macedonian or Albanian or from Marathi or whatever. It's kind of across the world. It's about publishing more authors that come from the ethnic minorities that live in the UK.
Right.
Historically, of course, many of whom are there in the wonderful sort of phrase of protest, "We're here because you were there." And my father ended up in the UK because the British had been in India before.
Exactly.
So he is an example of the appropriateness of that phrase. And diversity in the context of discussion in the culture wars, in as they are often referred to, tends to focus very, very much on the representation of black writers.
Right.
And sort of within what we refer to as BAME in British society now. This is a new acronym standing for Black, Asian and Minority Ethnicities, and then the LGBTQ acronym that is more sort of internationally
and it seems
familiar.
to be growing as more distinct.
So diversity has focused down on kind of ethnic diversity within Western societies, rather than across the world, and a variety of minorities that have kind of both sexuality and gender. Sometimes one, sometimes the other, but that are lumped together in this rather diverse acronym that has all these letters in it.
Exactly, yeah.
As some people need to have pointed out to them, being trans has got nothing to do with being gay, for example.
Exactly.
And there's some people for whom that is still not entirely clear. It's kind of
it's creating strange bedfellows at times.
Yeah,
exactly.
And tensions within, and
tensions within.
Kind of,
absolutely.
Some of the quite aggressive debates between different generations of feminists, which are not only true in the UK with widely reported comments by J.K. Rowling, on trans rights and trans issues. I, in many ways, feel very positive about an awful lot of this. I think that there's an immense contribution to be made by the variety of ethnic minorities in the UK to our culture generally. As often has happened, I think, in the Western world generally, certainly in the Anglo-American world, that greatest contribution so far has been kind of tended to be in popular music and in sport. Literature is, a slower process.
Right, indeed.
Partly, I suppose, because simply kind of languages both, can divide, and it's very. It's not often that you get somebody who's a first-generation immigrant who ends up being a great writer in a language that they've started to learn as an adult. It tends to be their children who then bring a certain hybridity and a freshness to the language. And there are so many examples, and not all of them are a matter of ethnic minorities. I mean, one of the greatest contributors to the literature of the UK is Joseph Conrad, who for whom English was a third language after possibly fourth after Polish, Russian, French, what I find personally very frustrating about this, I am both gay and the child of an Indian father, so I am both BAME and LGBTQ.
Wow.
Leaving not very much of the alphabet left for me to collect. Is that I think it's politically, I understand why the issues are what they are. But I think it's a very narrow view of diversity in terms of culture.
Me too.
And me too. I mean, I'm not the first or last person to say this, but culture has always. Diversity has always been a strength in culture, and hybridity has been a strength of culture. And people coming in from the outside and bringing things both to the language and to the ideas and the meanings of that, the ideas the language expresses and so on and so forth, is much, much broader than a particular, two particular minorities.
It really is.
Kind of, and the history of British publishing owes an absolutely vast amount to more than one generation of Central European Jews, whether they be German or from further east, who came and transformed British publishing, and many of the companies, the imprints that still exist today bear their names. It's kind of Weidenfeld and Deutsch and
Exactly.
so on. And in an earlier generation, in British publishing, is the impact of Scottish immigrants to down south across the border.
Yeah.
Well, I work for a company called Macmillan. I mean, it's kind of the Scots and the Jews basically made British publishing. It's kind of so the mainstream of the English population is a number of times larger than the Scottish population.
Right.
But culturally, in terms of our particular business, the Scottish now. It's not sort of conventional to refer to a Scotsman or Scotswoman who moves from Edinburgh to London as an immigrant, but in some ways they are. It's kind of so. I have every reason to care enormously about race. I've experienced a fair amount of racism in my life, both in Britain and elsewhere. But in terms of the business in which I work, I think focusing entirely on race and on particular aspects of sexuality is very limiting, and it means that we look at all the stuff as though it's entirely new, and it's not entirely new. It goes back to the entire history of culture.
Right.
You look at the strange hybrid dialect of Greek that the Iliad and the Odyssey are written at.
Exactly.
That is, it's predominantly Ionic Greek, not from mainland Greece, but from what is now Turkey, and it draws vocabulary from at least 2 or 3 other dialects, which are also not Attic Greek or the Greek of Sparta.
Yeah.
That's as old as we can get, virtually. It's kind of.
I think this is a great overview of the problem of the fact that when we say diversity, we're actually saying so many different things. Yeah. And I loved when one of the great points you've just made is that we often don't know we're saying different things. We're not thinking very clearly about this kind of distinction and about what the possibilities are when we start saying this.
And
Julia.
it shouldn't be an either or. I mean, both and is both the angle that Pierre was looking at the word, and it doesn't have to be a choice. The culture will be richer if both those things.
I was going to use the word rich because all the way through history, as you're saying, this is how culture is enriched, is through its diversity, and we forget that so easily. Julia, bring us the universality.
Friends. Sorry, I dropped you in.
We started with Pierre. We're
quoting a private email.
Bringing out the universality next.
No, I think I totally agree with Ravi. I had the chance to live for a while in the UK and then come back to France, and it was very interesting across the channel. and I was very, well, of course, I know my own culture and this stance of universality, and every person will bloom under that perfect sky of universality, but which I do believe in many respects. My problem is we are universal for 50% of the population, and not for 48% of the population, and the 52% of women are not don't have the same space and voice, are not heard in the same way in this universal chamber.
It's like they're not in the same universe, right?
Yeah, yes. It's just that. So it's funny. It was funny to see because I left France around the Me Too era, start of the post-Me Too era.
Right.
I was in Britain and I saw what was done, and then I came back to France, and it was striking to see that the problem had been addressed in a very French way, right. In the sense that. It was very political, as Ravi said. I mean, it was completely political, very controversial. A lot of, to my great pleasure, a lot of very strong feminist political texts were available in bookstores, and 10 years before they were probably hiding on a shelf somewhere in the bookstores. So that is good.
Right.
Women with very strong personal histories and things to say and to denounce and to, things to say about patriarchy in general were published.
Right.
But in general, women were underpublished, and they didn't really have a voice in a more general landscape of literature, for example. They are still underpublished, they are still ignored by major prizes, who give like very few prizes to women. They are less reviewed, except if, as I say, they have a timely memoir or a timely book about the elephant in the room, which is abuse, you know. And I find it, I mean, I think there's a space that is not yet occupied and not yet explored, which is, let's just bring women creativity on the stage. Let's explore what women have to say and not put them again in another box, which is stereotype. Oh, a woman, yeah, let's publish a woman because she has a strong political feminist view, or because she can contribute to this like necessary discussion about patriarchy. I think there's like very creative women that have a lot to say and that are a bit put aside at the moment because there's too much of that. There's no space. So I thought we'll build up a list where we have a strong political principle, which is we publish only women, which is in France very uncommon because affirmative action is not a French thing at all. But then this said, then we publish a variety and a diversity of voices that are not especially linked to any political issue around women's rights. It can be, but it's not necessary. And I think it broadens the spectrum, and it's good.
And it must be very freeing, because I think what you're saying, that we see a lot of in the States too, is that if you're a woman writer, you publish, and no matter what it's about, it's seen as a woman's book. And it's going to be a woman's take on whatever's going on. And that expectation, that assumption, is almost impossible to get free of, right?
I know. I mean, when I was thinking about your question, why do I want to be? I want to be in a world where I don't need a Dalva edition to have such a strong principle that I publish only women.
Not that we want to put you out of business.
Yeah, no, it's not. But it's. I mean, I would be glad if what I'm building would be unnecessary. Yeah. But it is still very necessary, I feel.
It is. It is. Do you find that when you publish something, however, that it's immediately said, oh, well, that's from Dalva, so you know that's a woman's book and it's about, I mean, is it,
I don't know. I mean, we're very new. We've just started.
Good. And I'm sure that won't be a problem. Ignore me completely.
I think there was a strong interest when we launched the publishing house a few months ago, and the reaction were like very enthusiastic from booksellers, from readers. And it was funny because women writers wrote to say it feels like to them like a safe place to be, and maybe to be a non-judgmental place, you know. Sometimes they feel they're coming with a book and they're trying hard to find a reader in other publishing house, and they were all mentioning in their letter, oh, I'm so glad a place like yours exists. I feel I can trust. I feel, even though maybe you won't publish me, but I feel grateful that this space exists. So it was very rewarding, this. And I think also people, because I feel we have a kind of very subtle and very non-aggressive attitude towards, I mean, in France, as you know, we're very political, and people get very angry. The arguments can be very tough. And the idea was like, oh, come on, whether you're male or female, please read the women writers we have to offer. And this kind of very peaceful way of foreseeing the future has been, I think, great. That the booksellers are like, oh, we need things like this, like away from the very tough and angry argument. So let's see if it takes on. I hope.
I think you should take this as a compliment.
Yeah.
This means you're in the right direction.
Yeah.
And then we have a very few seconds left here, but I'm going to do something real fast. I want each of you to give me like 10 seconds of what you think needs to happen most right now for diversity, for who we want to be in the future. And I'll start. I want to see more publishing houses look, in terms of their staff, like the people who are reading them. I want to see them match their cultures. So that's mine. Pierre, what do you want?
No, I would love I mean, Frankfurt is a place where small countries have been invited, small languages too.
Indeed.
So that's the place and where things could develop in the sense of what I said. So I encourage the people here, the organizers of this fair, just to continue, try to open the fair to other cultures and other.
I like your idea. Maybe make a special interest on this. Right, exactly. I love it. Very good. Ravi, what do you want to see?
I think my hope is something rather more practical. There's less obvious ways to enact it, but the more we can think in terms of the both and rather than the either or. And I think one of the things about sort of kind of giving voice to minority voices, whether on a planetary level or within individual societies, is it only goes so far if you then, there are strict expectations about what it is that people are allowed to say, or not so much they're allowed to say, but what they're encouraged to say.
Exactly.
It's kind of, not every book about Japan needs to have cherry blossom on the cover, and not every book about France published in the UK needs to have the Eiffel Tower on the cover. In fact, I would like to ban putting the Eiffel Tower on the cover of it, unless the book is about Monsieur Eiffel. It's kind of
I get your point. I think it's good. I think
that's more of a hope than a plan. It's an aspiration.
We are speaking ambitiously here. Yeah. Juliet,
yeah.
what's yours?
I think I'm going to copy Ravi a bit, but I hope we are going to go towards a less stereotyped view of diversity.
Yeah.
I think we're at that stage where a lot of things have happened in the past 20 years, I would say, especially, but we still need to go a bit further so that all these things look normal and we don't always try to stereotype writers, stereotype publishers, or readership as well. You know,
Right.
how many times do you hear this book is for this kind of person? I mean, we're not dealing with
Or
a
even more
yogurt.
not
you know?
for this kind of
yeah,
person.
yeah.
Yeah,
We
get
were
over it.
dealing
I don't like
with-
the first, but the
yeah,
negative
yeah,
is even
yeah,
We
yeah.
need to get over our own question a little bit.
Exactly.
Exactly. I love that. Thank you all. This has been such a great conversation. And we're running right into the next panel's time, so I'm going to be very quick, saying it's Porter Anderson. We're coming back in just a few seconds with one more panel on independent publishing, and this one's going to be a big one. It's looking at the markets of the future. Join us. We'll be right back. Hi again, I'm Porter Anderson. I'm from Publishing Perspectives. I'm the editor-in-chief, and we are pleased to have helped to curate this whole series right through the fair with our trade visitors this week from Frankfurt Studio. You're looking at a 500 square meter media production center that did not exist here a few days ago and has not existed before in Frankfurt's 73 years. This is brand new, and it's been created so that we can actually originate content here and beam it out to all of our friends and our colleagues who are unable to be with us in person as we go through our conversations and our debates on many, many subjects this week, and hopefully involve all of you. Some of you watching are, in fact, in the Agora right here, watching on a very big screen outdoors. It's a little nippy today, but it's very comfortable. And some of you are watching on your screens at home in many continents, and we welcome all of you. We hope that you'll stay with us all week. We're here through Friday, and then on the weekend, you can see a festival event coming right out of the same space here as the public comes in from Frankfurt and enjoys what's here at Frankfurter Buchmesse. So welcome to Frankfurt, welcome to Frankfurt Studio, and welcome to an interesting conversation that almost has a scary title. I'll read it to get it right for you because the title's very good, written by Tom. It is Between Gold Rush and Apocalypse, the future of book markets after or with COVID. Now, if you're not scared, you're not listening. But this is actually the kind of thing that everybody, not just in independent publishing, but everybody throughout the markets, throughout the industry, are having to think about. What do we think we see coming? And of course, we didn't see the pandemic coming, did we? And so we don't know many factors. We are, I hope, getting better at predicting the lack of predictions, at understanding what we don't know. As Donald Rumsfeld would have said, you know, the unknown unknowns, because those are the ones that tend to get us. So we have two great people here to talk with us. From Paris, we have Jean Materne of Grasset, and from Milano, we have Sandro Ferri, who has come in from Edition EO, and it is great to have you both with us, because these two guys do a great deal of thinking about these things, and I need to know what they're thinking, and I think all of us do. Sandro, I'd love to start with you, because you were talking to me as we were exchanging our notes beforehand about how there are basically two worlds in publishing. And that can be overlooked so easily because you say books and you think you're talking about the same thing. Yeah. Tell us what you mean by that division.
Yeah, I think that actually there are two worlds who coexist in the publishing. Yeah. Sometimes, as here in the Frankfurt Book Fair, they meet. Like as last week in Torino Book Fair in Italy, yeah, where we had a wonderful fair. This is a public fair in Torino.
Exactly.
And there were 150,000 people, visitors. That was great. Wonderful. Really, after the pandemic, if we can say so, after the two lockdowns, it was for publishers, booksellers, people, readers were full of real joy, really, to be there, not to to hug, even to hug and to touch the books and so on.
Yeah.
And so I think that these two worlds, the independent and the corporate world, they meet only rarely, too rarely, in my opinion. That's a pity. And the opportunities are like in this fair. At least you meet because you have to trade some rights, authors' rights, and you make a little talk. But most of the time, the resources are so different. The goals too are very different. And so that it's rare that we really meet now these two worlds, and this is a problem, because I think that these two worlds, they cannot live one without the other.
Right.
I mean, the corporations need the creativity, the people, the ideas, the people, the pluralism of the independent. But the independent, they need the access to markets. They need they need, for instance, bookshops. You would say maybe that even, I think that even the corporation need physical bookstores, of course. But I think that in the last years, especially with the Amazon and so on, there was a disruption in the markets. And for instance, yesterday I read, I'm sorry I couldn't hear all the Tom Dole speech, but I think he, in a way, he said that Penguin Random House lost a share of his market because of independent who were growing, and I think he didn't say that, but I think it was implicit, because the independent, they go more on online and on Amazon, no?
Yeah.
But it's not always so. So there are a lot of things who have to be discussed and corrected, and we have to find ways to cooperate more than now.
Exactly, because those things can be corrected better if they're done by both sides together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that tension between the two, it's always interesting. As a journalist, it's an interesting tension to watch, you know. And I look especially to the UK's market sometimes, because what's fascinating there is that there are some very powerful independent houses, more powerful than generally we see, for example, in the States. We don't have a large, powerful Faber and Faber, for example. We don't have a Bloomsbury of the same. We do have a Bloomsbury USA, but it's a British company. We don't have a homegrown powerhouse like that. That's not a corporate house. And so we have an interesting problem there in that we don't have the strength coming from independence.
Sorry if I interrupt you, but because did you read I think a couple of weeks ago I read a very interesting article, I don't remember where, but on this issue you were saying why in the US the independent publisher, they cannot grow.
Amazing.
I mean, they cannot grow.
Right.
And there were a lot of explanations, a lot of causes, but it's what you're saying. And in Italy, it's more like in the UK. For instance, in last year, in the 10 more bestsellers of the year, of all genres, 4 were by independent publishers.
There you go.
And
I say bravo. You know, that's what should be happening, you know. And well, you are a very powerful house yourself, Sandro. I mean, you produce enormous work.
Yeah. I'm a dwarf. I am a dwarf in
a powerful dwarf.
Financial of power.
He's
but
also modest, you see.
But at the same time, we can have. We can have bestsellers.
Yeah.
Big bestsellers.
Yes, you can. Exactly, and that's overlooked so often. You know, I think your points are very cogent. Jean, talk to us. What do you see when when you look at this frightening title and you're asked, you know, what are the markets going to be? Where are we headed?
It's very difficult to say. First of all, I would like to stress that in France we do have a sort of balance between independent and conglomerate publishing.
Yeah,
I think
you
that's
have very
quite-
strong houses too.
We have strong houses, and it's quite healthy actually to have a balance between, you know, these two sorts of different worlds, as you said, and they do come together quite well in
You
France.
have worked in several of the independents there, yes?
Yeah, I've been with
Gallimard,
Actes
yeah?
Sud and Gallimard, and
Yeah.
now I'm with Grasset, which is part of the Hachette group, of course.
Right.
But which is very much run like an independent company, actually.
Exactly.
That is also the strategy of Hachette. Actually, in French they call it les baronnies. Actually, it's being ruled as independent houses. Each imprint is totally independent. We're not in one building together. We have old-fashioned publishing houses in a way.
That's very nice. You have autonomy.
Exactly,
Yeah.
total autonomy, actually. And even inside Grasset, I try to run my little list of foreign fiction with autonomy and as if it was an independent publishing house
Good for you.
early in my list. This is what I try to do. I would like to say that with this quite well-balanced market, we were lucky enough. We got out of the pandemic quite well, the French market, I would
Yes, you
say,
did. Yeah.
with actually some sort of very surprising growth. Actually, the market grew last June, and that was the moment of the gold rush, which is maybe what the title alludes to.
That Tom gave us, yes.
In June 2020, 1 month after the lockdown, we had this incredible movement towards independent bookshops, and the rise was of 37% of turnover. 37%.
That's incredible. Have you ever had a 30%?
No, never
rise?
in my life. No. And if you talk about the last 12 months, from June 2020, when this happened with this 37% rise all of a sudden, and June 2021, the rise is still of 19% over the last 12 months, which is huge.
Isn't that encouraging?
It is very encouraging.
It's moving on. Yeah.
When you talk to individual booksellers, you know, and we have a wonderful network. This is probably what is special about the French market. I mean, if you compare to Italy, for example, because the countries are very similar in some ways and very different in others. I mean, in South Italy, you hardly have any bookshops left anymore, which is terrible. France has probably the biggest network of small and medium-sized independent
It's
bookshops.
almost 4,000 houses.
Exactly.
Shops, I mean.
Yeah, shops.
Yeah.
And all over the place. I mean, in little villages sometimes you have independent bookshops. And in medium-sized towns, I mean, all over. And the biggest bookshop in France is Mola in Bordeaux. It's not a Paris-based bookshop. It's Mola in Bordeaux, which is a wonderful bookshop. and some of these bookshops and booksellers told me that they really had a lot of young people coming in, people who had never set foot in bookshops, and after the pandemic realized that it was time, maybe out of solidarity actually, you know, it was this big discussion if bookselling was essential.
Right.
Essential commerce.
Right.
And it was declared essential.
But
so
that's thanks to the citizens rising up and telling the government we want it essential.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I must be
That's very
absolutely
proud.
clear about that because during the first lockdown, many of the booksellers were really afraid of COVID, and they didn't want to open the shops. So they didn't actually want the label of being essential shops. Some of them, not all of
Very
them.
interesting.
They were afraid.
Yeah.
But very rapidly, they realized that they needed, if there was a second and a third lockdown, which actually happened, that they needed, you know, the possibility to open the shops.
And they could use click and collect and things.
Yes,
yeah?
after a while, not at the beginning, and click and collect has also changed the customer habits. Actually, people do it now, even there's no necessity anymore to do it. But it's
convenient.
It's convenient. They got used to it,
Yeah.
and I think that is also an explanation of the rise of the figures of the turnover of the booksellers. So there are reasons to be really optimistic.
I hate to say this, but it's like the gifts of the pandemic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something you learn, you know, while you're going through such a
Exactly.
such an ordeal. Actually,
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I think I have to make. He has Jean has made the gold rush side. I will make the apocalyptic.
Give us the
Is
apocalypse
it
now,
all right?
Sandra. Do this.
No, of course I approve, and what John said. This is very important. At the same time, I think we have to see some details were important. For instance, in Italy, but I don't think not only in Italy, this growth, enormous growth, no, incredible growth, were almost only on online e-commerce. Not in France. In the last 2 years, physical stores, they lost 5% in the last 2 years before the pandemic.
Right.
While the general growth was the same as in France, 30%. So I think it's good. Wherever you sell books, it's fine. But we have to think, since the panel theme is about what will be the future.
Right.
Are we bound to go to a future where the e-commerce will be so overwhelming? Would we not have physical bookstores? I know that France is a model for defending physical bookstores.
It is.
But it's an exception too. I think in the UK you don't have such a good situation from this point of view.
No, the UK has had a very hard struggle, and in the States we've seen a very difficult time for the bookstores. Most of them have survived, but only with a great deal of support. Subsidies that were private collections were helping to keep them going. The addition of what's called bookshop.org, which is a wonderful new service that lets you buy online and direct your sale to a local bookshop, has been helpful. But it took everything to keep them all going. And even so, a few were lost, as a matter of fact. So it hasn't been the happy experience that was that was seen in France, which I agree is such an exception. But why can't we say today, as we talk about the future is France. We'll all have 4,000 bookshops in every country, and we'll be out there supporting them all day.
Always France, the future. The revolutions are always.
How do they keep doing this? It's amazing, isn't it?
And we will have a new law about, Amazon, because they are kind of what we call cheating with a fixed price system, because they don't pay for the transport. So that will be changed. So Amazon will be disadvantaged compared to physical booksellers in a way. I mean, the government does everything they can actually to protect the physical bookshops. And I think it also has to do with a movement which we call buy local, which was also very strong, even for vegetables. During the lockdown, people started buying vegetables again, at the farm shop around the corner and not in big supermarkets. And that is also something that can be transposed into bookshops. And it's very strong now in France.
Yes. Your mention of Amazon is interesting because there's the journalist in me, of course, always sees both sides of this problem. And one of the things that has become clearest to me as I cover all of the countries that I look at, in the Middle East in particular, there was a very distinct divide when the pandemic hit between those booksellers and those publishers who already had an audience and a consumer base ready to work online. Customers who knew how to get online, how to find their source for their books and get it that way, and the ones who did not. And some 27% of the bookshops, this is from the Arab Publishers Association, were lost because they simply had no online presence. They had developed themselves strictly as walk-in bookstores, and they weren't able to manage. In the United States, there's plenty of complaint about Amazon, absolutely, and yet we were so fluent in how we use Amazon. We knew so well, if I can't go to a store, I get it on Amazon. Click, click. And off they went. That kept a great momentum moving, and in fact helped us to see a very powerful rise in revenue as well.
I just want to stress that in France, the important bookshops of a certain size, they of course have a presence on the internet. They have websites in their own right. And I was talking about Mollard, this huge bookshop in Bordeaux. They have a studio almost as sophisticated as this one. And when you get invited to Mollard as a writer, they tape a video of you and it stays on the Mollard website for months. And people go to the Mollard website to check out the videos of French and foreign writers because they are so good. And they don't even live anywhere near Bordeaux. But Mollard, as an independent bookseller, has become a reference in terms of quality of how to present writers, how to have a dialogue with them. And it's very interesting what you can do as an independent bookseller if you're clever enough to combine your physical bookshop and the variety of references you have with a quality work and a presence on the internet, on social media. And I think a lot of booksellers had to learn that in a hard way during the pandemic. And a lot of booksellers started upgrading a little bit their website, and a lot now understand that it helped them to attract new customers to their physical bookshops.
That's right.
I don't think we should oppose all the time social media and internet and physical bookshops.
No.
I mean, once again, it's like the two worlds. They have to work together and come together. And this is why also, like, we as publishers, we try to improve our presence on social media. We hire social media managers because we old-fashioned publishers, as we are, we're not good at that, aren't we, Sandro? So we hire young people to do the social media.
Right.
And it's important, actually, to attract people to our list, to our catalogs, to our writers. And the booksellers have to do it in a similar way.
Yes,
it is.
If I can add something about that, and about the future. We
Right.
are talking about the future. no?
Exactly.
I want to imagine. We want to imagine what will be the future landscape of booksellers in 10 years or 20 years, no? And I think that this issue of the coexistence between the two worlds, even the towards e-commerce and the physical, is very important, because I think, of course, e-commerce in 20 years, we can imagine easily that it will triumph.
Right.
But I want to imagine that our, especially our peripheric sections of the towns, no, the small villages, small towns, they will have stores, physical stores, where people want to go, want to make a discover, want to discuss, want to meet a friend. As you used to go to a cafe, no, but with books also.
Right.
I think we should imagine a future like this, with a full also of physical stores around our countries. I mean, we need it if we want to. It's not only about reading. It's I think especially for certain kind of books, like the books we publish. No? We need this kind of approach to books. No, the people has to discover. They have to browse physically.
Right.
But it's also social.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
it's the fact to be in contact, and I think publishing what's Frankfurt Fair? It's about contact. It's about social contact. It's about meeting people.
The community of the
discussing.
industry.
You said earlier, I mean, on the first panel, I mean, you were discussing the topic of, that we need this personal and physical meetings here to get inspiration. And it's the same for readers in bookshops. I mean, they have to talk to booksellers.
Right.
And this buy local thing also means that they get sometimes closer to their booksellers, and they take them for advisors, and they rely on them, and they tell them about their sorrows and their private lives. And whatever, it has a social role also in a community. I think a bookshop, and also on the long run, especially in Europe, where we have this tradition of city centers. I mean, our whole European civilization is built on the Italian model of Florence and of cities. You have it less in the States than in Northern America, of course. But I mean, we grew up like this, having animated city centers. And if we give up on brick and mortar, on physical shops, we will have empty city centers. And this is a problem of civilization. I think it's not only a problem for us as book publishers, and because it has to do with e-commerce at large, not only for books. So I think there are, of course, movements in two directions, but I think the will to keep some form of traditional civilization with city centers, with shops, with cafes, is very strong right now, again, in Europe. And I think the pandemic has maybe strengthened that feeling that
I think so too.
It gives you something positive.
Right. I think you're absolutely right. And I think the thing we're saying about the future is something we've known but didn't see as intensely as we did when we didn't have it, and that is community. When you're stuck in your isolated spot, for a long period of time, and it's not safe to mix with the others, you lose sense of that community, and you lose some touch. Even if you can get online and wave at them on a Zoom thing and everything, it's different. Yes. And I think, if anything, for all of us to remember that the industry is one of community, and it offers its readers community, which they find in the bookstores. Right? This is what the States is trying to learn to do. We see our bookstores trying to learn to become events centers where they can draw that community back over and over and say, here is your safe space with people who like to read just like you do, right? I think that's where we need to look for the future, is helping folks to feel comfortable with us, with books, with publishers.
And be part of your life again, actually.
Part of your life again, yeah. Yeah, I think we just solved the entire problem. So this is great. You see how nice. No, it is interesting though how easily you lose touch with that.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think as big as a social media is a thing. It's called social because it is social media community.
But maybe the pandemic made us aware much more that how much we need it.
I think
that was one of the side effects of the pandemic, actually, you know.
I think it absolutely did. And one of the things that we were saying in our last panel that's so troublesome about Zoom meetings instead of in-person meetings is that you're trying to have a meeting while you're in the rest of your life.
Exactly.
And it doesn't work the same way. You need to be able to leave your daily life at home.
And your washing machine.
And your washing machine. And come to your community, right? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I think this is a very promising concept, you know. The more we can put it together, the better. So,
and also, Porter, what do you think about the disruptions, or what do you think also, Jean, about the disruptions who are happening in the supply chain?
Well, we have 22 seconds to handle it. So we can't take as long as they're taking, right? We have some hope in the United States because of the White House move that actually turned the LA docks into 24-hour operations. They're starting to move a little faster, which should help the whole world a little bit. But it's a huge problem, and it's going to be a problem for the holiday season.
For the whole industry, it's going to be.
It will get fixed. It's a fixable thing, but it's a big thing. You're absolutely right, and it's caught everybody by surprise.
Yeah, that's true.
I finally have learned what the problem is that during the pandemic, people bought goods instead of services.
Yeah.
And that meant everybody wanted more, and everything got jammed up and stuck. Yeah. That's the simplistic way to put it. But yes, it's a big problem, and it's a good one to watch. So I'm sorry you don't have more time to talk about this. But we do need to stop because there's another good hour of programming coming to you here from Frankfurt Studio. I'm Porter Anderson for Publishing Perspectives. We've been here with Sandro Ferri and Jean Matern, and with a host of great people before us on a special focus on independent publishing. We appreciate you being with us, and we appreciate all of our fine guests who were here this afternoon. Thank you, and stay with us here from Frankfurter Buchmesse. Bye-bye.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here this afternoon with us. We are going to speak about audio formats. This is not only about audiobooks, but about podcasts too. Let me read some data for you. Following the trend of the international market, all the international markets, audiobooks have reached spectacular growth in 2021 in Spain and in Latin America. About the size, the catalog size, in the last 5 years, we went from 1,000 audiobooks to 12,000 in 2020, and a record figure of 14,300 Spanish audiobooks is forecasted for 2021. And a catalog of more than 100,000 podcasts in Spanish is also available. Regarding the turnover, in 2019, the turnover of the Spanish language audiobook market was 7 million euros, growing to 10 million euros in 2020. As has been the case in international markets, all evidence suggests that by 2021 there will be at least a 30% increase in audiobook sales, reaching about 13 million in the Spanish language markets. In Spain, audio is consolidated, but in Latin America, it's just starting, and there are countries where the format is not yet incorporated at a business level. The main market in 2020 was Spain, followed by Mexico, the remaining Latin American countries, and finally the US Hispanic. But the forecast for 2021 is for the US Hispanic market to grow from the 4th to the 3rd place. On podcasts, marketed has prompted a rapid boom in that business model in Spain and Latin America. And in fact, Spanish is the second most popular language in podcast productions in the world, having experienced an increase of almost 7% in 2020. Here we have 3 experienced speakers. Carmen Ospina, Director of Marketing, Communication and Business Development at Penguin Random House Spain. Santos Palazzi, Head of Mass Market and Digital Division at Editorial Planeta, and the only who is with me here now, Javier Zelaya, Country Manager at Podimo. Carmen, good afternoon and welcome.
Hi, Arantxa. Hi, Javier.
You have a very
Santos.
large experience selling, producing, and creating audiobooks with Penguin Random House.
Yes, in fact, we started doing audiobooks in 2014. So that's a long time ago already, when there was really no market at all for audio in Spanish. And audio quickly became a very strategic area for the company, as it had been in other more developed markets like the US or Germany or the UK. So yeah, we've been producing for a while now. We have 2,000 titles in our catalog, making us the largest Spanish language audiobook publisher out there. And this has meant, obviously, hiring a big producing team and setting up 4 production hubs in Spain, in Mexico, in Los Angeles, and in Argentina, and also even having our own in-house studios in these territories. We expect to continue scaling our production in the next years. We are aiming for a catalog of 6,200 or 6,500 titles by 2023. So we're really focused on production right now. We really think that our readers should have the best, all of our titles out there available in audio, and all of our new releases available in audio as well. So our main focus has been production, but also high quality. We really think that as we set up and grow this market, quality is one of the most important things to have into account, and we're putting a lot of emphasis there as well. So yeah, we're happy to hear all the good statistics that you gave, Arantxa, and I'm happy to pass the word to Santos.
Hello, Santos. Nice to have you here. Planeta has a long...
Can you hear me?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. I have to tell you that you are not alone with Javier. Both Carmen and myself, we are with you, although we are connecting from Spain. Yeah. So just a brief explanation about what Planeta is doing in the audio arena. As we always mention, we are in the business of storytelling. This is what really publishing is about. Our aim is to reach readers or listeners by all possible means. And in this sense, we are format agnostic. I mean, we love print books, we love ebooks, and we love audiobooks, and we will love whatever will come in the future. Probably we will talk about that. We didn't start in 2014. Unfortunately, we started in 2018. We set up a very ambitious business plan to launch our front and backlist titles in audio format. And the first thing we did is we hired a dedicated team. At present, more than 10 people involved. And we launched our own imprint, which is Planeta Audio. We reached agreements with leading international retailers like Audible, Storytel, Nextory, Apple, Google, Kobo, and many others. I have to tell you a secret. It took more than 1 year to close some of these agreements. So it was tough. So since early 2019, we have produced more than 1,500 audiobooks, and we have more than 500 in the pipeline for 2022. Today, our audio team is working with more than 30 different audio production studios in Spain, Mexico, and Colombia. We don't have our own facilities. We prefer to partner with third party with these studios. And just a few numbers. In 2021, audiobooks will account for 2% of Planeta's publishing revenue. It's still a low number, 2%, but growth is huge. I mean, we have doubled the figure compared to previous year. And if we break down these numbers, what we can see is that 90% of this revenue is coming from all you can listen subscription platforms in Spain and Latin America. This is very important for us. And just to finalize, what targets do we have for 2022? It's at least growing 50%. You mentioned that you expected 30% growth in 21. We grew more than 100%. We expect growth to decline a little bit, but still grow at least 50% and reach 3% of total revenue. This will mean that between audiobooks and ebooks in Spain, digital will represent more than 10% of our publishing revenue. And yeah, this is it for attending.
Thank you very much. And we have here Javier Zelaya. You run Podimo. Your business is about podcast, not audiobooks.
Well, yeah, I think, well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here. And yes, professionally, we talk about audiobooks and podcasts, but out there, the end user, the listener, talks about audio. And I think it's very smart that the organizers have decided to talk about Spanish audio in general, because today is audiobooks, podcasts, but most likely we'll have new formats being derived from an audio storytelling. But I think it's very interesting that we're having this conversation now. If we had it 5 years ago, after listening to Carmen and Santos, who've been true believers of this format in Spain from the beginner, basically we've seen this fast forward development of the Spanish market. As you said in the intro, if we had this conversation 5 years ago, there were only 1,000 titles available in the market. And now, listening to Penguin Random House and Planeta's investment, as well as others like Saga Edmund and other players, we have over 10,000 titles in the Spanish market. Compared to the Anglo-Saxon markets or to the Nordics or to German, I mean, it's very small. But as Santos indicated, the growth potential is tremendous. As you know, Spanish is the third most spoken language worldwide after English and Chinese, and the potential for audio worldwide is tremendous. So, and then if we add out podcasts, which podcasts, if we want to make a difference between audio and podcasts, audiobooks and podcasts, basically the way an end user see it is audiobooks is long form listening, meaning that in Spain, the average audiobook has about from 6 to 10 hours of duration, whereas a podcast, basically, you're talking about 20 to 30 minutes for an episode, and most podcast programs have about 10 episodes, so you're talking about 3 hours. So basically, it's 1/3 of an audiobook commitment. So I think in the Spanish market, as well as we've seen in many international markets, people combine the listening of audiobooks and podcasts. And also, to me, the most interesting thing that we've seen in Podimo is that podcast is the entry door to audiobooks. There are many more podcast listeners today in Spain. 40% of the population have listened to a podcast because basically they listen to what we say is radio programming. Is that radio show that you love, but maybe it takes place late at night or when you're working, and you listen it later on. So I think it's a huge business opportunity for publishers to use the podcast as an entry door to their audiobook content. It could be from a marketing purpose, but also it could be from a content perspective. And later on, I will not be surprised that, Planeta, Penguin, and other players will start producing podcasts as a content product to distribute together with the audiobook. But we can talk about that later on if you want.
Yes, because you are making spoilers.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Now, talking about growth, during our previous conversations, you agreed in 5 growth drivers that make this market be bigger, even bigger than now. And let me go one by one, and let's discuss about these drivers. The first one, and I think that is the most important for you, is the size of the catalog. I remember even that you say catalog, catalog, catalog. But what about catalog? What means catalog? What genres need to create the proper catalog to make this industry growth better? We have podcasts, we have audiobooks. Who wants to start? Well.
Shall we start? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, no, Carmen.
No, Carmen.
I don't know if you're actually seeing us from where you are, but I think it's true. I mean, we all agreed that catalog is the main driver of setting up a market, and that the way that the market grows is when the consumer finds the book that he or she is looking for. So definitely the fact that the Planeta and Penguin and other publishers and even the retailers are putting a lot of effort in producing catalog, that's definitely a key driver for our market. I think also the key is to make sure that you produce not just your front list, which is important because it will drive the format, but also that you make sure that you get the rights from backlist titles that will always sell well and that will give your catalog some depth. I think that a challenge that we may have too is that nowadays all the platforms don't necessarily offer the same catalogs, which is not what happens in the print world, where you go to a bookstore and a bookstore can have any catalog, but that some platforms are offering a certain catalog, others are offering others, and this may be a bit of a challenge for the consumer, but definitely the driver is to have the most titles available out there.
I see you agree, Santos.
Yeah, I fully agree with Carmen. I mean, front list is key, but long sellers and backlist, that is part of our job. And getting the rights sometimes is as hard as producing the audiobook. So we are convincing authors and agents to let us do the work, and this is part of where we spend a lot of time. So the catalog, I mean, we are doing fiction, non-fiction, both work very well. We still have some challenges in the YA and children, not very popular in Spain yet, but catalog and something Carmen mentioned too, which is quality. I mean, quality is key.
Point. And global or local catalog?
Well, it's a mix. I mean, I agree, and especially this early stage of the development of the Spanish market, we still need, I mean, it's impressive how much we fast forward in the last 5 years, but we have to further increase the volume because as Carmen is indicating, any reader has to find their audiobook or podcast available in the market. So we still have to do a lot of investment in the next 5 years to double, triple the volume that we have today. And then in the audiobook space, as Santos has indicated, 90% of the consumption is subscription-based in Spain and Latin America. And that also creates a market dynamic that is that all these different platforms, Audible, Storytel, Podimo, Nextory, each one of them has to have exclusive content in order to be able to attract the customer, as we have that experience today with TV series like Netflix, HBO, Movistar. You subscribe to one of those platforms depending on the content they have exclusively on the platform. So this is a dynamic that the publishing sector has to understand, that not only is the overall catalog that is available in the market, like in Podimo we have today 3,000 Spanish audiobooks available that also Audible and Storytel has it, but then we added 3,000 exclusive podcasts on top in order to be different from the market. And this will create a lot of business opportunities for the publishers, because we establish what we call window opportunities. It might be exclusively in Podimo for 6 months, and then it will be in the rest of the market. And you will get some kind of premium revenue for having exclusively in one platform as a window to the others.
Well, this is we are starting to speak about business model, but this is a challenge for the publishers because they have to decide with who they are going to work with.
Yeah, but this is dependent. Each of the platforms, we have like a profile of listeners. We do have listeners in common. For example, in Podimo, we have a profile of listeners from 35, 55, middle class, interested in different categories of audio that we can discuss further down. But we are having a very growing target group that is from 20 to 35, millennials and Generation Z. Listeners who are looking for a very specific type of content. So if I'm a publisher and I have that type of content, I might be more inclined to maybe sign a exclusive deal, a window deal, of a period of time for my content to be available exclusively in that platform because it's going to get most of the attention. We've seen this, as I said, in many other subscription services, and this is something that is coming to our market. I know it's new. Publishers will have to, understand these dynamics. But at the end, what we all achieving is trying to get the best revenue for authors or creators and agents, and that's part of the model.
Quite difficult to understand sometimes, I think.
It's new.
Second growth driver, it's making the format known to customers. And you mentioned that the advertisement campaigns in different media in Spain have helped a lot to make the audiobook to be known among the Spanish consumers. But is this the only way for making this format be known? There have been other ways, because if we have to focus only on advertisement, then we are in the hands of big platforms, retailers.
Yeah. I mean, as publishers, we have another way, that is to make sure that we are publishing our front list in audiobook format as well, and that when we promote that title, we're promoting the title across all formats, right? So it's there we have an excuse to talk about audio as an alternative to the other formats. And it's definitely something that we've been focusing on in the past couple of years with good results. So we should also have a task of making sure that we mention the format explicitly to consumers who may not understand that the format is out there, and also working with narrators, with celebrity narrators in some cases that can act as ambassadors to the format, and even with our own authors, right? And making sure that the authors tell their readers that this format exists, that it's a great way to access their stories. So yeah, as publishers, we can also do a lot out there to teach the consumer about audio.
I would say I would add one thing to Carmen's, which is the audiobook is something you consume in your iPhone or in your smartphone. Sorry. So what is good is to go where the people is. I mean, Storytel is offering, for example, just to mention some, Storytel Audible. Some of them are offering just audiobooks. At the moment, like Podimo offers something else, which is very appealing to young people, which is podcast. And you put audiobooks aside, or even Spotify, I mean, or Apple or Google. Then I think the category will, the top of mind of the category will grow. I mean, audiolibros or audiobooks will be more perceived, and people will get to know what this is about. At the moment, full distribution of the audiobook format in many platforms, not only the ones that are managing books today or ebooks today.
I think it's a joint effort to create this category. I mean, the publishers are doing a great effort creating these huge catalogs. I mean, having a future catalog of 6,000 titles from Penguin and something, similar most likely from Planeta in the next few years, that's a lot of millions of euros being, invested in that format. And what the platforms are doing is helping to create a category, doing all this marketing and this advertising. We've seen recently, in Spain, a TV campaign from Nextory. Also, we've seen a TV campaign from Audible a couple of months ago. Christmas is coming, and I can guarantee that all the players, Podimo, Nextory, Storytel, will all do advertising campaigns. My estimation is that between the four of us, all these players, we invested more than 10 million euros in TV campaigns to create a category. And this is very good. I mean, I really think that that each one is contributing on one side, on the content creation, and the other side, on the category creation. We also invest in a lot of money in what we call social media campaigns, paid campaigns. We also, as Carmen is indicated, helping the authors to promote also their audiobooks in the different social media networks. But I think it's a very good, healthy momentum in the Spanish market that we have all these different players investing quite a lot of money to create the category.
More than the money that is invested promoting books. So
I think in books, maybe I would say we never seen this kind of money when promoting ebooks. I think in print books, publishers do spend a lot of money promoting print books, but we never saw it in ebooks. But it's good that we see it in audiobooks.
I mean, as a category,
as
a format. And related to that, so you have the audience that already knows the format, but how you capture more audiences? You mentioned during our previous meeting that now that people have got used to listen to music in streaming platforms, then these people can be captured from Spotify, YouTube, and other platforms, even, you said, from podcasts. But the question is, how? Because in fact there is the act of listening, but what is the relationship between listening music and listening audiobooks? How you think that you can capture this audience from music, podcast?
Should I go?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
I think during the day we have different moods. The same in print. You wake up and you might be reading the newspaper, and then later on in the day you might read a magazine, and then at night before going to bed you might read a book. In listening is the same thing. You might wake up in the morning and you want something quick, something to put you up to date, and you might be listening to a podcast. And then you go out, and during lunch you might be doing sports, and you might be listening to the news, or might be listening to an audiobook in the afternoon. So I think by having audio content from the publishing community in as many places as possible, I think the key, my message to the publishers, have your audio content everywhere, available in as many platforms as possible, because the listening audience is in many different places. For example, we in Podimo have taken out our content from Podimo, and we have placed our content in Apple Podcasts as a way to basically go toward the listeners. The listeners today, especially in the US Hispanic markets, and in the Apple channel, and I mean, to really speed up our process for people to know that Podimo content is available, we have decided to place it there. So my recommendation is distribute your content to as many places as possible in order to enlarge the audience.
Carmen, you were... Santos, sorry.
Yeah, I would say I think one of the drivers could be experimentation. I mean, what we're doing today is basically transforming a book into an audiobook, basically. So, I mean, experimentation means trying with short stories, dramatized audio, celebrities, as Carmen mentioned before. I mean, this is attracting people. I know small pills of content that you can hear in the morning, just to feel good or to learn something about your business or something you want to learn. So I think we have to experiment with different content, not just translation, not just a translation of the regular standard book.
Yeah, I agree with Santos there. I think also it goes through publishers working with the talent, with the authors, and also introducing the format. I mean, introducing audio as a very flexible format, right? You can obviously have your book converted into an audiobook, and it's something that you wrote to be read on paper, but you can also use the audio format to be present and maybe have a podcast and get an audience there that can then turn to your book. Yeah, I think it's a mix of both. I mean, you need to have good content in the podcast. You need to have all your great books in the audiobooks, and you also have to make sure that when a book reader wants to turn into audio, he or she can find the best books and the best authors there represented in some way.
So that links us with the production-related drivers. There are a lot. The first one maybe, I don't know if the most important, the quality and diversity of accents. Excuse me. No, sorry, I thought I was interrupting you. So this quality and diversity of accents is really a growth driver. It's so important to produce in the accent that is more common to the local markets, or it's something that is, it will be important in the future, but now that what is important is content, to produce more content. Accent is something that could be left beside.
Well, I mean, if I can speak to it, I think accent is key in the sense that, I mean, in two ways. First of all, the audiobook market is a global market. So as Santos said before, I mean, you're not, or as you said before, you're not selling only in the country where you're producing, you're selling in a global marketplace. So you should definitely see the diversity of accents as an opportunity to bring in different audiences. And in this sense, I think we talked about, we're doing like a 50-50 among us publishers. We're doing like 50% Castilian accent, and then the other 50% is more of like a Latin accent, and all the different accents that are inside the Latin accent, right? It's not just one accent. So I think you should be mindful of accent because this is a global market. You should also be mindful of the accent because the accent sometimes needs to represent what's behind the book and the stories that is behind the book and the diversity of voices that are represented in literature, right? Literature is told from different points of view, and it's also important to take into account, where the character is from, where the author is from. If the character is in some way has a particular ethnicity that it's your responsibility to represent through a voice. So accent is key when you talk about catalog and quality.
Even for podcast?
Even for podcasts, it's the same thing. I fully agree that if the story takes place in Colombia or if the author is from Mexico, you have to produce in that accent because then it doesn't really transmit credibility in the storytelling. And also it adds value to the listener. And so first, in order to decide the production, first we look where the story takes place or where the author's from, and we produce in the respective accent. Also, as we know, accents don't travel that well backwards, meaning that in Latin America, there is a higher propensity on openness to listen to content produced from Spain with the Castilian accent, but unfortunately in Spain that's not the case. In our case, only 20-25% of the listeners in Spain are willing to make the little effort, because it's just a little effort, to listen to a Colombian or Mexican or Argentinian accent audio or book or podcast. Whereas the other way around, in Mexico, in Colombia, in Argentina, up to 60% of our listeners have no problem listening to Castilian content. So for Spanish publishers, it's good news that the content they produce in Castilian more or less travels okay to the other side of the Atlantic. But if you're a Latin American publisher and you want your content to be sold in Spain, then you might have to think of doing a duplicate version in Castilian version if you want that product to have a longer commercial return.
And that makes the production more expensive.
Well, it's double the price. So I recommend first always to publishers to, based on the data they have from their author, from that title, to basically have a first production on the accent where it's most sold.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on you might think about doing a second production on the other accent.
And will the artificial intelligence solve this problem? We will help publishers to reach the goal of having different access in a cheaper way?
I personally have no doubt. Not yet. I mean, we won't see it next year or in the next 3 years. But I will see that by the end of this decade, publishers will be able to produce at a cheaper rate more audio content, especially from categories like nonfiction, where the narration doesn't have, I will say, a human spirit, meaning there's no... I mean, when you read a novel, when you listen to a novel, the different, characters might be sad, glad, or they might be celebrating a party, whatever. You have to transmit that human emotions. With no fiction, if it's an essay about, I don't know, politics in Spain, it could be most likely be read by artificial intelligence very well, very soon. Very soon meaning next 3-5 years.
Do you agree, even with the accents? Or it will sound too metallic, too robotic?
No. I think, going back to the accent, I think accent is part of the quality issue. I mean, for Spaniards here in Spain, only 20% accept non-Spanish accent. So this is part of what our listener assumes that is quality. If we jump to synthetic voices or artificial voices, I fully agree with Javier. It's here it's coming. I mean, in English, I've seen excellent narrations by artificial voices. In Spanish, it's still a lot of work to do. But nonfiction will be the first. I mean, it's easy. You don't need to there's these emotions that you have to transmit in fiction are not required in nonfiction. So that's exactly what Javier told us.
But I think that
yeah, and I also think that it's. I'm sorry, Arantxa, I also think that there's the issue of, I mean, we're at a point where we're building an industry of talented narrators, right? So obviously you have to consider AI, and it's a technology that will help us a lot in the future. But you also have to be wary that you're building also an industry of narrators that didn't exist before and that are learning a new trade and a new skill. In a way, narrating an audiobook is very different than dubbing or doing other audio work. And there is a temptation to produce quickly and cheaply, right? Because we have a big catalog to produce, but definitely that can play against the format if the quality is not that great. And I also think there's a responsibility to tell the consumer when you're putting a synthetic voice, right? If you publish, it's fine. You're trying AI, but you should also make sure that that's clear to the consumer. You're not just putting a fake name out there.
But audiobooks, the production is very, very expensive for small publishers. And well, this is a very high barrier to entry to deal with the production. Maybe the artificial intelligence could help little publishers to go into this market and to succeed in. Because what is the opportunity that a little publisher has now in this market with these formats?
Well, the way that most small independent publishers are going is either they get enough subsidy from their national governments in Latin America and Spain, and I will highly recommend the Spanish government to further invest in giving subsidies for small and independent houses to create more audio content to be available in the market.
I hope someone in the Spanish government is listening to us.
Most likely. So that's why I send this message, because I think it's very important. The more, as we talk, in the more volume, the more content available, the high quality volume in the market, the category will get bigger. And producing an audiobook, a 200-page book, transforming to an audiobook, if it's high quality, as we all claim it could be 2,000, 3,000 euros. And the recovery of those 2,000, 3,000 euros, it might take 2-3 years to get them back. Mm-hmm. So for a medium-sized company or a small independent, it's quite a lot of money. I think artificial intelligence will help, but that's not going to come soon. It's coming, but it's not going to come soon. But also then all these platforms that we mentioned before, they are investing quite a lot in licensing rights from independent houses to assume them the risk. Like Storytel, Audible, Podimo, we're buying rights on the market. We assume the risk and we take those content to the market, and we basically demonstrate the publisher that there is a business in audio. And my experience has been that after they license 5, 7, 10, they stop licensing and they produce them themselves. Mm-hmm. Because they realize they make more money if they produce them themselves. But at the beginning, you have to convince publishers. I mean, Planeta and Penguin are 100% convinced that there is a market. But for this medium-sized and small publishers, you have to demonstrate that there is a market. And as I said, after 7, 10 licensed audiobooks, they say, oh, I'm going to do it myself. And that's good news. And to me, the platforms, they've done their homework. They have demonstrated that there is a market for them.
Mm-hmm. And Arantxa, we at Penguin, we're also partnering with independent publishers. So, and the experience has been a bit what Javier is saying. I think we've also shown them that there is an opportunity that we take the risk. Hey, if it's a good book, we want it in audio, right? So we have partnered with at least 5 publishers, and even our colleagues in the US, the Penguin Audio division is doing Spanish audio as well. So that's also an opportunity if you don't want your content to be exclusive to one platform.
Yes, a big one, really.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And well, we have just only 5 minutes. For the 5 growth driver, that is the diversity of business models. You talk about subscriptions, unit sales, and libraries, but which one is the most productive in the Spanish-speaking markets? It's a question, a matter of culture, I guess, or not?
Well, I think the Spanish markets, we have gone from the past to the future without going through the present, meaning the Anglo-Saxon, the UK, the US, why they have this unit market or this credit model is because they had huge audiobook market in physical units. First it was in cassettes, then in CDs, and then in digital. But in Spain, we never had that market. As you know, 25 years ago, Alfaguara tried to create this market, and they were ahead of the game. And basically, there was this legend in the Spanish market that never we're going to have, an audiobook market. And Spanish publishers came to Frankfurt to buy rights, and they bought print rights, and later on ebook rights, but they never bought audio rights because supposedly they were never. Well, now things have changed, and of course they're buying now audio rights. But we have gone from a no market to a streaming market. 90% of the sales being incurred in the Spanish market are streaming. So that's the reality of this market. There's some units sales, but very small, and there is also a small library model. But the culture in Latin America and in Spain is streaming, and that's the dominant.
3% for libraries.
3%, yeah.
Yes, it's quite a small amount, no?
Well, I can send another message to the Spanish government. They should further invest in...
please take note.
Yeah, please take note. I don't know if they're going to invite me to the reception later on, but nevertheless, here's my message to them. And I think it's very important, especially with library services. There's a lot of people that cannot afford an audiobook in a unit sale. It's an average of 20 euros, or neither a subscription service of $9.99 or $6.99 or whatever. So I think it's very important that we have a library service that can attend those people. And the libraries have to acquire licenses from the publishers. And at the end, it's money that goes back to the publishing sector, because that subsidy that the government gives to the libraries, at the end, the libraries buy, those audiobooks from the publishers. So the authors, they all benefit from it. So the more money we put into the system, the better for everyone. If the platforms are putting 10 million euros in creating the category, I think the Spanish government had put at least another 10 million euros in library licenses.
10 million.
Yeah, we forgot to mention. We forgot to mention that that's another player that can promote the category, right? The government through.
Yeah, very right.
Through the library.
Yeah, this is something I was going to mention, that the digital consumption at libraries is underrepresented. I mean, ebooks and audiobooks, the consumption done by users of libraries is very low, because a few people know that this is available. So they have to do a lot of work of communicating that this kind of offer is available for free at libraries all over Spain.
So it's a lack of knowledge, but not a lack of interest.
No, the catalogs are small, as Javier mentioned. But if you go out to the street and you ask people, do you know audiobooks at libraries? They will say, what are you talking about? Nobody knows.
Exactly.
Even if you talk about ebooks at libraries, it's still very small. So I think that I've seen numbers from UK and US, and it's huge consumption at libraries, whereas in Spain it's still low.
Okay. Yes, this will be a question for our next panel, because the time is over. Well, we have 50 seconds right now, so I will take advantage to thank you, to thank our audience to be here listening to us. And I invite you to continue this conversation, the Spanish government too. And thank you very much to the Frankfurt Book Fair to give us the opportunity to speak about the audiobook and podcast in Spanish and the Spanish markets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
und herzlich willkommen zu unserem Panel Frauen in der Fotografie, machen und zeigen. Gemeinsam mit Künstlerinnen, Kuratorinnen und Projektleiterinnen möchten wir über dieses Thema sprechen. Bevor ich meine Kolleginnen kurz vorstelle, möchte ich ganz kurz anreißen, um was es geht. Wir wollen reden über die Präsenz von weiblichen Positionen im Kunstbetrieb, über die ewige Frage nach dem weiblichen Blick, über die Darstellung von Weiblichkeit, über Verantwortung von Künstlerinnen und Kuratorinnen und auch über die Frage, was und was nicht gezeigt werden kann und in welchem Kontext. Ich beginne nun, meine Kolleginnen vorzustellen und fange an mit Dorothee Lindmann. Dorothee, du bist Historikerin und Ausstellungskuratorin, hast in Münster und Krakau studiert und dort in Münster auch 2013 promoviert zu dem Thema, und du warst an der Neugestaltung der Dauerausstellung Frankfurt einst beteiligt im Historischen Museum. Du hast verschiedene Ausstellungen kuratiert über das Frauenwahlrecht, über Kleider in Bewegung, Frauenmode von 1860 bis 1930 und bist derzeit daran, eine große Ausstellung zum Thema Frankfurter Fotografinnen vorzubereiten. Und darüber hinaus gilt dein Interesse der Geschichte und Gegenwart der Fotografie, vor allem der Frankfurter Fotografie, dem Sammeln, Gender Studies, Visual Arts und Demokratiegeschichte. Und vielleicht erzählst du uns gleich anhand von ein paar Bildern ein bisschen was über das Projekt.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Einführung. Ja, genau, ich habe kein Bewegtbild mitgebracht. Es geht ja auch um historische Fotografie bei dem Thema. Ich habe ein paar Bilder auch mitgebracht, die auch zeigen, dass das Machen und Zeigen von Fotografie und insbesondere auch von Fotografinnen und ihrer Position. Wir sehen hier zum Beispiel Abisak Thömann im Bild in einem Porträt von Christina von Haugwitz. Oder auch, wenn wir über das Thema Verantwortung und Fotografie sprechen, hier auch Barbara Klemm zum Beispiel auch bei einem Protest in Frankfurt zur Buchmesse, wo ihr die Kamera weggenommen wird, aber auch frühe Fotografinnen haben wir in Frankfurt, die eben auch schon sehr früh im 19. Jahrhundert in Ateliers tätig waren. Und ich denke, viele Fotografinnen, die wir jetzt hier so summarisch in der Präsentation sehen, von 60er Jahre Fotojournalismus, Abisak Thömann, Barbara Klemm, Inge Werth, Barbara Sulze-Kleinemeier, aber auch frühe Fotografinnen wie die Hess-Schwestern, die ja jetzt auch im Museum Giersch zu sehen sind, Positionen, die noch nie gesehen wurden so und auch beschrieben worden. Ich denke auch, da sehen wir, da ist noch viel Bedarf, Fotografinnen sichtbar zu machen und auch die Frage, wie wir in dem Sammeln und dem Zeigen auch in Ausstellungen sozusagen da auch mit diesen Positionen weiterarbeiten und sie auch nach vorne schieben.
Sehr schön, vielen Dank. Ich hatte euch alle gebeten, im Anschluss an die Vorstellung mir ein kurzes Statement zukommen zu lassen, mit dem ich sozusagen noch die Vorstellungsrunde abschließe. Dein Statement möchte ich kurz vorlesen. Die Kamera als Instrument der Selbstbestimmung eröffnete bürgerlichen Fotografinnen in der Weimarer Republik neue Arbeitsperspektiven. Bis heute bestimmen die geschlechterspezifischen Bedingungen der Arbeits- und Lebensverhältnisse der Frauen, wie auch ihr Wandel, Form und Inhalt der fotografischen Werke, ihre Veröffentlichung und museale Präsentation. Vielen Dank, Dorothea. Ich mache weiter mit der Künstlerin in der Runde, mit Sandra. Künstlerin mit Schwerpunkt Fotografie, ich glaube, das kann man auf jeden Fall sagen. Es gibt vielfältige Themen, mit denen du dich in deinen Arbeiten auseinandersetzt, die Beziehung der Menschen untereinander, Natur, Umwelt, Tiere, Gender-Thematik. Du widmest dich aber auch den Grundlagen der Fotografie, den Themen Bildsprache und Wahrnehmung. Du hast Ausstellungen im In- und Ausland kuratiert. Du warst Jurymitglied bei verschiedenen Fotografie- und auch Kunstwettbewerben. Du bist Kunstbotschafterin der Keep the World Foundation und noch gar nicht so lange her auch Preisträgerin der Goethe-Plakette der Stadt Frankfurt, einer wirklich besonderen Auszeichnung. Deine Werke sind in vielen, vielen Museen und Sammlungen vertreten, auch so bei uns in der Börse. Und auch du hast einen kleinen Einspieler mitgebracht zu dir und deiner Arbeit, den wir uns jetzt kurz anschauen. Sehr schön, wirklich ein schöner, schneller Einblick durch vieles, was dich ausmacht. Wir kennen uns ja auch schon sehr lange, insofern. Auch du hast uns ein Statement mitgebracht zum Einstieg in die Thematik. Künstler sind Seismographen der Gesellschaft, die mit Hilfe der Fotografie Tatsachen dokumentieren oder neue Realitäten schaffen. Jetzt mache ich weiter bei dir, liebe Sabine. Sabine Seitz, Fotografin. Seit 2005 bist du im Fotografieforum als Geschäftsführerin tätig, aber vor allen Dingen eben auch Mitinitiatorin, von Beginn dabei bei den Ray-Fotografieprojekten Frankfurt Rhein-Main, seit 2012 als Projektleiterin. Ich glaube, ich habe es auch schon mal geschrieben, du bist Herzstück und Seele dieses bunten Vereins von Kuratorinnen und Kuratoren, die alle 3 Jahre eben versuchen, dieses internationale Festival zu einem bestimmten Thema zusammenzubringen. Und ja, vor allen Dingen das Potenzial der Fotografie in Frankfurt und in der Region auch aufzuzeigen. Sammlung, Substanz, Expertise, Know-how, all das. Dazu hast du einen kurzen Film mitgebracht und den wollen wir uns jetzt angucken. Das war noch fixer. Genau, und auf Ray gehen wir auch gleich später im Gespräch nochmal ein. Ich möchte noch kurz dein Statement erwähnen. Die Herausforderungen im Zeigen von fotografischen Positionen ist für mich fast spannender als das eigene Produzieren von Bildern. Die Auseinandersetzung mit den Werken der Künstlerinnen in Verbindung mit der Arbeit der Kuratorinnen, den unterschiedlichen Ausstellungsorten und einem großen Thema verheißt spannende Diskurse, die meist zu sehr tollen Präsentationen führen und über das hinausgehen, was üblicherweise gezeigt wird. So empfinde ich die Ray-Triennale als ein hervorragendes Experimentierfeld für das fotografische Medium. So, last but not least, darf ich mich auch selber kurz vorstellen. Ich glaube, dafür muss ich nicht lesen. Ich bin Kunsthistorikerin. Ich bin Kuratorin der Art Collection Deutsche Börse, einer Sammlung zeitgenössischer Fotografie, die die Deutsche Börse im Jahr 1999 begonnen hat zu sammeln. Ich bin die Direktorin der Deutsche Börse Photography Foundation, einer Stiftung, die die Deutsche Börse 2015 gegründet hat, in der sie ihr ganzes Engagement, das Sammeln, das Ausstellen und auch das Fördern von zeitgenössischer Fotografie, an das sie übertragen hat. Ich habe verschiedene Ausstellungen auch für andere Institutionen kuratiert, unter anderem Fotografinnen an der Front mit einer Kollegin über weibliche Kriegsfotografin. Bin die Co-Herausgeberin zahlreicher Bildbände zur Sammlung und zu anderen fotografischen Themen und darüber hinaus Lehrbeauftragte an der Hochschule für Gestaltung in Offenbach für den Bereich Kunst, Schwerpunkt Fotografie. Und aktuell zeige ich bei uns in den Ausstellungsräumlichkeiten 2 Ausstellungen, die sich rein weiblichen Fotografinnen, Künstlerinnen widmet und insgesamt dort 10 Positionen zeigt. Einmal von Evelyn Hofer und einmal Female Perspectives. Und zur Sammlung habe ich auch einen ganz kurzen Film mitgebracht, den wir jetzt anschauen. The art collection is at the heart of the foundation. We started it 20 years ago, and today it comprises more than 2,000 works of contemporary photography from more than 130 artists from 27 nations. It's continuously growing, so we're still collecting every year. We are acquiring new positions. When I speak of positions, I mean we never buy a single work of art by one artist, but always a series or part of a series. So it's like an in-depth collecting, which I think is quite important. The beauty of the process of collecting is to see how these completely different works of art from different times, from different artists and different languages come together and create a kind of body. Auch ich habe ein kurzes Statement mitgebracht zum Einstieg. Auch wenn die Herausforderungen für Frauen im Berufsstand der Fotografie, darin ihren Platz zu finden, deutlich größer waren, haben Sie in allen Bereichen des Mediums, von der künstlerischen Fotografie über den Journalismus bis zur Kriegsfotografie, in den letzten Jahrzehnten Großes geleistet und Bedeutendes geschaffen. Und es wird Zeit, dem noch mehr Aufmerksamkeit zu widmen. So, jetzt wollen wir anfangen zu sprechen. Vielleicht, Sabine, die Frage an dich erstmal. Was kann ein Festival wie Ray zu der Thematik Frauen in der Fotografie leisten? Oder was leistet es?
Ja, natürlich, wir versuchen ja schon seit Anbeginn von Ray natürlich auch solchen Positionen viel mehr Platz einzuräumen, ne? Viel weiter über diesen Tellerrand, den man normalerweise um sich hat, hinaus zu gucken. Und ich meine, ihr Kuratorinnen bei Ray, ihr seid in der Überzahl, also es ist überwiegend von Frauen kuratiert. Wir haben 2 Männer dabei gehabt in den letzten Jahren. Und das hat natürlich auch dazu beigetragen, dass man einfach auch das Bedürfnis viel größer ausgedrückt hat, Frauen den Raum auch zu geben, sich mit Positionen darzustellen. Ich muss allerdings auch gestehen, es ist uns manchmal gar nicht so gut gelungen mit den Themen, die wir zur Verfügung hatten. Ne? Also ich weiß gar nicht, im ersten Jahr von Ray, wie viele Frauen da dabei waren. Ich glaube, es waren wahrscheinlich überwiegend doch auch wieder männliche Positionen. Ich weiß aber, dass es natürlich immer wieder vehement diskutiert wird und natürlich sich auch mit der Zeit nach vorne gedrängt hat, ne? Dass man einfach die Diversität wirklich der entspricht, ne? Weil es ist einfach an der Zeit. Also wir haben jetzt in den letzten Jahren so viele Ausstellungen gehabt, die Frauen in der Schirn, fantastischen Frauen, die verschiedenen Ausstellungen, die in anderen Häusern gelaufen sind, ne, die Ausstellung der Collezione Donata Pizzi, die wir im Fotografieforum gezeigt haben, die ausschließlich italienische Frauen präsentiert hat. Und Ray versucht dem natürlich auch gerecht zu werden. Aber ja, ich muss gestehen, ich weiß, dass auch im 2021 jetzt waren wir nicht wirklich zufrieden mit der Ausgewogenheit, die da tatsächlich auch noch nicht richtig gegeben war. Mhm. Aber es ist immer wieder ein Thema, nur man muss natürlich auch abwägen, wir wollen gute Positionen und dann ist es auch manchmal egal, ob es von einem Mann oder von einer Frau oder von einer diversen Person ist, weil es geht ja auch, das Thema soll ja auch im Vordergrund stehen. Mhm. Und das ausschließlich sich dann auf Positionen von Frauen zu richten, ohne dass das tatsächlich passend ist, wäre jetzt auch nicht gut.
Ja, es ist spannend, was du ansprichst. Natürlich, es fängt ja sehr viel früher an. Also ich glaube, wir sind uns alle einig, dass es mehr Werke von Frauen gezeigt werden, in der Fotografie, aber ich denke in anderen Bereichen genauso. Ja. Aber das, was du angesprochen hast, ist sehr interessant. Ich weiß nicht, wie es euch ergeht. Also ich weiß, als ich vor 10 Jahren angesprochen wurde, wie ist denn die Frauenquote, habe ich das erste Mal angefangen zu zählen und habe auch aus voller Überzeugung gesagt, es ist die Qualität, die zählt. Heute würde ich das ganz anders sehen. Also da hat ein Sinneswandel stattgefunden und aus verschiedenen Richtungen. Die Diskussionen, die man führt, erwachsene Töchter, die man hat, natürlich auch eine Erwartungshaltung von außen, aber aus tiefster Überzeugung. Wie ist das bei euch? Könnt ihr auch sagen, dass da ein Wandel stattgefunden hat, dass das Thema sich auch nochmal entwickelt hat?
Also ich würde schon denken, gerade in den Ausstellungshäusern oder auch den Museen, hat, denke ich, schon die Teamzusammensetzung, die ja auch mehr, also immer mehr Kuratorinnen machen auch Ausstellungen und ich denke, dass da eben auch nochmal auch natürlich diversere Themen mit hineinkommen. Und ich denke, das andere ist, durch das Ansprechen verschiedener, diverser Themen gerät natürlich auch die Sammlung oder die Frage, was stelle ich aus, stärker in den Blick und damit auch die Frage, auch Nebenperspektiven, die vielleicht auch vorliegen in den Sammlungen und zu den Ausstellungen führen, vermeintliche Nebenperspektiven, das heißt lange nicht besprochene fotografische Positionen, dadurch, dass es eben Fotografinnen sind, die rücken dann ins Licht und da entdeckt man erstmal Qualität, die einfach vorher gar nicht besprochen wurde. Also deswegen denke ich, die Qualitätsfrage ist auch eine starke historische Sichtbarkeitsfrage und des Kanons.
Ja, total. Ja, ja. Das ist sagen wir mal, ein strukturelles Problem, wo eben ein Umdenken, und da geht es ja nicht nur um Darstellung von Weiblichkeit oder von Frauen, da geht es ja um viele, viele andere Gruppen. Du hattest, als wir im Vorgespräch gesprochen haben, Dorothee, auch gesagt, dass wir verhindern sollen, auch wenn wir uns einig sind, mehr Frauen zu zeigen, dass wir Stereotypen oder Kategorien verfestigen oder sogar noch Klischees. Kannst du dazu noch mal was sagen?
Ja, die Frage stellte sich mir auch gerade bei historischen Themen, wo wir ja oft auch mit Lebenswelten konfrontiert sind, historischen, die ja in einer gesellschaftlichen Normierung stattfinden, die wir heute gar nicht mehr kennen. Die Frage ist auch, wie haben sich damals Menschen auch bezeichnet, was für Möglichkeiten hatten sie, und sehr wahrscheinlich das würde ich mal sagen, haben sich viele Frauenrechtlerinnen und Fotografinnen der 20er Jahre als Frauen bezeichnet, während wir heute vielleicht auf deren Lebensperspektive noch mal ganz anders gucken. Das heißt, auch in dem, wie wir Menschen rahmen in ihrem historischen Setting, erzeugen wir ja selber wieder Bilder, wie sozusagen eine Gesellschaft sich formt, was für Werte sie hat. Und ich denke, da auch noch mal das in einen Kontext zu setzen und deutlich zu machen, dass es wandelbar ist, dass auch unsere Bilder wieder auch natürlich von Bildern, die wir gesellschaftlich mitbekommen, geformt sind und auch aus unserer Lebenswelt die entnehmen. Das ist, denke ich, ganz wichtig, eine Reflexion auch in die Arbeit mit reinzubringen und sie auch den Zuschauerinnen anzubieten. Das meine ich mit dem Problem des Stereotyps.
Ja, ich glaube, das immer wieder zurücktreten und sich der eigenen Perspektive bewusst zu werden, ist ganz wichtig, dass man das nicht nur anderen zuschreibt, sondern dass man es für sich selber, sich darüber im Klaren ist, dass es immer auch ein gewisser Korridor ist, ne, des Kanons, der Geschichte des Lernens, des Lehrens auch. Ne?
Ja, vielleicht kann ich noch mal kurz aus Künstlersicht oder kunstschaffenden Sicht sagen. Also ich finde, dass man schon, oder dass ich immer versucht habe, das zu ignorieren. Also diese in Anführungszeichen weibliche Sicht, finde ich, ist jetzt nicht so, steht nicht so im Vordergrund in meiner Arbeit zum Beispiel oder auch bei der Arbeit anderer Kunstschaffenden, sondern erstmal in erster Linie versucht man halt ein Thema zu bearbeiten und das kommt dann oft eher so von außen, diese Zuordnung oder das Stereotyp.
Ja, ja.
Ganz kurz, ne, weil wir über diese Qualität auch gesprochen haben, wollte ich nur eine kleine Anekdote noch erzählen, dass als wir im Fotografieforum diese 100 Jahre Leica-Schau gezeigt wurden, da waren ja natürlich auch sehr viele Bilder von Inge Morath dabei und wir hatten damals von der Inge Morath Stiftung auch einen Gast da, das war für mich eine neue Geschichte, der erzählt hat, dass Inge Morath sich ja bei Magnum beworben hat, indem sie ihren Vornamen rückwärts geschrieben hat und Cartier-Bresson dann eigentlich gar nicht wusste, ist es ein Mann oder eine Frau und sehr begeistert war über die Aufnahmen, die da eben vor ihm lagen und natürlich dann total erschrocken war in einer gewissen Weise, dass es eine Frau war, dass da plötzlich dann doch eine Frau vor ihm gestanden hat. Und das fand ich natürlich schon, was du gerade auch gesagt hast, Dorothee, sehr bezeichnend. In dieser Zeit war per se eine Frau, die fotografiert oder eine Frau, die Kunst macht oder auch andere Qualitäten hat, einfach von vornherein war das noch viel skeptischer betrachtet worden. Ne? Und dass sie diesen kleinen Dreh da gefunden hat, ne? Einfach Inge mal rückwärts zu schreiben und er dann einfach gar nicht wusste, ne, einfach nur begeistert war von den Bildern und gesagt hat, ja, den nehmen wir sofort. Ne? Und das ist natürlich sehr bezeichnend für diese Zeit, aber sie hat da der Geschichte auch so ein kleines Schnäppchen geschlagen und hat mit ihrer Qualität gepunktet. Und er konnte nicht erkennen, dass es ein weiblicher Blick war. Er hat einfach nur die Fotos gut gefunden.
Ja, ich glaube, das, wie gesagt, mit dem Weiblichen. Aber Magnum ist natürlich ein wunderbares Beispiel dafür, zu sehen, wie die Geschichte sich gewandelt hat.
Ja.
Ein wirklicher Männerverein, muss man ja sagen. Weniger Frauen. Ich habe ja eine Magnum-Ausstellung kuratiert, wo es eben um kommerzielle Aufträge von Magnum-Fotografen gibt. Das heißt, wir sind wirklich einmal ins physische und ins digitale Archiv. Und die Co-Kuratorin vom Fotografiemuseum Amsterdam und ich, wir haben natürlich Positionen zu finden, aber da gab es einfach nicht viel.
Nicht viel, ne?
Also sie waren sogar am Anfang besser aufgestellt als später. Und jetzt ist natürlich, über die ist ja auch ein Shitstorm hereingebrochen, jetzt ist Olivia Haster die Präsidentin. Also es ist ein Riesenthema. Man merkt, die neu aufgenommenen Künstlerinnen, dass da ein Wandel stattgefunden hat. Aber es war, glaube ich, nicht so einfach. Es ist ja als Kooperative gehört es den Fotografen, das sozusagen den auszutreiben. Und die Geschichten darüber, wie Fotografinnen ihren Platz finden mussten, ob das Anja Niedringhaus war, die, ich weiß nicht, wie viele Wochen lang jeden Tag einen Brief geschrieben hat, bis man sie nach Jugoslawien hat gehen lassen, ins Konfliktgebiet aus dem Büro. Oder Barbara, die sich immer wieder einfuchsen musste, um in bestimmte Situationen, so wie das berühmte Brezhnev-Brandbild, die Möglichkeit zu haben, da überhaupt reinzukommen.
Ja.
Das sind zwar Anekdoten, aber ich glaube, ich weiß nicht, Sandra, wie dir es geht aus der Sicht der Fotografen. Für uns sind es heute sehr schöne Anekdoten für Frauen, die ihren Platz gefunden haben. Aber es spricht ja schon davon, dass es eben, also wirklich, die Kriegsfotografin Lee Miller, die wurden nicht an die Front gelassen, die wurden nur in die Lazarette gelassen, ganz lange, weil man gesagt hat, das ist da, wo ihr euren Platz habt.
Aber es ändert sich auch. Also die Frauen nehmen auch immer mehr ihren Raum. Die weiblichen Fotografen.
Nehmen oder bekommen?
Nee, ich glaube, das ist eine sehr gute Frage. Vielleicht sogar beides, ich hoffe. Ja.
Das wäre schön, ja. Also ich meine, wenn sie es nur bekommen würden, dann wäre es ja wieder, hätte es ja wieder praktisch etwas.
Also ich bin ja auch für Gleichberechtigung für die Männer. Es gibt ja auch Situationen oder Umstände, wo die Gleichberechtigung auch mehr für die Frauen irgendwie den Frauen zugewandter ist. Aber in dem Fall wäre es schon schön, wenn es von beiden kommt, ja.
Als wir gesprochen haben, Sandra, im Vorgespräch hast du auch darüber gesprochen, dass dir ein wichtiges Anliegen ist, die Verantwortung nicht nur der Kuratorin, sondern auch der Künstlerin selber gegenüber ihren Protagonistinnen zum Beispiel, gegenüber dem, was dargestellt wird, vielleicht auch gegenüber der Darstellung von Weiblichkeit. Kannst du dazu ein bisschen was erzählen, wie du das für dich empfindest oder wie du damit arbeitest?
Also wir hatten darüber gesprochen, also ich unterrichte auch Fotografie und Bildsprache und eben auch junge Fotoschaffende. Und ich finde es halt sehr wichtig, gerade in dem Moment, wo die Frauen oder vielmehr die Models eigentlich, die fotografiert werden, sehr jung sind und überhaupt nicht überreißen können, wie dann in Zukunft ihr Leben mit diesen Bildern, die dann jetzt vor allen Dingen auch in den neuen Medien halt im Internet auch kursieren, die dann nicht mehr wegzudenken sind oder nicht mehr wegzubringen sind, dass die Fotoschaffenden halt einfach die Verantwortung dafür übernehmen. Insbesondere sind die ja oft älter als die Models. Also sie fangen ja schon mit 14 teilweise in den Agenturen an zu arbeiten. Und natürlich ist dann der Fotoschaffende in so einer Art Machtposition. Also egal, ob jetzt männlich oder weiblich, aber dass die sich halt deren Zukunft irgendwie bewusst sind, ja. Also die können dann vielleicht in dem Moment das nicht so überblicken, was mit Aktfotos dann zum Beispiel in der Zukunft passiert oder wie die wahrgenommen werden. Und wenn sie älter sind, würden sie es vielleicht gar nicht machen wollen. Also dass eben den Fotoschaffenden, die jetzt eben quasi studieren, dass die sich ihrer Verantwortung gegenüber den Porträts oder vielmehr den Models bewusst sind, ja.
Ja, ich glaube, das kann man vielen Arbeiten sehen, die, weiß ich nicht, vielleicht vor 2000 entstanden sind. Auch in unserer Ausstellung jetzt, wenn wir die Female Perspectives, die eben diese neuen Fotografinnen zeigt, das sind fast ausschließlich Porträts. Und man ist so ein bisschen verzaubert und ich glaube, ein Teil ist auch die Unschuld der Protagonistinnen im Umgang mit dem Medium. Also niemand hat sich damals, wenn er auf der Straße fotografiert wurde, von Evelyn Hofer darüber Gedanken gemacht, wo das Bild auftauchen könnte. Niemals wäre auf die Idee gekommen, jetzt müsste man erstmal ein Formular rausziehen, um das zu klären, was ja auch nachvollziehbar ist, weil ja auch nachvollziehbar ist, weil Bilder kursieren. Aber ich glaube, dass das alles sich sehr stark verschoben hat dadurch. Es gibt ganz andere Risiken, aber es gibt auch wie gesagt, ein bisschen eine Unschuld, die verloren gegangen ist. Und zwar auch von den Protagonistinnen, aber auch von den Fotografinnen selber, oder?
Spontanität auch, ne?
Ja, oder Fotos, die man gar nicht macht, weil man weiß, ich kann jetzt nicht anhalten vorher und fragen nach den Bildrechten, aber ich kann es eigentlich auch nicht verwenden.
Also ich denke, es gibt ja auch einen großen Widerspruch in der Frage, es gibt unglaublich viele Bilder, die wir selber erzeugen, wo man ja auch vielleicht 20 Jahre später denkt, wenn ich das ins Internet gestellt habe, das möchte ich eigentlich nicht. Und gleichzeitig so eine sehr große Furcht in der professionellen Fotografie oder auch eine große Frage, wie kann ich noch fotografieren, gerade was eben das Recht am Bild angeht. Und da denke ich mir schon, wenn ich mir jetzt auch angucke, Pressejournalismus der 60er Jahre zum Beispiel von Abisak Thömann, Barbara Klemm, Inge Werth, die haben sehr viel soziale Fotografie gemacht, die sich sehr stark auch an der Würde der Personen, die sie darstellen, orientiert haben. Und da denke ich mir, Fotografinnen und Fotografen sind ja auch Expertinnen dieses Mediums. Also das nochmal stärker eigentlich zu machen, auch in Ausstellungen, auch zu helfen. Also wie gelingt eigentlich der Dialog zwischen Porträtierten und denen, die Fotos machen. Und dafür sind die Fotografinnen die Expertinnen. Also das, denke ich, kann man vielleicht noch mal mehr auch in den Präsentationen zeigen.
Dialog, finde ich, ist auch ein ganz tolles Thema, weil das ist ja eigentlich ein Austausch. Also es ist ja nicht so, dass ich jetzt jemanden aufnehme und habe dann, also natürlich ist es so mein Bild von der porträtierten Person, aber eigentlich entsteht das vollständige Bild eigentlich erst in der Kommunikation miteinander und das muss auch ein Einvernehmen sein, finde ich.
Ja. Und dann wieder durch den Betrachter. Also ich denke, am Ende ist es das Bild, jeder Betrachter sieht auch in dem Bild nochmal was anderes. Ne? Aber
mit all seiner Lebenserfahrung, die er vorher hatte, ne? Also ein Bild, was vorher irgendwie, was der eine vielleicht ganz positiv sieht, sieht der andere mit einer ganz anderen Hintergrund wieder eher vielleicht negativ dann, ja.
Da kommen wir auch zu dem Thema Rezeption. Also ich glaube, selbst unabhängig, also erstmal, die Begegnung mit dem Medium selber ist ja schon mal eine sehr komplexe. Und jedes Bild sehen wir durch oder nehmen wir wahr oder es macht mit uns ja etwas, was mit dem zu tun hat, was abgebildet ist, wie die Fotografin es zeigt, wie wir das Bild aber auch wahrnehmen, hat mit unserem eigenen Bilderkanon zu tun, mit Bildern, die wir im Kopf haben. Da haben wir alle einen riesen Bilderkanon im Kopf, Gesehenes, Geträumtes, Vergessenes, Gefühltes, Erinnertes. Und dann, glaube ich, kommt auch nochmal individuelle Stimmungslage dazu. Und das ist ja eine, finde ich, super spannende Chemie. Ich weiß nicht, wie es euch geht, jedes Mal, wenn man eine Führung macht und mit Leuten spricht und die erstmal einlädt zu sagen, dass sie erzählen, wie sie das Bild begegnen und da kommt eine Bandbreite von Wahrnehmungen von bestimmten Bildern, wo man denkt, wow, das ist echt irre, was Leute nochmal da drin sehen. Also da ist die Bandbreite schon groß, aber dann haben wir das Thema nochmal Rezeption oder auch Repräsentation, dass wir natürlich Bilder eben immer aus unserem Kulturkreis, aus dem, was wir kennen, wahrnehmen, für bedeutungsvoll, ne, wie wir sozusagen Bilder gelernt haben, wahrnehmen. Und ich glaube, das ist eine spannende Herausforderung, auch da über den Tellerrand zu gucken und zu sagen, zu versuchen, uns darauf einzustellen, dass es eben Leute mit einem ganz anderen kulturellen Hintergrund, einer ganz anderen Rezeptionsgeschichte gibt, die diese Bilder betrachten und das als Kuratorinnen wieder einfließen zu lassen in unsere Arbeit. Inwieweit ist das für euch, jetzt auch für dich, Sabine, für alle, ein Thema?
Ja, also ich fand, zum Beispiel hatten wir ja eine Diskussion, bevor die Ray-Ausstellungen eröffnet wurden, über die Präsentation der Wandtexte und wie Bilder dann überhaupt auch erklärt oder beschrieben werden. Und da gab es ja auch sehr viel unterschiedliche Positionen, dass es einmal doch schon eine ziemlich konkrete Beschreibung des Werks geben sollte. Und auf der anderen Seite gab es eben auch andere Tenore, die sagten, nee, ich würde am liebsten gar nichts dazu schreiben, weil jeder soll es sehen, wie er möchte. Ne? Weil jeder hat ja eben genau diese eigenen Rezeptoren und ich möchte da gar nichts vorgeben. Das ist immer so eine Gratwanderung, ne? Weil wir kennen alle, dass wir ins Museum gehen und dann werden wir mit einer solchen Situation konfrontiert und verstehen vielleicht gar nichts, ne? Und sind dann auch nicht in der Lage, tatsächlich lange genug zu bleiben, um sich dann seine eigenen Gedanken dazu zu machen oder eine eigene Erklärung dazu zu finden. Manchmal fühlen wir uns dann total alleine gelassen. Ne? Und deswegen ist es immer ganz gut, zumindest was für mich immer wichtig ist, ist so wie ist das entstanden? Wo kam die Idee her? Ich denke jetzt nur bei Ray an die Werke von der Yagazi Emezi, die diese ganz einfachen Frauen in dieser in diesen Slums ich weiß gar nicht, Kinshasa, glaube ich, fotografiert hat. Weil irgendwann da hat sie gearbeitet und dann ist ihr aufgefallen, die machen sich alle so schön zum Wochenende hin. Ne? Aber das ist halt natürlich auch so ein was ist schön, ne? Aber das sind ganz fröhliche Bilder von Frauen, die sich rausgeputzt haben. Aber es sind in dem Sinne keine schönen Modeaufnahmen oder so. Ne? Und da steht jetzt zum Beispiel gar nichts da, aber es ist gut zu wissen, ne, wo kam ihre Idee her, das zu machen. Sie hat da halt lange in diesen Slums gearbeitet und es ist ihr irgendwann aufgefallen, zum Wochenende hin machen die sich alle so schön. Da muss ich einfach mal eine Serie von Porträts machen, um einfach ihnen auch zu zeigen, dass ich es auch schön finde und dass da in einem solchen Slum auch ganz viel Hoffnung ist und Schönheit da ist, weil man sieht das halt oft nicht. Und das finde ich schon dann immer ganz wichtig, dass es so eine Idee gibt, ja, was hat der Fotograf was hat es getriggert in einer gewissen Weise? Es muss nicht es sind ja meistens keine komplizierten Erklärungen, es ist oft ganz einfach. Ne?
Mhm. Mal mehr, mal weniger. Also ich glaube, als Kuratorin, was wir machen, ist, dass wir immer Werke kontextualisieren. Und das ist ja eine große Herausforderung. Das heißt, die Frage ist, welche Fragen stellen wir uns dabei? Und kann man, wenn man es kontextualisiert, alles zeigen? Dorothee.
Ja, ich finde eigentlich diese Tellerrand-Idee ja ein sehr schönes Bild, auch weil ich schon denke, wir können uns geografisch oder zeitlich auf verschiedene Weise über den Tellerrand begeben. Und die Tellerränder sind ja bei allen unterschiedlich.
Ja.
Und ich denke mir, was eine Möglichkeit ist, auf jeden Fall durch die Kontexte und die Perspektive, die uns, also oder unser Interesse, was wir ja aus einer bestimmten professionellen Sicht haben, da sozusagen Tellerränder zu öffnen für die Betrachterinnen. Also sei es jetzt über kulturelle Grenzen oder über zeitliche Grenzen auch. Also zu verstehen, was wird da eigentlich in einem frühen 30er-Jahre-Film gezeigt. Das kann ich vielleicht gar nicht mehr, oder in einem Foto, das kann ich vielleicht mit meiner Perspektive heute gar nicht mehr so entschlüsseln. Also,
wie war der Zugang auch zu Bildern? Ne? Also,
genau. Gleichzeitig aber finde ich auch deutlich zu machen, es ist nur eine Perspektive. Es ist meine Perspektive oder die eines Teams. Und wenn jemand anders die Ausstellung machen würde, Kolleginnen oder auch die Betrachterin, sähe sie sehr wahrscheinlich auch noch mal ein bisschen anders aus. Und diese Möglichkeit, sozusagen noch mal was anderes einzubringen, ich glaube, das ist wichtig, das noch mal offen zu halten. Also so wie das bei Ray zum Beispiel ja auch ist, einfach zu sagen, wir haben auch verschiedene Partnerinnen, die mitmachen, verschiedene Institutionen, in denen auch unterschiedlich gezeigt wird, gesehen wird. Also dadurch, glaube ich, öffnet sich auch schon viel.
Viel, ja. Ja, natürlich.
Ja, ich finde auch gerade, dass das ja das Besondere an Fotografie ist, dass sie genau oft über diesen Tellerrand hinausgeht und eben verschiedene soziale Schichten und verschiedene auch so diese Blase, in der jeder Mensch so steckt mit seinem Umfeld und seinem Kontext, dass er darüber hinausgeht und eben Dinge zeigt, die man sonst vielleicht nicht erkennt oder sieht, ja.
Mhm. Genau, ja, das hilft, den eigenen Tellerrand zu erkennen, weil ich sag mal, das ist ja die Problematik. Also vielleicht kann ich noch schnell verstehen, dass ich einen Tellerrand habe, aber wie kann ich wie kann ich finden, wo der Rand anfängt und wo das dahinter aufhört und was das, ja, also das ist auch was ich immer wieder in der Arbeit lerne, wie wir zeigen. Und die Kontextualisierung fängt ja nicht nur damit an, wie ich eine Arbeit hänge, sondern in welchen Kontext ich sie setze mit anderen Arbeiten, mit welchem Bezug, was ich eben an Informationen anbiete. Es fängt damit an, den Titel, den ich einer Ausstellung gebe, zum Beispiel, damit fange ich schon an, eine Arbeit zu kontextualisieren und ich will nicht sagen in eine Schublade, aber in eine Richtung. Es ist ja auch wichtig. Ich finde es wichtig, dass der Besucher das Gefühl hat, okay, da ist eine Idee dahinter und diese Idee muss sich irgendwie wiederfinden, aber gleichzeitig breche ich sie auf. So, und das sind so viele Schritte, die ich mache und natürlich dann vor allem die der textlichen Begleitung. Was ist zu viel und macht die Begegnung, diese unmittelbare Begegnung mit dem Bild kaputt? Es gibt ja auch schon Besucher, wenn man sieht, ne, die rennen sofort erstmal wo ist was zum Lesen, damit ich das Bild verstehen kann. Und was ist zu wenig, dass dann Leute auch manchmal etwas hoffnungslos davor stehen und sagen, verstehe ich jetzt nicht. Und dann sagt man ihnen 3 Sätze und dann merkt man so, es passiert was. Also diese Balance zu finden und damit auch einer Arbeit gerecht zu werden, und dann sind wir eben wieder beim Tellerrand, ist, finde ich, eine große Herausforderung und die immer größer wird, ne? Weil, glaube ich, das Bewusstsein sich verändert hat, aber weil auch die Forderungen von außen. Ja.
Das finde ich aber auch eine spannende Frage. Also ich habe oft den Eindruck, die Tendenz geht ja gerade beim Ausstellen oft, also gerade in kulturhistorischen Ausstellungen oft dazu, dass man eher versucht, ganz viele Perspektiven noch in unterschiedlichsten Medien an die Werke heranzutragen. Also ich habe einen Text, dann habe ich noch einen Audioguide. Also ich versuche die Multiperspektivität abzubilden. Und das ist für mich schon eine interessante Frage, ob man nicht dem Werk eher wieder näher kommt und einfach deutlich macht, okay, ich zeige jetzt eine Perspektive oder 2. Es gibt noch ganz viele, aber damit Besucherinnen noch eine Offenheit haben und sich nicht verlieren in sozusagen den verschiedensten Kontexten, dass man doch eher mehr reduziert, also und stärker eigentlich dann wieder doch Zeit hat, sich auch die Fotos dann anzugucken. Ne?
Ja, oder in Schritten, dass man sagt, erst ist das Werk und dann im nächsten Schritt. Aber ich komme nochmal zurück auf die Frage, kann man alles zeigen, wenn man es richtig kontextualisiert? Wo sind Grenzen? Wo sind bei dir Grenzen, Sandra, auch beim Fotografieren? Gibt es Sachen, wo du sagst, das kann und möchte ich nicht machen?
Also es gab einen Punkt in meiner Arbeit, wo ich gedacht habe, also ich habe ja tagebuchartig sehr lange fotografiert. Ich habe angefangen mit Nachtleben, Musikszene, also weil ich damals während meinem Studium in Bars und Clubs gearbeitet habe dann quasi so mein Umfeld porträtiert. Dann bin ich sehr viel gereist und habe angefangen, die Gesellschaft zu dokumentieren, also so bestimmte Situationen, die zum Beispiel Abhängigkeiten, eben auch Gender darstellen oder auch unser Umgang mit Natur- und Tierwelt. Und über diesen Moment bin ich dann irgendwann 2012, habe ich gedacht, jetzt möchte ich gerne anfangen, Bilder zu inszenieren, weil ich das noch nie gemacht habe. Habe angefangen mit dieser Waldserie, die ich eben im Wald inszeniert habe. Und habe mich gefragt, was ist denn überhaupt noch wichtig? Also welche Bilder machen denn überhaupt noch Sinn? Und da bin ich ganz schnell dann bei unserer Grundlage angekommen, also unsere Existenz, also von der wir abhängig sind. Und das ist eben die Natur und wir auch als Teil des Systems Natur. Und das hat auch wieder mit der Verantwortung zu tun, die wir am Anfang hatten. Ich finde, wir als Fotografen oder Kunstschaffende überhaupt haben eigentlich schon auch Verantwortung, nicht weiterhin irgendwie so viel Müll zu produzieren wie die ganzen Generationen vor uns, sondern wirklich zu überlegen, was kann man noch machen, auch wo macht es noch Sinn, was in die Welt zu stellen. Und bei Bildern ist eben der Fall, man kann Bilder haben eine Wirkung auf Menschen und gleichzeitig ist es aber auch so, je mehr, also dass die Bilder wiederum auch die Realität verändern. Da sind wir wieder bei meinem Zitat. Vielleicht ist es ein bisschen früh, weiß ich nicht, aber da würde ich jetzt gerne drauf zurückkommen, dass Künstler Seismographen sind. Und also ein Beispiel ist zum Beispiel, dass wir jetzt mehr zum Beispiel verschiedenfarbige Hautfarbe zeigen in der Werbung, in politischer Werbung, also so alles, was Bundesministerium zum Beispiel angeht und dadurch eben auch das Bild geläufiger ist von schwarzen Menschen in der Gesellschaft. Und das wiederum bewirkt, dass es uns wieder familiärer, also bekannter vorkommt und wir uns daran gewöhnen. Und das finde ich halt unheimlich wichtig. Also, dass die Bilder, die wir ausgeben, auch wieder auf uns ausstrahlen.
Als Teil der Verantwortung.
Und
Ja,
das ist als Teil der Verantwortung.
Ja, ja,
genau.
natürlich. Das prägt ja das, womit wir uns, also was wir wahrnehmen und da sich sowieso immer mehr, sag ich mal, in der nicht realen Welt bewegen, gerade Kinder und Jugendliche, trägt das unheimlich dazu bei, dass etwas als Teil meines Lebenswelt oder wahrgenommen wird oder eben nicht.
Betrifft halt auch dann zum Beispiel kuratierte Ausstellungen. Ne? Also was so thematisch ist dann da auch sinnvoll. Also das ist ähnlich wie mit den Bildern auch, finde ich.
Würdet ihr denn eine Quote für sinnvoll halten? Also selbst auferlegt?
Schwierig.
Oder
Entschuldigung, also das lachen muss, aber das ist
ja, das ist einfach eine interessante
lang
Frage.
diskutiertes
also ich glaube,
Thema, ja.
Das ist ja ein schwieriges Thema, aber dass man sagt, man will einen bestimmten Prozentsatz erreichen, braucht man. Also es gibt Bereiche, wo man es gebraucht hat in der Wirtschaft sicherlich. Ohne Quote wäre wahrscheinlich nie was passiert. In der Kulturwelt ist natürlich schon der Anteil an Frauen, die dort arbeiten, sehr viel höher. Das ist vielleicht anders, aber was sagt ihr?
Also ich finde es ich finde es echt sehr, sehr schwierig. Ich würde es mir, glaube ich, nicht auferlegen wollen. Ich würde mir wünschen, dass wir einfach das richtige Gespür haben, die Diversität einfach grundsätzlich immer von vornherein mitzudenken. Und ich weiß nicht, ob eine Quote was bringt. Also irgendwie kommt man da ganz schnell natürlich auch in so eine Rille wie, das sind alles Quotenfrauen und dann guckt auch keiner mehr hin. Also das finde ich echt schwierig. Ne?
Also ich denke schon, dass gerade was auch das Sammeln der Fotografie angeht, durchaus eine innere Quote nicht so schlecht ist. Also die hilft, eine Reflexion zu haben, wie die Anteile in der Sammlung an verschiedenen Blicken und Perspektiven auch durch die Vielgestaltigkeit der Produzentinnen wächst. Und ich glaube, da hilft auch einfach mal zu zählen. Gerade
Habt ihr mal gezählt?
Ja, also man kann schon deutlich sehen, dass ich denke, ich kann es jetzt nicht auf die Zahl genau, aber es ist sicherlich 80-20%. Also 80% männlich produzierte Fotografie. Hat ja auch bestimmte historische Gründe. Bei Ausstellungen denke ich das aber auch oft, gerade wenn es Möglichkeiten gibt, sozusagen sich nochmal zu vergegenwärtigen, was ist bisher nicht gesehen worden an Fotografie, auch zu sagen, da kann man ja doch auch die Prozente mal andersrum schlagen. Also ich denke schon und nicht sozusagen eine Ausstellung mit 8 Fotografinnen und dann wieder 10 Fotografen. Ich denke, da kann man inhaltlich mit Quoten arbeiten.
Ja. Ja, ich glaube, wir nähern uns langsam dem Ende. Insofern ist das nochmal noch nicht fast ein Schlusswort, aber ich stimme dir vollkommen zu. Ich glaube, wir sind auf einem guten Weg. Es ist vieles passiert. Es war vieles notwendig, dass es passiert. Und aber das Bewusstsein, die Aktivitäten, die Besetzung von vielen wichtigen Scharnieren auf dem Weg der Künstlerinnen, glaube ich, in Ausbildung über die Institutionen, da hat sich etwas getan und das ist das, was wir uns gewünscht haben und das da, wo wir heute stehen, oder?
Ja, wo wir auch dran weiterarbeiten.
Auf jeden
Fall. In allen Belangen.
Gut. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank für die Einladung. Und
danke dir,
vielen Dank fürs Gespräch.
Ja, herzlichen Dank.